Good morning, everyone.
Hello, good morning, Impact Festival.
Welcome to the Impact Festival. It's the third time already that impact-driven individuals like you and me come together to shape tomorrow's society for good.
Now we have to ask a question. Are you excited about the Impact Festival? Are you happy?
No, not really. I think that's a little bit too silent. I think there's a little bit more energy possible in this atmosphere here. So are you excited? There we go. That was good.
Because we are. I mean, we are Tortina Hörner and Leonard Niemer. We will be the moderators for the next 2 days to come. And I mean, no surprise when I say the Impact Festival is all about impact, right? Wow, great insight. Now, and as you said, Impact Festival taking place now for the third time. So also here, a question to you. I'm really curious, who has been at the Impact Festival before? Please raise your hand.
Quite some people.
So some old friends coming back to the Impact Festival, some new ones. Hello, Stefan, good to see you again. A few things that will be new at the Impact Festival. I was walking around, I've seen many new startups, so always pretty exciting to see what's happening in the field. A lot of things going on in the impact sphere. There are also things that we don't change. Like we have this broad range of topics, whether that's circular economy, we're going to talk about mobility, all the way to finance and regulation. We cover that broad range of impact topics. Most of the program here will be in English. Some of the sessions will have to switch to German.
Exactly, but no worries, we got you covered. If you speak either English or German, we have an app that's called Interprify that you can simply download or scan the QR code, then enter the token Impact23. And if you brought your own headphones, please use those. And in case you didn't, back there at this little aisle, there are headphones available for you, so you can freely just take them and use them. So I think we're now ready to start off and get us going with the opening by the project leads. I'm very excited, and they've probably spent the last 12 months just together preparing this whole festival, but I'm very lucky that they're also friends, right?
Probably quite intense time for them because they not only prepared this year's Impact Festival, also the year before. So it's not only 12-month intense, 24-month and even longer. Mara Steinbrenner, Linda Körper, on behalf of the Impact Festival team, big applause, warm welcome here on stage.
Hi everyone, dear guests. A very warm welcome to all of you to the third edition of the Impact Festival 2023. So standing here, I'm feeling a mix of emotions. So I'm overwhelmed, I'm excited, and I feel myself reflecting on another year of dedicated work and anticipation for these 2 days that lie ahead. Being a project lead, and I guess anyone involved in organizing such an event knows well, I confess to feeling a bit nervous, but we all ask our same questions. Will everything go as planned? Are there any unexpected surprises? But in the midst of these emotions, there's an overwhelming sense of excitement. So I'm thrilled to witness the festival coming to life again, the third time, and to share the next 2 days with you, because they are filled with solutions, they are filled with possibilities on how we can drive meaningful change and transformation in our economy. So I genuinely hope that you do share this excitement with me, and I'm very sure that Mara shares this excitement with me, so I'm going to ask you, what are your thoughts, what are you feeling?
Well, first of all, good morning from my side. I'm just as excited as Linda and hopefully you all here. And it is an honor to be standing here on stage once again next to my co-project lead Linda and welcome you all. Seeing you all here shows the power of collective action, and I'm thrilled to have an extraordinary lineup of speakers, thought leaders and innovators on site today. But before we dive into the reasons we're all here today, there are some acknowledgements we'd like to share.
Because what is a welcome speech without a heartfelt gratitude? So it's my pleasure to extend a big thank you to our team, to the incredible Impact Festival team that made this event possible. So each member has poured their heart and soul into this event, into our vision, and I'm immensely thankful for their dedication. But of course, it's not just our team that makes the Impact Festival the resounding success it is. Everything you'll see and experience over these 2 days is a testament to the collective effort of everyone present here. So a big thank you, of course, is in order for all of our sponsoring partners, especially our main sponsoring partner, the Startup Hessen and the Hessian Ministry of Economics, as well, of course, to all our other 13 sponsoring partners. Thank you to all our exhibiting startups and companies who are presenting their innovative solutions to the audience over these 2 days. Also, a big thank you to all our speakers who will share their knowledge and their experience on our stages in the next 2 days. A heartfelt thanks to our networking partners who helped us build a shared ecosystem and foster an environment of support rather than competition. And then, of course, we recognize the significance of bringing together the right actors, the right companies, and also those outside of our bubble. So we've done everything in our power to ensure this, and we encourage you to all seize this opportunity over the next 2 days.
You just mentioned the actors outside the bubble. We've discussed this bubble a lot over the last year. With the festival, we're bringing together individuals and companies who are actively steering the course of change. People who understand the pressing need for change. People like you and I who want to create impact. However, we don't have the luxury to remain within our own bubble. The challenges we face demand that we come together and take unified action to transform our economy. And that is why we're organizing the festival. We want to empower you to accelerate the green transformation in your company, in your industry, and most importantly, in our overall systems. We want to empower you by creating space for exchange, space for collaboration, space for innovation, space for change and impact. Our mission is built on the foundations of SDG 17, Partnerships for the Goals. We are here today to tackle pressing challenges as we work through the world's to-do list together. Now, before we dive headfirst into the next 2 days, Linda, I'm sure you have some personal highlights you'd like to share with us.
Of course, but well, actually choosing highlights of such an incredible lineup is not an easy task exactly, but I do have some moments that I share. On the Impact stage, right where we're standing here, right after this we start with Tarek Al-Wazir, the Hessian Minister of Economics, and we will later on hear from Dr. Antje van Dewitz from VD or insights on transforming the food sector from Godo Röben. Tomorrow, also on the stage, we kick off with Dr. Eckhard von Hirschhausen, and we'll close the day with an inspirational talk on the UN Ocean Decade. We have also, and I'm very excited about that, a third stage this year, a very new one. It's on the outside area, the transformation stage. And it promises engaging sessions with corporate leaders who will share both their successes, but also their failures and their best practices on transforming their companies. So be sure not to miss insights from Deutsche Bahn, Patagonia, or Google. And then, of course, you'll find some new things everywhere around. So we have our new Impact Job Wall this year, we have a working area, or even try connect over a round of table football later on. So I hope you find your own personal highlights in the program. And I'm also sure Mara has some more recommendations to share.
Before we get into the first round of table football, I'll bring you right back to some stage program. My biggest fangirl moment is going to be when Professor Dr. Maja Göpel is on stage today. And to set expectations right, we were all incredibly bummed when we heard that she isn't able to travel due to sickness. However, she will still be here joining us online and live. And one day, I'm sure she'll be standing on our Impact stage. Furthermore, our lineup is more diverse and international than ever. We have speakers like Tim Diamond representing the Cotton On the Foundation all the way from Australia. So I'm sure the perspectives from outside Europe will surely broaden our horizons. Further, I'm passionate about every single solution and startup exhibiting here today. Be sure to explore their stands, listen to the pitches on the innovation stage, and be inspired by what's possible. And if you're on the lookout for some true highlights, don't miss the Impact Awards ceremony tonight. Another personal highlight is our newest side program, the Impact Investor Conference we've set up in collaboration with the Ministry of Economics from Hessen, which takes place tomorrow afternoon alongside with the Global Climate Tech Bootcamp that we're hosting together with Impact Hustlers, bringing together cutting-edge startups from Europe and the US. We've poured our passion and dedication into every detail of this festival, and I'm excited to officially kickstart it with all of you. If you're keen to learn more about our future, make sure to walk past our vision board right at the entrance to learn more about our goals for 24. I hope you enjoy every moment and have the greatest days with us. I look forward to talking to you and maybe catching up over a drink tonight. Another biggest thank you to our team, Impact team and Neosphere team, and to all of you for being here today. Thank you.
Once more, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thanks, guys.
All right, so we're getting ready. As I said, we have a broad range of topics. We have 6 innovation areas. That is services, people, organizations, circular economy and resources, and you see them all here behind, agriculture, biodiversity and food. Then we talk about mobility, cities and logistics, finance, risk and regulation, and last but not least, it's about energy, big topic, pollution and water. I warned you, a lot of impact topics, right? You will find them over here in the exhibition area. We have clustered them by innovation area. Also, this will be our guiding principle for the stage program. So we will dive into each of these innovation areas as we go. And all of that will take place on 3 stages.
Yes, I think Linda has already mentioned it. So this is the impact stage where the main things will happen, but we also have some other stages. So the transformation stage is happening for the first time this year. It will be outside and you'll learn from corporates, their failures and successes. Then we have the innovation stage where you will learn from startups and hear them pitching. And then in addition, we have the master classes. So in case you don't have the app Talk yet, apply for it because there you'll be able to register for the master classes.
So just quick infos on Talk. Talk is our event app and platform. You should have received the link to sign up, and I've seen many of you being on there. So first of all, it's really great. Please set up your profile, connect with people. You can send direct messages. I already got a dinner invite from friends for tonight.
Nice.
That's good. No, but it's really nice to see who is actually the Impact Festival crowd. Then, as you said, sign up for the masterclass and find your journey. And what I like a lot about the Impact Festival, each of you, each of us has a different Impact Festival journey. So I would say, are you ready for this journey to get started? Yeah, they are.
Let's start with the keynote. And you've already heard it already. We're very delighted to have him here. He is the Hessian Minister of Economics, Energy, Transport and Housing. Loud applause for Tarek Al-Wazir.
Hi. Hello.
Welcome.
Okay. Wow. Good morning and welcome to the 3rd Impact Festival in Offenbach, the 5th largest city of the state of Hessen. And I'm pleased to welcome you here to reflect the transformation to a sustainable economy. I'd like to share a few thoughts with you on this from my perspective as a politician. Unfortunately, the situation is dramatic. There are many challenges facing our generation, but none greater than global warming. It threatens our way of life and thus our future. It threatens every corner of our planet, from polar caps to tropical rainforests. Global warming is based on climate change and is man-made. It's made from the industrial fossil fuel economic system. And climate change cannot be denied and goes far beyond unusual droughts, heavy rains and wildfires. Today, fundamental climate factors are in violent flux. The Gulf Stream system is weaker than at any time in 1,000 years. Permafrost is thawing, releasing climate gases over large areas. Greenland ice has melted for the 25th year in a row and has shrunk by 5,500 billion tons since 1986. You might know 34% of carbon dioxide gases come from the energy industry in Germany, another 18.5% from transport. We urgently need to take extensive action in these key infrastructure areas. Energy and mobility turnarounds are indispensable. The IPCC stated in 2022 the 1.5 degree target can only be achieved with the greatest possible effort. And if we achieve low greenhouse gas emission, it remains possible to preserve Arctic sea ice in most years, even during the summer. However, it's clear that the climate decisions of today will have a massive impact for all generations to follow. Unfortunately, it's not only climate change we need to address. Resource consumption and species extinction are further extremely threatening developments. In Germany, about 75% of flying insects have disappeared in the last 30 years. Pesticides, fertilizers, but also public lighting are regarded as the main causes of insect death. And in some regions of China, humans are pollinating fruit blossoms by hand because there are no more bees. We are wasting natural resources carelessly. And bear in mind that almost 60% of the grain in Germany is used to feed pigs, cattle, and poultry. More climate gases are produced by breeding livestock than by transport. And globally, 33% of commercial fish stocks are considered overfished, and in Europe, it's 63%. So, what must be done? The rule has to be clear. Those who harm the environment must not profit more than those who protect it. Without decoupling resource consumption from economic growth, not one single UN sustainability goal can be achieved. And this requires regulation and political action. The free market alone will not price in long-term costs on its own. Fortunately, we have already taken some action. Nearly 60% of the electricity production in the state of Hessen is produced by renewable energies. Nearly 2% of the state's land area are priority areas for wind energy. That's a lot. We speed up procedures. Our authorities have clear rules for resolving conflicts between wind turbines and species protection, rules that we develop together with environmental associations. We are making mobility climate friendly. By creating a modern bicycle infrastructure, bikes can become even more of an everyday means of transportation. Our expansion of the rail infrastructure has gained momentum, but some areas remain critical and must be addressed. 28% of total energy-based carbon dioxide emissions come from the operations of buildings. And when we add the construction sector, the share rises to 38% of global energy-based carbon dioxide emissions. Of course, housing is a basic human need, but we need to build in a sustainable way. With the Building Energy Act, Federal Minister of Economics Robert Habeck has addressed a key factor, the heating turnaround. It's the right approach. I know it has caused a lot of unrest, but change is demanding. And we have to understand that abolishing fossil fuels is also necessary for private heating systems step by step. Heat pumps, new district heating concepts, we have to rethink, renew, and follow innovative ideas in all these areas. One example, data centers are an important driver of the digital economy. At the moment, their enormous heat is wasted into the atmosphere. Data centers are excellent sources of district heating. Here in Offenbach, by the way, it's my hometown, for example, the local energy supplier Energieversorgung Offenbach is building data centers now and integrates them into their district heating supply. And the legal duty for communal heat planning will further push concepts like this. Our economic strength and prosperity are not a given, They must be developed. And besides wealth, our social and cultural achievements are based on the success of the domestic economy. Even our freedom is based on our economic strength and independence. The Russian invasion and war in Ukraine has led to global inflation and has affected Germany more than other countries, because the energy turnaround has been halted by former federal governments, and this led to enormous costs due dependence on Russian gas and oil. It's obvious we need transformation. Our economy must work successfully without fossil fuels as soon as possible. Products, processes and services as well as companies themselves require urgent innovation in order to be fit for the future, to maintain economic performance in the long term, and to create new jobs. Business models are needed that are capable of securing competitiveness, jobs, and social prosperity in the future as well, without destroying the planet. We are convinced that it's possible to successfully combine economy and ecology, and that will gain in quality of life, individual freedom, and social security in this process. The fact that we were able to handle the energy crisis after the start of the Russian war against Ukraine to some extent, and even turn it into a dynamic towards renewable energies, is a good thing. And now we have to move on. We are in a global race to stay ahead in the green revolution, not just out of ecological necessity, but as an economic model for the future. Look at the US Inflation Reduction Act. It's a huge program of investing in innovation. The USA will benefit from this urgently needed innovation in industry and infrastructure for decades to come. Even Saudi Arabia has recognized the sign of the times and is increasingly focusing on the development of renewable energies for the future. They want to use their experience, their expertise from the oil business, and are betting on the endless sunshine in the Arabian desert. Norway is putting their profits from their North Sea oil and gas fields into funds for the future. So, in a nutshell, public subsidies for innovation and infrastructure are the responsibility for any state, because they secure the future. And that is why we here in the state of Hessen are gearing our funding system toward innovation, sustainability, and future viability. Our subsidies from the European Fund for Regional Development are spent increasingly on environmental protection and environmental assets. And we are aware of the opportunities that startups offer for transformation. That's why our push startup grants particularly support business ideas that contribute to issues of the future. And I'm proud that so many of the applicants dare to address these challenges. Over 500 applications in the first 3 funding rounds, 62 of which we were able to receive a funding recommendation, and we have already awarded over 2 million euro in funding in the first 2 years. And the range of ideas of these startups is enormous. From the improvement of energy networks to innovative foods and materials for concepts for climate neutral mobility, a wide range of ideas are being funded. We know that only a few will ever become so-called unicorns, if any at all. But if a startup's good idea is taken over and implemented by a corporation, the effect is here too. Startups are then something like an outsourced innovation departments, innovation influencers in a way. So I think it's great that so many great companies here in Hessen are engaging in cooperation with startups and offering accelerator programs. The transformation to a climate neutral, social, crisis-proof and thus future-proof economy cannot be achieved without strong companies. So what does that mean for you? They and you all hopefully see opportunities above all. That's good, because that is what Impact Festival wants: to strengthen the cooperation of impact startups with other companies and funding partners. I'm pleased that for the first time a dedicated Impact Investor Conference takes place at the Impact Festival this year. It will start tomorrow afternoon right here in the neighboring hall. And it's good that the topic of impact finance is now increasingly gaining momentum in investments. So, despite my dark introduction, we need hope, and there is hope. It's possible to improve the living conditions of all people without ruining the planet. It's clear what we can and must do now. The drive for economic growth is possible if the transformation to a climate-neutral circular economy succeeds. And this will make our economy more sustainable and thus more competitive. And I'm glad that you all want to be part of this. So, let's get started.
Thank you very much, Tarek Al-Wazir, for the opening speech here at the Impact Festival, and also for being here the third time in the row. That's a big honor for us that you made it again this year. So again, thank you very much on behalf of all of us. So now we're coming to our topic of shifting paradigms. I mean, you mentioned in your speech it's all about the transformation. How do we make that transformation happen? How do we shift paradigms? And for this, my great pleasure to welcome our first keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Maja Göpel. She's a political economist. She's a transformation researcher, book author. You've seen her books all over the place. There are a lot of different topics that Maja is covering. But I think one of the core questions, of course, is how do we make these transformations happen? How do we shift paradigms? So with this, I would say, warm welcome, Maja Göpel. She should be here on screen in a second. Maja, you can hear us. Greetings from the Impact Festival.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Maja. So we're making steps. Last year you've been with us virtually. This time live virtually, so all good things come in three, so fingers crossed for next year. We're going to start with your keynote presentation on shifting paradigms, and then we're going to dive deeper with our panel. So if you're set, I would say the virtual stage is all yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I don't know, I'm probably more bummed than what Mara said, because I was really looking forward to learning from all of you and connecting, and then unfortunately, my intervertebral disc decided to pop, and so now I'm a bit immobilized, but on drugs. So if I make a lot of sense to you, that's fantastic. If you feel there's one or two elements that she's added, we haven't heard from her before, we're in this together. And I'm also really looking forward to the search. Two things that I took out from what Mara was saying, or actually three of what I heard in the openings. A is change the systems. And this is exactly what's the perspective that I've been writing from, especially in my last book, to really say, if we get into system thinking much more deeply in trying to nail what is the paradigm shift in essence that we're up against today, then we might also have, and that's the second thing that it connects nicely with, an opportunity to bridge across the typical camps and out of the bubble. Because when you come with complexity research, that opens up a space to talk about connections, dynamics, how things link together, that doesn't necessarily make you a green person to talk about these issues, or make you a lefty when you're coming into, we have to talk about distributional elements in the system in order for us to understand what are the dynamics of its development. So I hope that with systems views and systems perspectives, we might be able to, ground a little bit the sometimes very polarized and politicized ways of engaging how we can go forward. And so this is the point of view from which I'm talking. And it also easily lets us understand that we're up against more than just changing the fossil engine behind the system as it is right now, but really have to think about how we do things differently in terms of an economic system appreciating, valuating, and regenerating the ecosystem forces and value creation that we've been inheriting. And with this, I'm starting to share with you, if I may. No, there we go. Ooh, too fast. This quest for a paradigm shift, how it's been formulated by an interdisciplinary get-together of Nobel laureates in 2021, that really puts it, I think, center stage on why it's the system thinking that we all want to embrace in order to understand where the levers for change are sitting, which is effective planetary stewardship, requires updating our Holocene mindset. And I'll lead you through 4 points where I think the Holocene mindset is holding us hostage right now and how we get into an Anthropocene mindset. And at the core is this: we must act on the urgency. So there's a timely component to that. The scale, how do we understand how things link together? And this interconnectivity between us and our home planet Earth. So to really stop this notion of humanity is somewhat separated from the planet, or nature is something that's outside of us. Environment, environnement, our in German Umwelt already has it in it. It is something that we are describing as being around us. But I think latest with the coronavirus, we've quite clearly understood it's in us. And then when we think about who we are as biological beings, we're taking in water, we're taking in food, we're taking in air every single day. And this means we're putting stuff out again into nature and we're taking back in. So this notion of it being around us is not really how we're going to get to understanding the urgency and this interconnectivity. And this is why I like opening conversations, asking people what they think is what is wealth to them? Because when you think about how we are primed and how we use terminology with which we're orientating good direction or something aspirational or something to go towards to, wealth obviously is a key concept, and success. And wealth, usually we measure in monetary terms, and we think that it can accumulate endlessly. But when you think of this coming from the stewardship point of view and the Anthropocene mindset, it is something that we want to completely shift around, because the biggest wealth humanity has inherited is a functioning, fantastic blue marble that allows for biological beings like us to exist and to flourish. And that's been already in the Brundtland report of 1987, when they said we're up against this biggest upset of the human self-image, when we are coming from space, looking at these intricacies and the networks, and understand that if we destroy their functioning, that means we're not in a good space. And so like the Copernican revolution, where we're a bit reminded, no, we're actually not the center and the sun radiating around us, but we're the ones that are traveling around the sun. Now it's, humanity is not the total king of this planet, but spaceship Earth is something we want to really take care of, because there's nothing else that we want to migrate to. I know some are very busy trying Mars. Not sure if that's a place that we want to exist. And I'm also not sure how many can actually go there. So this whole idea of we're in this together, planetary stewardship, and humanity as a whole has been an innovation in the 20th century. For the first time, with the UN being born, etc., after 2 world wars, this whole concept of we are one planet, we are one humanity, has been born for the first time, which is amazing. When you think of it backwards, it was only maximum nations or regions. And now for the first time, there's been an awareness, A, that there is this one space we're sharing, and B, that we might want to talk about why some people have more right to use this space than others. And if we think about maintaining peace, why it might be a very good idea to say, let's try using it in a way that we create high quality of life, good well-being for everyone, and don't have to start fighting over resources too badly. And I think this is what we're seeing right now in the geopolitical turmoils of reorganizing who is, I think, the boss of the world, especially between China and the US. If there's one thing that we can do in Europe, let's try to develop the solutions, and let's try to develop the technologies with which we can say there's enough space for everyone. That would be the massive contribution for us to take right now. And I think it is, when we're looking about the world population share that we have, probably also a very selfish one, if you want to look at it that way. But let's go for the positive, because yes, we do see we haven't been taking care of this very well. This is the global risk report of the World Economic Forum. And we've heard it just now. It should be at the top of the agenda to say everything that we do right now has to get us out of these trends that are massively risking our wealth to perpetuate and continue. But when you look at the public discourse right now, you see how it's all being shifted to the side again. Climate change with a decent speed, so we're not hampering wealth in the old way of metrics, Or now we've had this whole battle in the Green Deal. I didn't know if you followed it, but there's 2 more policies that are coming out on the regeneration of nature and the reduction of pesticides, biodiversity, huge issue, much underappreciated in the public discourse. And we had a huge attack from part of the European Parliament to stall the Green Deal on this measure. So why is it so difficult to say that things that are labeled green, also in this diagram? Maybe we want to get out of labeling it green, to give it an opening that is not connected with one party or with something soft, but to say actually it's a security agenda and it is a design agenda. And this is obviously where this crowd comes in, to say it is actually a really fantastic perspective to get into, to understand how ecological systems work and to make them work with us, for us, and to also cherish and respect them for it. And this is why I'll quickly go to those 4 parts or 4 changes that I think in paradigm might help us get there before we enter the discussion. So for me, one of the very crucial aspects in shifting from the Holocene mindset into the paradigm that holds to or helps us steer the Anthropocene is to get from parts to partakers. Since Newton, it's been this notion of there's atoms, and you still have it in economic theory with the Homo economicus or individuals, and we're all individuals that are somehow the way we are, and then we bounce off each other in some relationships or another, but we stay as we've been before the interactions, and somehow we're not really connected. And this is not how complex systems describe how we are. And the good thing is it's not only ecology, but also sociology, psychology, etc., that make very clear we are being developed by our interactions with others. And we always have an effect. This is right now the big debate. I think it's crucial to go against, to say, we don't want to change too much. We're changing every single day a lot of things, especially if we're continuing to do the things as we've been doing them until now. When you look at prognostics, business as usual, and most of the statistics is labeled as a not very good path to go. And to think, unless we're changing policy, we're not changing the world is mad. We're changing it every single day. So we have to push back on this. Change is happening, and we're leading towards a transformation right now that is by disaster. And we want to shift the directionality into something that would be transformation by design towards achieving sustainability goals and goals that we've enshrined in our human rights charters, etc. And for this to understand, you cannot not have an effect. Wirks is the German term for that. So Wirkung, we always have Wirkung, we always have an effect on others. If we don't say anything and accept for things to continue, or if we say, maybe we can do it slightly differently. This is empowering, and at the same time, obviously, it creates a lot of responsibility and sometimes maybe a bit of fear, but we can't really shy away from it, it's there. And so these arguments, oh, don't be moralizing, etc. It's not moralizing, it's simple physics. When you look at how things are relating to each other, you will have an effect. If you behave this in this way, you are signaling to others what is a good behavior or an acceptable behavior. So you can't take yourself out of the responsibility of taking the freedom to act in a particular way in a particular moment. And this is why this itemized way of looking at the world, just a square meter of land or a cubic meter of wood, is not how we're going to understand how things link together. And those familiar with biodiversity will clearly see that this is also an end to only market-based solutions, because you can't put a price tag, like on CO2 was still possible, on those intricate webs. There has to be something spatial to it. So we have to understand the connectivity, and we have to understand how things link together to look at what is the governance regime that can get us there? What are the incentives? What are the indicators we want to look at? And that can be pricing in some areas, and it will have to be something else in others. And to really cherish what is being done for us, who's working for us every single day to recreate the humus in the soil, the microorganisms that are allowing for the water to be stored in there, etc. So really step back and say, who are we on this planet? How do we want to live, and where do we want to go? And that comes with it when we understand those intricacies, that there's something like a rhythm to living systems. And when you look at the technological agenda and how we're celebrating speed and acceleration, and you see what's been happening since 1950s, the Great Acceleration has fantastic graphs. It's all going up and faster. But does that necessarily mean that we're going to solve the problems? doing something that's not geared at a solution ever faster, maybe slightly more efficiently, is not going to solve the problem. But we have to understand the rhythm of regeneration in order for us to develop technologies that can help us do this well and monitor that well. And it might mean that we're not going to have as much as quickly as we're used to. But it might mean that we're then going to have it long term. And longevity in products and in other devices has been a clear quality signal for the longest period of time. It's very recent that we say every half year, on every 4 weeks, we have to have a new trend, a new this, a new that. It's not necessity for a high quality of life. And it's very ruthless when you think of where all of that comes from. And the same, how do we make technology really allow for people to develop and for people to be supported in what they do in their everyday work, instead of putting them under tremendous pressure to have to outcompete an algorithmic system? And what is the contribution that humans only can make? And how do we ensure that we're going to have human-centered AI, human-supporting algorithms and digital developments, rather than replacing and monitoring and manipulating ones? Overall, what is the right speed for us to feel well as beings that are not only biological, but also that flourish under good relationships? And that's the well-being agenda. Very high on there is not ever more stuff, but it is health. And that comes with not accelerating too much, because this is not going to make you feel healthy. And it means having time for your friends, having the time to rethink a few things and feeling slightly control of your life. So overstuffing our every single day is just because technologically it's possible, and overcrowding the information flows is not going to help us, but derail us. And get us into not quite understanding the regeneration part, which is the third aspect I want to highlight enough. Extraction, especially when you look at successful business models, etc., we see it in our cities everywhere. It's the investors that are basically saying under which circumstances they're willing to give the broke communities money to build. But when the notion is that you're a successful company, if you've made a lot of money from creating living space, and this is what we're talking about, and you only look at it as an asset whose value is supposed to increase in monetary terms, that means you're just using a place that other people call my home as something that you want to extract financial value from. And that's where we're going wrong. And this is why this impact community is so necessary and so right in saying, how do we make sure that we're seeing what is the social and ecological value created through using money as a social technology that has no use value in itself, but should be an instrument to creating that value for humanity? How is that better benchmarked? And how do we find the business models that allow then for us to create very different spaces? The way we benchmark economic success is going to be the key driver behind what we are going to build and live in tomorrow. And I think we have to make that much more clear. And it's not just short term and now, but it is the creation of our future spaces that we're talking about, and freedoms. And this is why it is, my last point, so important to get out of the financial tyrannies. That's E.O. Wilson said it nicely. It's only cynics that know the price of everything and the value of nothing. And too abstract numerical codes make you completely forget about what's happening on the ground and for people behind this. And if we have stock trading in Chicago about grain, and people are competing about getting the most out of it, this means people in Haiti are eating earth or soil cookies because they can't have access to grains anymore. And this is what's tyrannies. It does take away the visibility of the impacts of using that social innovation that we've created that is so powerful. That's called money. And this is why we have to put out there, where are we doing the wrong metrics? How are we benchmarking success whilst we're downgrading the social and ecological base and wealth that we're depending and living from? This is just the example of the food sector. 10 billion being accounted for, and then the costs that would be in the books, if we're looking at it correctly, is 12 trillion. We're downgrading humans' health because of the wrong dietary deliveries that's coming out of this food system. We're downgrading the environment and its possibility to regenerate for us the healthy food in the future. And increasingly, through the power play in the markets and the price competition, we're fading out small producers, meaning we're ruining a lot of rural communities' existence. And that's, especially in the international terms, a very unhelpful development path. Food may be cheaper for us, but there it means ruining living spaces and resilient communities. So how do we correct for this? And this is just one last example of where I think it is important. And you all have your different approaches and metrics. And I think this is what's important to say: we're on the way. And we're not going to shy away, because the arguments are often, oh, but these metrics are not as good as, they don't perfectly measure as. Be very aware and hold back that beyond GDP, for example, is neither a measurement. There's a lot of guesswork in there. And is absolutely proven to be wrong. So why does only the alternative have to be perfect according to particular benchmarks that the existing is not living up to? This is what we always have to be aware of when we're arguing about changing things. Why is maintaining what is there okay just because it's there? Why does the new have to justify itself according to much harder benchmarks than the existing is meeting today? So if it's social and environmental businesses, they have to prove they're also contributing to GDP a lot, also have a normal profit bench. Why don't we stop talking about it this way and say, look, we only have about 5% that are actually creating the social and ecological value that we want as a social license to operate for business to adhere or deliver on. And the rest is brown and socially destructive ways of doing business that we should end, because that's not what we're here for, and we can do much better. And this is why I look forward to our discussion, and thank you all very, very much.
Thank you very much, Maja Göpel. Maja, a lot of food for thought for our discussion, a lot of impulses that we're going to pick up. So let's transform our impact stage into a powerful panel. And for this, I would like to welcome on stage Dr. Stefan Siemer. You're the head of corporate sustainability at Veleda, a company with a long track record in natural cosmetic products. Warm welcome here on stage, big applause. And then we have Dr. Ingo Dahm with us. He's, among many things, the founder and CEO of Capacura. He makes impact investing possible for all of us, even with little money. Ingo, good to have you on stage. Finance, important topic. Please take a seat. And then virtually we have Aaron Sahan with us. Aaron, he's the business and enterprise lead at the Donut Economics Action Lab. So let's see, Aaron. Welcome on stage virtually, and also Dr. Maja Göpel in a second. Let's see. They disappeared. They're coming back. Anyhow, so what we will get started with, we are going to talk about shifting paradigms, right? Maja gave us a lot of impulses already, quite a few big topics. So first of all, we really want to see how do we make that transformation happen. We're in a moment of poly-crisis. We've been talking about this, quite a lot of things going on in recent years. We're also in a moment...
I'm here. Hopefully my sound is clear.
Sound is perfect. All right, now here they are. I can see you on the big screen. Let's get you set up. Maybe we get you also on the stage. Tech guys. Aaron, we can hear you at least, not see you yet.
Wonderful.
Hope all is well.
Wonderful to see you all. I can see you, and I can see that there's been a dynamic discussion already.
Perfect. Now we can see you as well. Warm welcome to the Impact Festival. You're in Turkey right now, so we're going a little bit international. And yeah, I just got started. Now we need Maja on stage here, please. And once we're set up, then we get started. Well, not yet. Technology is not our friend today. But that happens. No. Now you see, guys, how it works, right? Ever wondered when you are in that Zoom calls and not sure where to click? Here we go. Whew. Now we are a panel. Next year I want to see both of you also in person. That makes it a lot easier. Then we just have to find where is Aaron at the Impact Festival running around, but we'll get you. All right, so reset, we get started, right? We're in that big transformation. That's what I said. I hope Maja and Aaron, you were hearing what I was saying. Poly-crisis going on, right? A lot of things happening in recent years. We don't need to talk about it. Everybody is aware of this. multiple transformations going on. And Maja, that's something where you give some insights. One big question for all of you, I mean, for me, super interesting to understand where are we actually in this transformation towards a sustainable and healthy planet? Are we just at the beginning, just at the tip of the iceberg? And I think that's also a good question for everybody in the audience, just to reflect on, like, what is coming. But maybe we get started with this. Erin, you want to jump in? Where are we in that big transformation?
Well, wonderful to be with you all. And I think the answer to your question, Leonard, is we are behind. We are not on track. We have some amazing ambition, and I think some great innovative pioneering work happening across the business world, across the finance world. But we are stuck in 20th century structures that limit what is possible. And we are pushing the limits of those structures. We are pushing the limits of what the corporate models of 20th century business can do. We are pushing the limits of what a finance-focused, financial extraction-focused financial sector can do. We're getting innovative, finding some win-wins, finding some opportunities. But the really big steps, we're falling behind. The big transformations, we know what we need. We know how circular economy can work in fashion. We know how circular economy can work in electronics and other products. We know that we need to move towards agroecology. We know we need to move towards slow tourism, and we know we need to transition our energy systems. But our structures are holding us back, and I think it's time for us to start looking at those very clearly and honestly and think, are they still fit for purpose, or are we losing time by being embedded in 20th century structures that were not designed to do the things we are pushing them now to do?
So maybe then over to you, Ingo, are we too slow in that transformation? Are we right at the beginning? Do things need to happen faster? That's also one thing that was in Maja's presentation, urgency.
Sure. Everybody knows that. We are too late. We are lazy. We are doing the wrong things. We are not doing it fast enough, and I'm sure that everybody in the room knows that. So I'm a little bit confused about the question. We all know that we need to act now, but unfortunately, we do not act fast enough, and we know solutions. We see wonderful startups here. We know business models that could help to change and to shift the paradigms. We know them, but we are not acting, because we feel so comfortable in the situation where we are right now. And this is something that drives me personally very crazy.
Yeah, but then the follow-up question really, maybe also Maja to you, that's something that you're investigating. Why is that not happening? If, as Ingo says it, we know what needs to be done. Maybe also hypotheses, not everybody is fully aware in that impact bubble for sure, but what really hinders us? There are reasons for it, right?
Well, I think I would, nail two that are not very encouraging in first place, but I think putting it on the table is necessary. And I do think we have to start from a geopolitical point of view, because when you look at what's happening right now, is because of the structures having changed too slowly, we have a fight over securing the access to remaining resources. And this is what we're all talking about. And there we have a way that we've institutionalized international collaboration that is a very corporate one. And so the way that we're organizing access to resources that sit in other territories is by having contracts for corporations that will use those resources to put them in their production systems. That means in order for them to get the investments, they will have to use them very short term and produce stuff with it, and we have to buy it. And this is why I think this point of how do we still have the structures in place that allow for us to slow down and to save and to regenerate is a hugely important one. And it has to start with understanding what's the division of labor between states and corporates. And we do have to understand that every corporation that has to deliver on profit schemes in the short term will have to use the resources it has bought access to and funnel it through and make us buy it. And this is the accelerating feedback loop. And this is why we have to get totally clear on there is a role for states to protect the commons. Corporations cannot do that. And it's from Gareth Hardin, who's put it out with the Tragedy of the Commons in 1968 already. We've seen it in the global risk reports, everything that we call a global common, meaning the environmental integrity we've inherited, but also something I would call the commons that we've achieved, the public commons, like good health systems or having security and having peace, is something that depends on collaboration. And we've made collaboration for slowing down something impossible through the way that we've been driving our economic systems. And we've mixed the role of corporations and states. When we talk about international relations, we still think about states making agreements, but it's a huge mix. And we have to untangle this in order to understand where can we start acting. And then you have a big cry of, oh, this is anti-trade, anti-free trade. But for some, it's not, it's all free. And when you talk about markets being free, then we have to get out of oligopoly structures. Then we have to say some corporations have become far too huge for markets to be able to function, because they can blackmail states. And we see it everywhere. And this is why it is important to talk about the structures. You then understand, can they help us slow down, regenerate, or do we really have to talk about it at that level and not shy away from it because some people want to put a socialism, communism, whatever, anti-label on you? It is simply the feedback loops that are in the system right now. And then, unless we talk about those drivers, how are we going to stop them?
But maybe there also, Stefan, your viewpoint, I would say most companies might not have the incentive to change then, Maja, as you said, to kind of include the comments, include the impact that they have, the negative impact as well. What's your take on this, Stefan? How do you see the role of companies there and the transformation that should happen but might not happen as fast enough?
Maja, thank you very much for your inspiring keynote, and unfortunately, I have to nearly fully agree with everything you say as a representative of a company. And certainly we at Veleda are asking ourselves, can we make a difference here? And I think we are in a more comfortable solution when it comes to purpose-driven business than other companies, because our shareholders have not the same expectations to take profit out of the company. So they have high expectations of profit, but not in an economic or in a financial isolated perspective. And I'm asking myself if we are shifting here at the group into something like a problem trance at the moment, and really focused what is the problem, why is the problem there. And my experience from the work in a company is that it sometimes opens room for new solutions when we shift into this what-if mode. So what if we act as if there were these examples of companies that make a difference? And I see here thousands of examples here in the area. So really that we focus on where we see some islands where change is happening, and focus on them, focusing ourselves in our perception, and try to shift in this solution mode. Because we know the problems, they are well defined, we know all the reasons why things are not growing, we know all the clusterfuck scenarios, end of the century, we know all this, but this is not part of the direction we want to go. Mm-hmm. So I would invite us to shift into the other way.
Aaron, that's, maybe Stefan, your applause here. Aaron, that's also a big topic, of course, for you, right? With the donut economy, something where you want to have that paradigm shift in businesses. But you also see probably some limitations where things are not going. You have a lot of good examples out there. As Stefan also said, we need to point out to these, but then also understand why that's not happening maybe as fast as we wish.
Yeah, I mean, we worked with over 300 companies over the last couple of years to understand what is holding business back. The big ideas are on the table. You talk to staff in the research and development team. You talk to junior staff that are coming in that want to make a big change. You talk to some investors that have big ambitions or founders that have big ambitions. And you realize that time and time again, they are stuck within the straitjacket of a model of an enterprise design that doesn't allow them to make the investments internally, that doesn't allow them to make some of the choices, such as discontinue a product for a while or transition away from a very profitable but damaging product or service, that doesn't allow them to maybe grow slowly or not grow at all, or even shrink sometimes, because that might be what the role of that company is in the long term. Time and time again, when we dig underneath and we think, what is stopping you? You know you need to move away from single-use products. You know you need to move away from fast fashion. You know you need to move away from clients that are damaging the planet and driving inequality. What is stopping you from taking the actions that are needed? When you dig deep enough, you come across an ownership model, a governance structure that is saying you must extract as much for finance as possible out of this. And everything is built around that premise. And you can only do good if you are in pursuit of that goal. Now, what we came across during that as well is examples of alternatives. Examples from the steward ownership movement, examples that have governance models like nature is represented on the board, workers from the supply chain are represented on the board, models where half the profits are reinvested into the social impact of the company, models that allow much more liberty for that purpose to be driven. And we also saw others that were limited in what they could do, but they were overselling what they were doing. They were greenwashing to an extent because there were opportunistic things that had some positive impact, but it was actually slowing down the broader transition of that industry. So for us, it became very clear. If you want companies that are going to help humanity into the donut, help humanity to live within the means of this living planet and meet the needs of all people so that people and planet thrive together, we're going to need new kinds of structures, and we're going to need new kind of finance that allows those companies to prioritize their purpose, sometimes grow slower, sometimes deliver lower profits. And mind you, I'm not talking about companies that make losses. We're still talking about commercially viable entities. But the pressure to maximize, extract dividends more and more, the exits for investors higher and higher, that is a destructive force that we've accepted. And then we've built solutions around that force and celebrated those solutions, say, look, the win-wins. And we're delaying, I think, the big transitions and transformations that will actually be necessary to take the big steps.
Maybe let's dive a little bit deeper. So when we also spoke prior to the panel, it was really about, does finance actually dictate it all? Maybe Maja, over to you. Is that the driving force even behind businesses, that finance is the dictating power, expecting these kind of returns, expecting these kind of operations?
Well, when you hear from people that are trying to do things differently, they do say capital markets are screwing us. And then when we're thinking about what is the kind of hero story that we're all still attaching ourselves to and repeating in the media, it is a lot about who's become the first unicorn in this and that. Whether it makes a lot of sense to have yet another unicorn that's delivering groceries to people instead of them walking into the shops. I'm not sure if this is what we need unicorns for right now. I have a lot of other ideas that I'd love to see a lot of money go into. And so this is why the way that we talk about success and that we talk about what are the most valuable companies, you look at the rankings and it is the stock market value, even though you've seen a lot of buyback initiatives so that you're manipulating your share price in order for you to look good, and then short-term bonuses are being paid on the short-term company outlook, and then you have the reds in especially in IT companies, you see it a lot, etc. It's not really a business model that works for now, but there's a huge promise on it potentially working in the future that allows for a lot of that money to flow in there. So instead of trying to connect with solving problems that we have on the place right now, it is a lot of imaginary space of who could make a lot in the shortest period of time, potentially in the future, that attracts the most of that risk capital. And when you talk to people that are really maintaining the well-being of our society every single day, because they're nurses and they're teachers and they bake our bread, etc., and then you see that all of those companies and their value is plummeting, and basically we're then starting to talk about, oh, the agricultural sector is only contributing now 0.5 to 6% to our GDP. It's not so important. Duh. I think feeding ourselves is quite important. And so we're still adhering to the narratives and to the really, I think the topic or the title tyrannies does help there, because it makes a lot of people to run after the wrong solutions and to run after making a lot of money and then prove themselves to be valuable or great or achieve things where they can't say what is the social and environmental impact and benefit that you've brought out. And we need to push back on that. We have to change these stories of heroism and have to give them a foundation that will allow for us to understand what's the contribution. That's the whole idea of a social license to operate. That's been at the essence of corporations. And we've really vacated that from a meaning.
Ingo, that's certainly something you're working on, like really bringing impact investing out there. Is it still the tip of the iceberg? How do we make that bigger? Like really practical? Because I think also here we keep talking about these topics for quite some time, but still they're out there, right? Finance is still dominating in that direction as you just outlined.
Well, for sure, the financial system is dominating our business system because this is the fuel of our business. It's finance. And the question that every business decider is raising is, how much do I need to invest and how much will I gain? And this is how our business works. So it is always about earning money, getting more than I put into the system. And I don't think that we can change the world by implementing steward ownership models or something like that. Because I cannot imagine that, for example, Qatar oil system is getting into a steward ownership model. I'm not sure about you, but I could not imagine that this will happen in the next 1,000 years. We need to find a way that the business owners and the financiers, that they get an incentive to invest money and earn, maybe it is kind of a kind of value by the community or something like that. But even better it would be if people invest in impact and earn money with that. And from my point of view, this is how we can cure the capital system. I mean, our company is called like that. Kappa Cura means curing the capital market, because we only invest in those companies that change the world for a better, and they exist. And we can just stop buying ugly and nasty products and change it, because we are the people. We can do it every single day. We have the choice in the supermarket. We have the choice when we go to a consultant and ask them, well, what is your company doing? But for some reason, we don't do it. And what is the reason? The reason is we think maybe this is a better way to do this or that because the profit is higher. And I'm fed up with it.
So, Aaron, we won't have that big transformation of a lot of companies. So then the question is, how do we handle this? How do we make sure they are guided in the right direction? One topic that we're discussing quite a lot is regulation. And there's one of the big topics that is very emotional. A lot of businesses will say regulation is bad per se. Others will say that's the holy grail. Do we see more restrictions on companies that will not go down the impact route, that in the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years, they will be more heavily regulated? Even maybe lose their license to operate?
I mean, I think even some of the most, regressive corporate leaders are acknowledging the importance of regulation behind closed doors. When you talk to them about it, they say, look, we need an even playing field. Like, of course, maybe personally, I work in this company that does a lot of damage. I would like to change it, but I can't do it if it's going to disadvantage me against my competitors. They will just do it and they'll become bigger and we're back to where, even worse situation. So I think the debate of regulation or no regulation is outdated. I think that ended a little while ago. It's more about where is regulation needed to be smart and effective, and where is it not going to be enough by itself? Because there are some things we can quantify. We can quantify climate. We can quantify elements of biodiversity, maybe. We can quantify some of the planetary boundaries in an effective way at a corporate level. But regulating at a national level is going to be incredibly difficult. So we're going to, in addition to this, need international agreements. And we're going to need, in addition to this, corporate models that are not trying to sidestep, that are not then jumping to another country where there's lower regulation, punishing countries for bringing in regulation. They're not ones that are trying to get around it and find loopholes and lobby against it to water it down. And that's only going to happen if we also start to change the design of companies, the way that we've embedded a purist and monopolistic control to finance. Now, I think I disagree with Ingo on some of this, because I agree that we're not going to turn every company into steward ownership. There will be maybe millions of different models that are very bespoke for different industries. But if we give up and we just say, look, finance it rules the roost here. Finance is king. It is going to demand to extract as much as possible. Let's find solutions within this. If we give up on the design of companies and just accept this design that occurred in the 20th century around essentially optimizing around the scarcity of financial capital, which is a little bit of a myth now. Financial capital is not scarce as it was in the 20th century, and we built corporate and financial systems with that premise at the heart of it. If we just give in and accept that, we're going to limit what's possible. We're going to slow our ambitions. But if we also, I think, look at it with a level of honesty, and it's incredibly difficult. I too look at this and I work with startups and corporate leaders and business networks and investors around the world. And it is such a difficult conversation because we're talking about becoming an enterprise for an economy that doesn't exist yet. Where we have to compete in today's economy, but we're trying to become something that belongs in tomorrow's economy. And that is difficult. That is scary. So we want to then run to, let's just accept the system as it is and let's work within it. And look, there are some nice things we can do and some win-wins we can create. And there's a bit of regulation we can bring in, and that's a comforting story we can tell ourselves. But I think time and time again, it becomes very clear that the companies that are going to lead the charge on some of this are the ones that have liberated themselves from the curse of monopolistic control of finance and have found innovative ways to limit it. And it doesn't mean finance doesn't get a return. It just means it doesn't constantly control everything. It doesn't get all of the board seats. Other stakeholders also get a board seat. The community, nature gets a board seat as well as investors. They get a return, they get a fair return, but maybe there's a cap on the upside. So my challenge there now to those in the audience, maybe those that are founders of startups that are talking to venture capital, and that venture capital might be, an impact fund even, that look, open up the terms sheet and negotiate this. Don't just accept the 20th century models of venture capital or private equity or shareholder finance as a given. We can have a different model for the board. We can have a different limitation on what can be extracted, how the exit of the investor is negotiated. We can make this up in a new way. It was made up in the 20th century. This wasn't like a mechanism that's walking around in the forest that is just a natural occurrence. We created a model that said, let's optimize for scarcity of financial capital. Let's give the power and let's give the priority to this. And now we're beginning to innovate new models that are sometimes on the margins, but it's beginning to show the possibilities of something alternative that can be created. There's a role for finance, but it means we will need to re-engage and renegotiate what that role is so we create space for other priorities to take part.
Maybe here, Maja, on what Ernst just said, this also requires a fundamental mindset shift. And you mentioned before the word of acceleration. So how do we make sure that we actually accelerate this mindset shift out there? Because it is happening, but still also they're not too fast. How to make it faster?
Well, I think there it's important, next to our roles in different places, our roles as social entities or social beings that are shaping the reference frameworks with which we're imagining what's possible. And I think that's come out quite strongly now, that this notion of, it isn't possible to go beyond what we have right now is holding us back a lot. And you go all the way into psychology that has these findings about us mistrusting others more than ourselves. So we think, we would do a lot of change, we would really dare to do something different, but I don't think the others would come along. And then you have that in social sciences that are showing us that we are anticipating this and fueling it when you listen to the media discourse in a way that die Leute in German, so the people, don't want this, don't want that. And we have a strong impetus towards negative headlines as well, and really blowing up the negative reports. But all the things where people are doing things differently, where they are helping others out, are not attractive enough to make the news. And so this is why we're perpetuating a feedback loop of under-believing what we might be able to do. And this is why I think changing language and changing the reference framework and pushing back on the notions of making the new justify itself under the benchmarks of the old is super important. So what do we mean when we talk about wealth? What do we mean when we talk about progress? What do we mean when we talk about the purpose of money? What do we mean when we talk about markets can do this faster? Do we have structures in place that will allow for market functioning to actually happen? No, we usually don't. And this is why we have to push back on a lot of terminology that is still holding on to something that structurally has changed. And to make sure that we're innovating the way that we're talking and innovating the way that we've organized structures in the way that we can get towards the promises that we've built into that. So why is wealth as accumulating ever more stuff something that is still important in countries like ours that are drowning in waste and drowning in too much in their garages? It was super important after the Second World War to say everybody should have enough. Now this provisioning should go in places where people still don't have enough. Why are we so stuck in this old way of talking about things? And then it is, when we talk about where are we in the transformation, I'd like to tie it to that. We're in a moment that we call it a social tipping point, because we see a lot of uncertainty, a lot of worry about where is it going, and a lot of polarizing forces. And we see that some are outspoken on the one side that are trying to see the new, and some are really protecting the old. And the problem is that we are looking at the world, the narratives and worldviews, protecting the old, because it's the normal way of looking at things. So we all have to make an effort to describe the new and push back on why should the old not justify itself as much as the new. And then there's a whole big block in the middle. They're waiting to see which way is it going to tip, because I want to be part of where it's tipping. And this is the responsibility that we all have right now in every single context, to speak up to the things that we would like to see in the world. And it is a bit of risk-taking because it's a heated conversation. But if there's anything right now that we need, is for people to speak up for the things they would like in the future and not be pushed down by the ones that are getting more and more aggressive out of the fear of losing what they've been accustomed to. So it's a very social dynamic that we're looking at right now if we want to change the structures that humans have built.
And on this, your applause, yeah. To pick up on this point of the social dynamic also, I mean, we are in that process. I'm not sure how you all perceive it, multiple transformations going on. Maja just mentioned uncertainty. So how much transformation can also a society actually handle? Do you sometimes feel overwhelmed as an individual in that transformation? That would be a question for all of us. And what do we also do then on the individual level to deal with these transformations? Stefan, that was also a topic very important for you, I know.
Yeah, sorry, can you hear me? Okay, so when I try to describe it in my words from a more therapeutical point of view, I would say the target is that we dissociate from the problems and associate with the target solutions. And then the question is how we come into this new phase. And and I think we all try out. So there is no the one holy grail, and we try to find it. So we have to find out. At Veleda last year, for example, we started a living soil camp where we invited 6 startups from the soil and agricultural area. And we said, okay, what do startups need? Normally they get investment consulting, management consulting, and all this stuff. And we said, no, we want to invite them to grow as a team and to grow as an individual. And we invited them for a U process of Otto Scharmer and a hero journey for 1 week with the idea behind that if they are in a better inner state as an individual and as a group, then the probability of success in the outer impact area will increase. So all this what we see about inner development goals movement or pocket project movement and how you call all these different worldwide movements, all this trauma theory movement. I think this is a good start to understand where am I, what are my inner triggers, how am I triggered by this problem trance, and how can I shift away? And there are more and more solutions. And I think even here in Europe, we are in a very comfortable situation that we can invest resources in this. And I think it's a starting point before we can change the outer world. Otherwise, we are so exhausted somehow. And we have to build up own resources to to maybe fun or joy is the KPI for this, because if we are in a fun and joy mode, we own all our resources we have, we own all our creativity, and we need this. And if we go in this problem trance, it's boring. So we are not the last generation. Yeah, there are many generations coming beyond us.
Aaron, is that also your approach, how to stay resilient with all these crises going on?
Absolutely. I think what Stefan says makes a lot of sense and is also something I deploy. I see people around me are deploying to stay resilient, which is we have to make this fun. We have to make this this is the exciting space. We are sitting on this rug here where we are building the future economy. There are people sitting on the other rug trying to hold on to the old economy, trying to make it work within, but this is the space where we are building something new. This is the space of joy, the space of excitement, of innovation, of design. We are designing the future together. So we have to be really embracing this mode of working. At the same time, I think the way I pursue this is also to think, well, if we are going to survive and thrive as a species on this planet, and we have two sides of us, we have a competitive side, but we also have a mutualistic, cooperative, generous side as well. We built an economy that is around the competitive greed side of human nature, but not based on the mutual cooperative side. And things are going to shift. We are going to have to shift this. It's the only way we're going to solve these problems. And the world's going to come along, and we're just at the front end of this. Together, we're starting to step forward into a new economy, a new vision. But the system is going to catch up. It has to catch up. Otherwise, the alternative is too scary to think about. So to believe that people are going to follow, the system's going to follow, we just need to move forward with conviction and with self-care and with a sense of joy and excitement about the companies we're designing, the financial instruments we're designing, the kind of innovations and business models we're designing, and the economic ideas and narratives that we're putting into place through our work.
So maybe also here, just to conclude, Maja and Ingo, that's also something I want to hear from you. What are your approaches, maybe also tips? Do you share the same as Aaron and Stefan on how to stay resilient in all these big transformations? Ingo, what's your take?
Well, first I would like to relate on what Maja said. Communication matters. We need to explain to those disbelievers, to those people out there who do not know, who are not aware of the things that are going on. We need to explain in a polite and appealing way that there is a positive future for all of us. And what you could do individually is to pioneer, to go out, and it needs people like you to communicate all that change positively. And being in a room like this and seeing so much excitement regarding impact and impact investment, this is something that gives me power and energy.
And then maybe we come back also to the bubble. One thing I thought about, because also in the morning we heard about the different bubbles. My first thought was, how do we also bring that out, right? Impact Festival, great community, great people, the energy is here. How do we get that into Offenbach, into Frankfurt, into Munich, wherever, all over Germany? That's probably something we still have to work on as like an impact sphere. But maybe, Maja, over to you. So the communication part's super important. How do you stay resilient in these moments of time?
Well, I think reading about what makes people happy and well-being studies is a huge alleviation, because in times of everybody making sure you're really making clear how you're so distinct from everybody else, not everybody's crazy. When you look at the essence, humans are quite similar in what they really need and wish for. And that's usually something that has a lot to do with security, with social relationships, and being friendly with each other, and being recognized as a participant, as a partaker in where we're at. And so we're not so freakish, not so distinct from every other when it comes down to the essence of existence and what we wish for. And from that moment to say, what makes us special? And this upset of the human self-image, what is the view of human potential that we hold? And it is the old narratives on what is scarce. And I think one thing that we've really not helpfully accepted in the prime narratives of the last 40 years is scarcity in goodness and willingness to cooperate and willingness to look out for the others, because we've been more and more embedded in this story of me, myself, and I, and the rest is not to be trusted. And it feeds on deeper fears, and we can push it back, and we can every single day be proof on living proof of there is another option. It doesn't mean completely naively and enlightened, smiley walking through the day, but to say, hey, every no has an end. No, I don't want to go there, and there is another way we could go jointly if you'd like to. So really have the imagination of there is something more accommodating of our human needs at the basics that can be that well-being economy in the future. And then step by step every single day to just say, let's stop that and let's move a bit more in direction. In complexity terms, you would say the adjacent possible. So have a radically different vision, and every single day see where is the next step that now in this context can help us move in that direction, because then we all trust each other more and can start from a different baseline the next day. So it's radical incrementalism, and then always in this full-on belief that humanity is much more than an old story of egotistical homo economicus.
So we've come a long way from talking about shifting paradigms, how do we make that transformation happen, really from that big picture view of how do we redesign our economic models, maybe the financial world, what holds us back, all the way now to the personal level, how do we handle these transformations. And you just gave me food for thought. This could be another topic for the next year's Impact Festival, that we really focus on the well-being and the human potential in the impact world. I think that would be a nice topic. That's something we all have to work on and can consistently work on. With this, I would say thank you very much to my panel. Thank you very much, Stefan, Ingo, Erinch, and Maja. Big applause for sharing the insights and being with us here today.
Thank you.
And the two of you then hopefully next year in person. So thank you very much. One thing that we've been talking about we see him. That's a good thing. Good evening. Hello. Hi, Tim. Warm welcome to the Impact Festival. Greetings to Australia. Almost.
So good. So good to be here. Thank you so much. Great to be a part of the Impact Festival all the way from Australia, the south of Australia, on beautiful Wathaurong country. And the traditional owners of the land. It is awesome to be here. So thank you so much.
Great to have you with us. So if you're all set, the stage is yours. Looking forward to your impulse on the work on the Kadner Foundation. Over to you.
Thank you so much. I am. Like I said, I'm excited to be here and share the story of the Kadner Foundation. We are at Kadner a clothing retailer, but the foundation really does things a little bit differently. I'd like to share really, I guess, a long story short, but back in 2007, when I started with Kadner Foundation, we took a pretty incredible journey to Uganda, of all places, about 13,000 kilometers away from Australia, and it was a long flight back then. It was a long journey for us, about 45 hours in transit. I remember jumping on a plane from Melbourne through to Dubai. We stopped off in Ethiopia, stopped in Kenya, and then eventually got to Uganda. But I got picked up in this amazing little pickup truck, jumped in the front, threw my rucksack in the back, and I literally had to use some rope to close the door shut, and off we went on an 8-hour drive along sort of pothole roads for what felt like an eternity towards the Tanzania border. And we got there late at night. And I remember, this is before the days of iPhone, I had a Nokia in my hand, had the light out and just tried to find a bed. I remember feeling a bed. There was no electricity in this village, so it was pitch black. And I was exhausted. I fell asleep. And the next morning I was woken up by the parish priest in this village, called Manya Village. And it was raining. It was absolutely pouring. It's tropical in Uganda, as some of you might know. And when it rains, it absolutely pours. And I had my hoodie on. I walked down past the village on the left of me, and it was like a ghost town. There wasn't anyone outside of their houses or the shops. And I kept walking past, and I came to a small brick hut, and I peered in. And to the right of me, as my eyes kind of adjusted to the light, it's quite dark. To the right of me was about 30 young children huddled up on the ground. And to the left of me was this beautiful Ugandan woman who I later found out was a mother from the community, and she was the teacher, and this was the school. And so I stood there for a moment, and as the rain was pouring in on the tin roof, there were holes in it. So the floor was dirt. It was turning to mud. These kids, most of them didn't have shirts on. None of them had shoes on. Their pages were wet. Their pencils were broken. And I just sat amongst them for half a day and saw how they listened to every single word that amazing teacher was saying. They went through maths and English and history. I actually learned a bit myself. And later that day, we walked down the road. The rain had stopped, thankfully. We walked down the road about 3 kilometers to this little boy's house, whose name was Paul, and he was about 11 years old. And he showed me through his mud brick hut, and it was just immaculate. It was beautiful. He was so proud of it. He showed me his thatched mat on the ground where he went to sleep at night. We went outside and we had a look at his rabbit hutch that he had just built, 3 little rabbits in there that he was so proud of. And I remember being on my knees and saying, "Thank you so much, Paul. Can you say thank you to your mother and father?" And I remember him saying that he'd never met his father. And his mother had passed away from HIV/AIDS 12 months beforehand. And as he said that, these beautiful voices came in from the banana plantation behind him. And it was a little boy and a little girl. They were 5 and 6 years old. And it was Paul's little brother and sister. So he was this young man, 11 years old, who had to fend for himself, find food and water for his little brother and sister, had the courage to walk down 3 kilometers in the rain and sit in a school that's falling down around him. And that was education for young people in Uganda. And we later found out that, the population back then was 48% aged between 0 and 16. So really half a country of kids. And what we did was really just talk to everyone. We talked to all members of the community, from the priests to teachers to mums to dads to students, and understanding what could we possibly do as a retailer? What could we possibly do to help this local community? And they were very clear. They said, we need education. We need a better school for our children. We need clean water, and we need medical support. And that's what we did. We built a brand new school. We dug a borehole for clean water. We planted crops for food security. And then we renovated the healthcare centre for the 2 nurses that were working out there and doing an incredible job. And we raised about $140,000 Aussie dollars that year, and it went very quick. But we came back and we told the story. And I think that's where the Cotton On Foundation was born, and really our model. It's all about, for us, engaging our youth customer and really our young staff base as well. Our team members, 20,000 people across the globe, their average age is 24 years old. Our customers' average age is 22 years old. So really, the cool thing about this model is that it's youth funded, and we see youth impact as well. So it starts with amazing products, sustainably designed and delivered into our stores globally, where our customers and our teams can take action. And from there, we guarantee that 100% goes back to the Cotton On Foundation to make an impact. And importantly, we share the proof, we share the stories, and share the impact that's being made through video and imagery, and take our customers and our team on the journey, because that's what we're all about. It's that transparency and that opportunity to really make an impact. It was probably 3 or 4 years ago that we actually asked all of our VIP customers at Cotton On a really important question. It was actually a survey that went for about 15 minutes. And we had over 20,000 respondents, which is awesome. We got some amazing data. And one of the critical questions in there was, where do you want to see the money go? What is the impact that you want to see? And I think because I knew who we were at Cotton On Foundation, holistic education came in at number 1. And it was very clear 2 and 3 across the globe in different countries. It shifted position a little bit, but it was very clear it was environment and mental health. And that's where we really formed our next vision of the Cotton On Foundation, which was to deliver or view a world where every young person can thrive under those 3 pillars. And the kind of the cool thing behind that is that really catapulted our ability to fundraise. And through that time, we've been able to raise over $170 million since 2007. So over 100 million euro. And I think the cool thing behind that is it is all customer led. It is led by young people because they're so passionate about the causes and the partnerships we bring to them as well. But for us, I'm here to really talk about education today, because I think one of the most incredible stats that we see, the most damning stat, and I really want to focus on girls because there is a clear alignment back to the climate and the effects that it can have. But today, it's staggering to even think if this number even exists, but 129 million girls are out of school today. That's really made up of 32 million girls in primary school and 97 million that do not finish secondary school. They actually drop out in the early grades. So whilst we've had the development goals for so long now, by 2030, we are making inroads, but through the pandemic, we saw a huge struggle with getting kids back into school. And it's believed by 2030, we'll still see 84 million children out of school. And I'll explain in a minute why that's really important in terms of climate change. But the other staggering one is 300 million students. So we talk about quality. 300 million students won't have the basic numeracy and literacy skills they need to succeed in life, that they need to take pathways, that they need to get jobs and understand how they can change and affect their community. There's also a really strong economic argument in favour of education. We know that for each year that a girl stays in school across her lifetime, her income goes up by 10 to 20% every primary school year she completes. And that increases to 25% every year for secondary school. So not only is that important, but really the fact that they're staying in school and they're avoiding things like early marriage, early pregnancy, and higher population growth that leads to circumstances of young women not being in school. So quite clearly, there's an alignment of slowing population growth by keeping women, particularly young girls, in school. And we actually just saw an amazing stat, which I read. I don't know if you guys have seen it before, but a great book called Drawdown by Paul Hawkins. They say if we reach 100% enrollment of all children in school, 100%, it would reduce the world's population in 2050 by 843 million. Just staggering. So I know that's a tough goal to reach, 100%, and it's a huge number, 843 million, but there is a correlation between keeping kids in school, particularly girls, and population growth. And obviously through that, the impacts on climate and all of the things that we've probably been talking about at the Impact Festival, with higher population and growth and more children and less education of the population, particularly in low-income earning countries. That impact is negatively reflected on the environment around us. So for us, investing in education is so critical. We look at really 3 areas for us. Number 1 is don't forget the basics. This was picked up by the UN. I remember being at the General Assembly pre-COVID, where UNICEF were really talking about the importance of quality in education. It's really been a focus for us. I think across the globe, there's about a quarter of the schools, this is globally, that don't have access to the basic necessities. That means no electricity, no running water, no access to food and nutritious food, which is really important. That's the first thing we address in our schools. You'll see a school in the background here that we support. That's Kelly Menvu in Uganda, another beautiful community. But our schools, as soon as a young person walks in the door, they're greeted by a teacher that has their best interests in hand. They feel like they're nurtured, they feel supported in their school, they feel safe, importantly, but they have access to 2 meals, nutritious meals every day. They have electricity, they have running water, and it's a safe haven in what is sometimes a pretty treacherous landscape for a young person in some of these communities. So that's the first thing, really focusing on the basics and don't lose track of that, because sometimes we do. And that's really sometimes the most important thing for a young person, to have stability in their life. Number 2 is remove those barriers through healthcare and community partnerships, and particularly for young women. We talk about healthcare and access to sanitary pads as being so critical for young women to stay in school. Periods keep young girls out of school too much. If they miss too much school, they then drop out of school. So we have a huge program which distributes pads, sanitary pads, to young girls to help them with their menstrual cycle. Importantly, we've actually put in place 3 different health centres. I'll talk about Uganda, across Uganda, that's not only supporting that student population, but also thousands of community members, really addressing critical things like HIV prevention, access to mosquito nets, malaria medication, again, things that keep kids and young women out of school as well. And then really, finally, is making sure that kids can even get to school. So having schools situated close to where they're living is such an important piece of our program as well. And then really, finally, for us, is the third part of all of this. It's quality. And I mentioned that before. We really focus on 3 areas within quality, and that's number 1, social and emotional learning. So the teacher really understanding, what is this young person going through? What do they need from a mental health perspective? How are they coping in the classroom? What are they having to deal with at home? And how do we structure learning around that young person, which is so important in all of the schools that we work in. That also leads into 21st century learning design. We want to do away with rote learning. We're trying to create the leaders of tomorrow. So how do they navigate complex problems? How do they collaborate? How do they talk amongst themselves and get more diverse with their thinking? Both of those areas really rely on us training teachers and them being a part of this program and buying into the program. So teacher training is so critical of those first 2 areas. Then finally, leadership. So how do we get great leaders supported in each of these schools, but also a community that wrap around the schools, particularly school committees? How do we support them to be great leaders of what is such a critical part of the future of their communities? So that's really the 3 areas for us and our focus areas. And I go back to really talking about and thinking about a pretty amazing young man in Paul, which I mentioned at the start. Paul has now gone through primary school. He's gone through secondary school. He got a scholarship to university, and today is a practicing accountant in Kampala. He's an incredible shining light, but his little brother and sister, his sister's at university, his brother's now a full-time tailor. So that the pathways can change very quickly. But I want to share, that's a success story, but we're now seeing that with thousands of young people right across the communities we work in. And there is just an amazing young woman called Patricia. Got a very short video of her and her journey that I hope you'll enjoy.
Maja Patricia. I'm studying. I'm offering a national certificate in plumbing. These people who gives us jobs, they sometimes underestimate us ladies and then think we can't do the job. If someone asks me, Trisha, which course are you offering? I say plumbing. Plumbing? You? No. And I'm like, what? Why? Like, that course, you can't do it. You see. You're just big, but you're not strong, you're weak. And I'm like, I can do it because I love it. Other people wanted me to do other courses for girls like fashion and design, cosmetology, but me as a person, I loved it. I love doing something different. I used to have my studies from this class. I have a lot. I remember from this place because I used to sit here actually. I used to sit here, have my lessons. My parents, all the parents in Uganda, they just give birth. Not planning. If COF wasn't giving me my tuition, I couldn't be studying right now. COF started helping me from my primary 3. They also helped me in my O-level journey. And then now they're still helping me in my course that I'm offering right now. Men underestimate girls. Actually, when I went for my internship, first year, I would say, girls, you not climb there. Don't go there. I was like, why? I'm a girl, and actually, I would love to go there. I'd love to put up that fitting right there. But you're a girl, your hands, no. I wanted to do what men could do, what they think a woman cannot do. So I wanted to prove them wrong, that girls can even do better than them. You don't have good grades when you're studying something just because you want to impress your parents. In the end, you're the one to face the world, not your parents. When I'm done, my father will be maybe proud. When he sees me, maybe he'll say, this girl, she's kind of special. I would love to also help other people. They need to feel loved. They are worthy, I would love to be an inspiration. I want people to be proud of me, to see me as a big person. Came from nowhere, but from nowhere, someone.
Patricia, what an incredible inspiration. I spoke to her a couple of months ago, and one of the most amazing things about Patricia is she's so passionate about talking to so many more young people about her journey and how particularly young girls can join her on that pathway as well. We're now seeing so many thousands, in fact, of young people that are following similar pathways to what Patricia is. So it's uplifting to see, but we have got a global challenge ahead of us. We know keeping girls in school in particular will have an impact, not only on our community, but on our climate as well. So we will continue to stay the course. We're committed to inspiring and connecting with our customer because we are a force for a better tomorrow. So thank you so much. And I appreciate the time that you've given me at the Impact Festival. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tim, for sharing all the tremendous work that you're doing all around the world. I must say, I would fail in that plumbing class, so huge respect for the work that you're doing. And what I liked a lot was also the focus on mental health, because that linked back to the previous panel. How do we actually stay resilient in all these transformations that are going on? So how do we stay resilient? Now, lunch break, right? Time to digest all the food for thought. We'll have good food. Speaking about that, it's all vegan. It's not just vegan, but also zero waste. So we'll have reusable cutlery and everything. Super important. Water, that's important for your health as well, right? There is water stations over there and one over there where you can fill your own bottles or have a reusable cup. Thumbs up for this. And the last one I need for mental health is coffee. You might have seen the coffee station all over, opposite of the entrance area. And then we're almost there.
Yes, almost. We still have a job wall, so in case you look for a job where you really can take impact, then straight down the hall on the right side, there's a job wall and you can just look around and find jobs. Then we also have the impact art that will start at around 1 p.m. So your way to just get creative and get going and just do some little art starting at 1.
we'll go there and do a little bit of drawing in the meanwhile. Just a little spoiler for tonight, at 6 p.m. Impact Awards. That's always a highlight where we'll do a celebration of impactful startups. And after that, also what is important for mental health, a little bit of party. So we'll have a party here around about 7:30, right here at the stage. With this, enjoy your well-deserved lunch break. See you back here at 1 p.m. on the Impact stage. Thank you very much.
See you. Welcome back, everyone.
Hello, welcome back here on the Impact stage. Right after lunch, I think we had a great kickoff this morning where we were talking about how do we make that paradigm shift happen and what hinders us. Right now, we talked about the innovation area, so time for our first innovation area where we dive into services, people, and organization. So, Tarek, what do we expect?
A lot of great things, I would say. I mean, we will have a panel later on, but we'll start out with 2 keynotes, really talking about people, services, and organizations, as the title says. But I won't spoil. But how about I tell you guys that the first 2 keynotes are in German, so in case you don't understand any German, here's again the little info that we have translation via Interprefy, so you can simply download the app or scan the QR code back behind there, then get some headphones and follow us. But it doesn't seem that any one of you gets up, so you seem to understand German. Das ist perfekt, denn wir gehen direkt über zur nächsten Speakerin. Sie ist preisgekrönte Agrarökonomin. Sie hat jede Menge Erfahrung, wenn es ums nachhaltige Wirtschaften geht. Sie hat dieses Jahr das Bundesverdienstkreuz bekommen, genau dafür, für ihr Engagement im nachhaltigen Wirtschaften, und sie ist Geschäftsführerin des Bundesverbands für nachhaltige Wirtschaft. Also nachhaltige Wirtschaft scheint ihr Thema zu sein. Ich freue mich, dass sie heute hier ist. Ein Applaus bitte für Dr. Katharina Reuter.
Hallo.
Ja, hallo. Ich freue mich, hier sein zu können und hatte schon den Eindruck, es ist definitiv auch so ein bisschen wie Familientreffen, weil als ich versucht habe, von da hinten hier zur Bühne zu kommen, bin ich irgendwie eigentlich nie weiter als 1 Meter gekommen, und ein anderes, innovatives, progressives Startup und Unternehmen hat mich angesprochen. Das ist für mich so ein bisschen ein gutes Zeichen, dass wir einfach immer mehr werden, dass unsere Bewegung wächst, und der Bundesverband Nachhaltige Wirtschaft steht tatsächlich seit 31 Jahren für das Thema. Da sagen dann eben auch, ne, so manche, die das irgendwie gerade jetzt für sich entdecken, oh wow, das ist wirklich was, wo ihr ja jahrzehntelange Expertise und Erfahrung mitbringt. Und neben diesem, ne, dass natürlich bei uns ganz viel in diesem starken Netzwerk passiert und wir auch operative Bildungs- oder Klimaschutzprojekte haben, macht tatsächlich dieser Part Politik einen wichtigen Teil unserer Arbeit aus. Weil es heißt ja immer so schön, die Wirtschaft will keinen Klimaschutz. Die Wirtschaft ist total gestresst von jetzt irgendwie beispielsweise zusätzlichen Reportingpflichten, die auf sie zukommen, wenn es auch mal darum geht, jetzt die Nachhaltigkeitsleistung zu reporten. Und das Spannende ist, die Wirtschaft ist ja so viel breiter. Und genau dafür stehen wir eben auch und geben den Unternehmen eine Stimme, die sich dann auch eben vielleicht nicht daily die Zeit haben, sich einzumischen, aber sagen, ey, in der Politik muss auch ankommen, dass es eine ganz, ganz große wachsende Bewegung gibt von Unternehmen, die sagen, ja, wir zeigen doch schon, dass es geht, also geht ihr bitte auch mit Gesetzgebung und Ordnungsrecht und eben den Rahmenbedingungen und Leitplanken voran, nicht für uns als einzelnes Unternehmen, nicht, dass es mir als Startup besser geht, aber dass eben der Umweltschutz und der Klimaschutz und die sozialen Themen bei dieser Sache gewinnen. Ich freue mich mega, dass ich heute über CPR reden darf. Und viele kennen den Begriff CSR, aber Corporate Political Responsibility ist an der Stelle, wie ich finde, zu Unrecht noch viel zu wenig im Fokus. Angefangen damit mich auseinanderzusetzen, also Politik zieht sich definitiv auch wie so ein grüner Faden durch mein Leben, durch meine Biografie. Ich habe schon mit 18 angefangen, aktiv Kommunalpolitik zu machen, aber eben mit dass es dafür eben auch ein Wort gibt und was eigentlich dann auch die Aktiven aus dieser progressiven Wirtschaftsszene darunter verstehen, das hat eben ungefähr so vor 4-5 Jahren angefangen, dass ich mich damit intensiver beschäftigt habe. Und Unternehmen geraten heute, hier steht jetzt, also Edelmann Trust Barometer sagt, sie stehen unter Druck, sich zu verhalten zu eben gesellschaftspolitischen Fragen. Ich würde es eben eigentlich als Chance sehen. Und wir haben gerade eben in den USA unter Trump eine wachsende Bewegung und sozusagen Wunsch danach gesehen, als man den Eindruck hat, okay, Politik kann hier gerade nicht so viel reißen, dass eben die Unternehmerinnen und Unternehmer aus der Wirtschaft dann auch diese Rolle ausfüllen und da eben in die gesellschaftliche und politische Verantwortung gehen. Und eben 3/4 der Deutschen erwarten, dass sich CEOs eben auch äußern und Stellung beziehen und damit ja auch ihr Gewicht das, was eben natürlich auch völlig zu Recht, ne, den Unternehmen in Deutschland auch zugesprochen wird, die für Arbeitsplätze sorgen und so weiter, dass die ihr Gewicht eben auch nutzen. Und das ist jetzt zwar ein Artikel aus dem Jahr 2018, aber er könnte aktueller nicht sein, weil ihr habt es vielleicht auch auf LinkedIn mitbekommen, Uwe Schneidewind hatte diesen Post von Antje von Dewitz oder beziehungsweise ihre Kolumne aus dem Manager-Magazin geteilt, wo sie gesagt hat, ey, ihr Dauernörgler, ne? Unternehmenslenkerinnen und Unternehmenslenker, die ihr uns hier ständig glauben macht, morgen fährt hier irgendwie alles vor die Wand und wo ist denn eigentlich auch euer Gestaltungswille und welchen Anteil habt ihr eben eigentlich auch an einem Erstarken beispielsweise der AfD? Und die Diskussion unter diesem Post von Uwe Schneidewind ist super spannend zu verfolgen. Der Johannes Bohnen hat das zum Thema Corporate Political Responsibility mal definiert als was, dass es ein Oberbegriff von Unternehmensverantwortung ist. Deswegen würde ich auch sagen, meine These ist, ne, dieses ganze Thema CSR braucht wie einen Upgrade eben hin zu CPR, Corporate Political Responsibility. Und hier sind schon ein paar Themen angesprochen, die an der Stelle dann eben auch darauf warten, dass sich Unternehmerinnen und Unternehmer dazu verhalten. Das sind Demokratiethemen, das ist sowas wie Rechtsstaatlichkeit, das ist aber auch sowas, hören wir eigentlich mal auf, immer nur über Europa zu schimpfen. Und an der Stelle natürlich eben auch, wie verhalten wir uns eigentlich mit diesem Thema Ordnungspolitik und Gesetzgebung, verpflichtende Leitplanken für alle. Weil wenn man sich das einmal vor Augen führt, dieses Dogma, lass mal die Wirtschaft machen, wir machen das schon freiwillig. Das predigen große klassische Industrieverbände ja seit Jahrzehnten. Und wohin sind wir damit gekommen? Da sind wir eben, ne, es hat bei der Reduktion der CO2-Emissionen nicht funktioniert. Dann diese Umfrage der Bundesregierung hat bewiesen, dass es eben beim Thema Menschenrechte in der Lieferkette nicht funktioniert hat. Und an der Stelle ist es dann eben so, dass man sagen muss, wow, es ist super, wenn so viele intrinsisch motiviert vorangehen. Ich meine, da ist auch hier einfach, der Saal ist voll davon und die Stände sind voll davon, von denen, die eben sagen, ja, wir gehen schon mal voran, bloß damit eben alle mitmachen können, brauchen wir dann eben auch die Rahmenbedingungen für alle. Ich habe hier eben jetzt nochmal aktuelle Beispiele eben auch mitgebracht zu diesem Thema, wie wenn es eben auch dann darum geht, dass eben höhere Steuern jetzt nicht nur irgendeine NGO einfordert, die sich vielleicht für soziale Gerechtigkeit einsetzt, sondern dass auch so jemand wie der CEO von der Allianz sich hinstellt in der Zeitung, ne, quasi dazu Stellung nimmt, warum das eben gesellschaftspolitisch wichtig ist, dass an der Stelle eben auch höhere Steuern gezahlt werden, damit das große Ganze funktioniert. Und ich weiß nicht, ob ihr es mitbekommen habt, aber als damals diese rechtsextremen Aufmärsche in Chemnitz waren, haben weltweit die begeisterten Kunden der Nomos-Uhren haben in Glashütte angerufen und haben gesagt, wie könnt ihr uns eigentlich sicherstellen, dass meine Uhr nicht von einem Nazi zusammengeschraubt wurde. Also zusammengeschraubt, das ist, klingt jetzt für das, was das sozusagen ich bin totaler Fan von diesem alten Handwerk. Und die haben ganz, ganz massiv eben angefangen, zu diesem Thema zu arbeiten. Die haben große Plakate aus ihrer Firmenzentrale eben gehängt. Wo drauf steht, ja, Vielfalt, das ist für uns was Wichtiges, das ist ein positiver Wert. Die haben angefangen, mit ihren Mitarbeitenden und Mitarbeitenden dazu zu arbeiten. Die haben in Sachsen Demokratie- und Antirassismus-Initiativen unterstützt und es hat wahnsinnig viel eben in Gang gesetzt. Und die Geschäftsführerin und Miteigentümerin sagt eben auch, und appelliert eben eigentlich auch an alle anderen Unternehmerinnen und Unternehmer, da eben Haltung zu diesem Thema zu beziehen. Und sie sagt, man muss noch nicht mal damit argumentieren, dass es sich ökonomisch rechnet, aber da kriegt ihr schon so ein Gefühl, dass man natürlich das eben auch am Ende in der ökonomischen Situation eben ablesen kann, weil wenn Nomos beispielsweise weltweit Kunden verliert, weil sie keine passende Antwort darauf haben, ne? Weil die Bilder sich eben überlagern und du den Unternehmensstandort siehst und die Meldungen aus der Presse mit dieser Hetzjagd daneben legst, dann ist das natürlich auch eine ökonomische Frage. Jetzt ein Beispiel aus dem Bereich Klimaschutz. Auch da haben wir natürlich, es gibt so viele tolle NGOs, die zu diesem Thema arbeiten und trotzdem kommt in der Politik und auch eben bei anderen Wirtschaftslenkerinnen und Lenkern so eine Stimme dann eben aus der eigenen Bubble ein Stück weit stärker an und ich hoffe einfach, dass sich auch noch viel mehr zu Herzen genommen wird. Weil der Chef der AXA sagt klipp und klar, eine 3,5 Grad Welt ist nicht mehr versicherbar. Und da steht jetzt nicht, oh, wir müssen uns mal irgendwie um diesen niedlichen Planeten kümmern und wir müssen jetzt mal sondern da steht, das ist nicht mehr versicherbar. Unser Geschäftsmodell fliegt auseinander. Wir können eben übrigens dann auch Projekten, wo wir die Klimarisiken nicht vernünftig abgebildet sehen, keine Versicherung mehr gewähren und. Die Herausforderungen sind definitiv, und ich glaube, das kann man sich am Beispiel Nomos ganz gut vorstellen, einfach weil sie natürlich in einer Region sitzen, wo auch heute immer noch der Anteil der AfD-Wählerinnen und Wähler beispielsweise ja sehr hoch ist und eben rechtsextreme Tendenzen eben einfach kein Einzelfenomen sind. Das heißt, wie gehe ich eigentlich auf meine Kunden, Lieferanten, Geschäftspartnerinnen an der Stelle auch zu? Ne? Dass irgendwie der Kunde aus USA kritisch nachfragt, wie ist denn das mit meiner Uhr, unter welchen Bedingungen habt ihr sozusagen da eben auch dran gearbeitet? Das ist das eine, aber das andere ist tatsächlich eben auch die Belegschaft mitzunehmen, da sensibel eben zu sein und eben natürlich, wenn man Lieferanten aus der Region hat, das genauso proaktiv anzusprechen, um mit denen aufzugreifen. Und ein To-Do, wenn man eben an der Stelle sagt, okay, da müssten wir vielleicht auch wirklich bei uns eben selbst im Unternehmen noch mal mehr machen, ist auf jeden Fall, dass man beispielsweise auch in die eigenen Guidelines, diesen Vielfalt-Grundsatz, dieses Anerkennen, ich glaube, Diversity ist sowieso in ganz, ganz vielen Themen heute immer noch ein Unternehmen, immer noch ein Thema und da würde ich beispielsweise auch unsere Geschäftsstelle gar nicht ausnehmen, aber dass man das in den Grundsätzen eben festlegt, was einem wichtig ist, wie man da eben auch zusammen agieren möchte und dann auch Platz lässt für Bottom-up-Initiativen. Weil das ist dann eben was, wo es sich wirklich im Unternehmen verankern kann, wenn es quasi sowohl von oben durch Richtlinien und Guidelines kommt, aber eben auch von den Bottom-up-Initiativen mitgetragen wird. Und da gibt es eine schöne Analogie zu dieser strategischen Verankerung von Nachhaltigkeit in den Unternehmen. Da funktioniert das eben ganz genauso. Es ist alles nichts, ohne das Commitment eben auch von der Geschäftsleitungsebene. Und trotzdem muss man die Augen aufmachen und gucken, was das für ein Schatz ist, was man in seiner Belegschaft eben hat und an Ideen zu diesem Thema. Es gab mal eine Untersuchung, die sich mit diesem Thema CEO-Positionierung beschäftigt hat und die dann auch ganz schnell eben dahin gekommen ist, zu sagen, dann gucken wir uns doch mal an, mischen sich diese Unternehmerinnen und Unternehmer eigentlich auch in politische Fragen ein? Und Antje von Dewitz, die sich bei unserem Bundesverband Nachhaltige Wirtschaft ja auch im Vorstand engagiert, ist eben ein Beweis dafür, dass es funktioniert, klar Stellung zu beziehen. Wir haben beispielsweise, als es darum ging, Geflüchtete schneller dann eben, auch wenn sie einen Arbeitsvertrag bei ihnen haben, eben vor der Abschiebung beispielsweise zu bewahren, extremes Engagement gezeigt. Und sie sind eben auch trotz und dennoch und mit diesem ganzen Engagement wirtschaftlich erfolgreich. Und dass es sozusagen auch noch zu einer gelungenen CEO-Positionierung beiträgt, ist sicherlich an der Stelle dann vielleicht so nochmal das i-Tüpfelchen. Und was die Untersuchung aber eben auch gezeigt hat, dass es Unternehmen gibt, denen das gelingt, diese Haltung auch wirklich zum Markenzeichen zu machen. Und wenn Caro gleich nach mir spricht, ist das eben auch natürlich ein super Beispiel mit Viva Con Agua. Das ist ganz genauso, dass das eben auch euer Markenzeichen ist, dass ihr nicht wegschaut, sondern hinschaut und die Dinge beim Namen nennt. Ich habe jetzt gar nicht mehr so viel Zeit. Hier oben läuft so eine Uhr. Deswegen würde ich jetzt über ein paar Folien ein bisschen schneller hinweggehen. Ich habe in dieser ganzen Geschichte, wie kommuniziert man dann eigentlich eben auch über Themen, definitiv nochmal, weil ich das auch so oft gefragt werde, und wann ist es Greenwashing, wann ist es Bluewashing, wie kann ich mich da eigentlich positionieren? Und die aktuelle Kampagne von McDonald's mit diesem, unsere Einwegverpackung ist beautiful, weil wir daraus auch nochmal irgendwie Bücher machen, ist zwar noch nicht abgemahnt, es gibt Beispiele, so wie das von der Lufthansa, was tatsächlich eben dann auch schon zu Klagen und Abmahnungen geführt hat. Aber es ist eben definitiv so, Professor Jansen bezeichnet es als Authentizitätslücke. Und das würde ich doch McDonald's an der Stelle auch, also sozusagen eklatant attestieren. Ihr Lieben, ihr habt da eine Authentizitätslücke. Ihr könnt nicht sagen, euer Einwegprodukt ist beautiful, wenn doch aber sozusagen die ganze Gesellschaft darüber redet, dass wir Mehrweg, dass wir zirkuläre Lösungen, dass wir mehr Kreislaufwirtschaft und so weiter denken müssen. Dazu passt, dass von der europäischen Ebene die Green Claims Directive kommt und das ja auch ein Stück weit mehr einhegen wird. Bei uns im Verband beobachten wir auf jeden Fall auch die Bewegung, dass Firmen überlegen, ist klimaneutral überhaupt richtig, kann ich überhaupt neutral sein mit dem, was ich herstelle, habe ich nicht immer eben an der Stelle dann auch einen Fußabdruck, selbst wenn ich den Handabdruck dazu nehme. Und ich habe hier einfach eben nochmal schon mit Blick auf diese Green Claims Directive ein paar Do's und Don'ts mitgebracht. Auf jeden Fall eben immer transparent sein. Das ist an der Stelle, das gilt sowohl für politische Themen als auch für Nachhaltigkeitsthemen. Macht die Schritte transparent, behauptet nicht, dass man schon irgendwo angekommen ist, sondern zeigt eben diesen Weg auf. Und natürlich eben, ja, ist klar, pauschale Aussagen an der Stelle zu vermeiden. Und hier steht auch nochmal als wichtigstes das, was an der Stelle eben gilt, Transparenz, Transparenz, Transparenz. Und die anderen Punkte beziehen sich tatsächlich eben auf dieses, okay, und wenn ich das jetzt vernünftig machen will, mit der Verankerung von Nachhaltigkeit bei mir im Unternehmen und im Start-up, dann macht nicht diesen Anfangsfehler. Viele kommen auf mich zu und sagen, Katharina, wir beschäftigen uns jetzt auch mit Nachhaltigkeit. Ich habe eine halbe Stelle im Marketing. So. Das gehört ins Kerngeschäft, das gehört sozusagen nicht. Es gibt super, super tolle Menschen in den Marketingabteilungen und die können das auch super, super authentisch bestimmt eben dann mit begleiten, aber es gehört ganz zentral in die Geschäftsleitung. Und hier findet ihr nochmal einfach einen Blick, weil wenn man sich fragt, was machen wir eigentlich, wer ist so bei uns Mitglied? Baufritz kriegt dieses Jahr den Deutschen Umweltpreis, da freuen wir uns wahnsinnig mit Ihnen zusammen. Und wir machen natürlich auch Political Communication. Wir machen Lobby-in gut. Wir setzen uns genau dafür ein, dass eben die Themen der progressiven Wirtschaft dann auch da ankommen, wo sie eben auch wieder in den Leitplanken und Rahmenbedingungen münden sollen. Und das wäre mein Fazit. Beschäftigt euch mit diesem Upgrade hin zu Corporate Political Responsibility. Vielen Dank für die Aufmerksamkeit. Ich freue mich noch auf die Gespräche danach.
Vielen, vielen herzlichen Dank, liebe Katharina. Die Message ist klar, Unternehmen dürfen und müssen politisch werden. Eine Frage habe ich tatsächlich noch an dich. Ihr arbeitet parteiübergreifend, habe ich das richtig verstanden?
Ja, und das ist an der Stelle natürlich auch total wichtig, dass wir uns jetzt eben nicht auf eine einzige Partei beispielsweise, bei der es vielleicht besonders leicht wäre, unsere Themen zu platzieren, sondern das ist ja eben wirklich was über die Parteigrenzen hinweg ankommen muss, dass es schon so viele Startups, Unternehmerinnen und Unternehmer gibt, die mit anpacken wollen.
In diesem Sinne vielen, vielen lieben Dank und einen Applaus bitte für Katharina. Danke. Parteiübergreifend und mit einer ganz klaren Message ist das andere Unternehmen auch unterwegs. Jeder kennt sie, Viva Con Agua. Stimmt das? Hand hoch, wer Viva Con Agua? Ja, alle Hände gehen hoch. Ich freue mich sehr, Sie setzen sich für Wasserzugang für alle ein und noch so viel mehr. Wir sind heute hier und lernen über Purpose, denn dieses Unternehmen ist definitiv Purpose getrieben. Ich freue mich, dass sie heute hier ist, die geschäftsführende Vorständin von Viva Con Agua. Ein Applaus bitte für Carolin Stüdemann.
Zusammen. Ja, jetzt hört man nicht Hi zusammen. Ich freue mich total, hier zu sein, weil es auch besonders ist, mit so vielen Einzelpersonen von euch zu sprechen, die alle sich mit Purpose schon viel auseinandergesetzt haben, entweder auf individueller Ebene oder auch Purpose ganz klar in ihrem Unternehmen integriert haben. Und das finde ich immer irgendwie total spannend, im Gespräch zu sein und sich aber auch die Frage zu stellen, wann ist es wirklich Purpose? Und wie tief kann Purpose eigentlich greifen und wie bestimmt auch der Purpose Unternehmensentscheidungen mit? Als ich bei Viva Con Agua angefangen habe, heute habe ich tatsächlich 5-jähriges Jubiläum, 5 Jahre bin ich schon da. Oh wow, schon ein Applaus. Und ich war nach 6 Monaten schon also vor 4,5 Jahren, mit Viva Con Aqua auf einer Projektreise. Und wir waren in Mosambik und dort habe ich Lizzie kennengelernt, die sich da sehr stark rund um die Hauptstadt Maputo einsetzt für Wasser und vor allem ihr Talent, die Kunst dafür nutzt, um Menschen zu erreichen, Menschen zu sensibilisieren und die mir berichtet hat, dass sie ganz anders Menschen erreichen kann über Kunst oder auch über Musik, über Konzerte, weil Menschen auf einmal emotional berührt werden und da auf einmal so eine tiefe Verbindung entsteht und auch eine Verbindung, die eine Brücke zu Purpose sein kann. Als vorhin gefragt wurde, wer Viva Con Aqua kennt, sind fast alle Hände hochgegangen. Ich hoffe, ihr unterstützt auch fleißig Viva Con Aqua. Das Spannende ist natürlich, viele, die sich jetzt gemeldet haben, sagen, ja, Viva Con Aqua, das soziale Mineralwasser.
I'm out here in Germany drinking Viva Con Aqua.
Mecklenburg trinkt gerne Viva Con Aqua. Ich trinke am liebsten Leitungswasser. Ich freue mich total, dass ich hier mir Leitungswasser abzapfen kann, kein Müll produziere, denn das ist die ökologischste Alternative. Und ich kann euch eins sagen, Viva Con Aqua ist eigentlich kein Mineralwasser. Ja, wir haben ein Mineralwasser, was irgendwann dazugekommen ist als Sozialunternehmen, aber eigentlich sind wir eine Bewegung und eine Bewegung, die total von einem Purpose angetrieben ist. Als wir das Viva Con Aqua Mineralwasser gegründet haben, 2010, gab es Viva Con Aqua bereits 5 Jahre. Und wir haben uns viel schon eingebracht. Und wisst ihr, was da an Rückmeldungen kam, als die Idee war, wir machen auch noch ein Mineralwasser, obwohl wir eigentlich ein gemeinnütziger Verein sind, eine gemeinnützige Bewegung? Da haben viele Ehrenamtliche gesagt, spinnt ihr? Ihr wollt Wasser abfüllen? Wasser quasi privatisieren? Wasser müsste zugänglich sein für jeden, umsonst. Und wenn ihr das macht, dann trete ich bei Viva Con Aqua aus, ich mache nicht mehr mit, ich engagiere mich nicht mehr, die ganzen Konzerte, die ich sonst organisiert habe, mache ich nicht mehr. Und wir haben viel diskutiert, so können wir überhaupt ein Mineralwasser einbringen, wenn wir eigentlich eine spendensammelnde Organisation sind, wenn wir grundsätzlich Engagement fördern wollen, wenn wir einen klaren Purpose haben. Und wir haben uns trotzdem dafür entschieden, weil es ein Zusatz ist. Aber im Kern geht es um unseren Purpose und der Zusatz, darüber können wir Einnahmen generieren, aber im Kern geht es bei uns um den Purpose und um Engagement. Und wenn man Purpose hört, merke ich, es ist zu so einem krassen Buzzword geworden. Ich habe auch mal so gegoogelt, ChatGPT gefragt und überall findet man tausende Studien, auch viele renommierte Universitäten beschäftigen sich damit. Ganz viele Unternehmensberatungen versprechen, wenn ihr einen Purpose habt, ihr steigert euren Umsatz, ihr habt ein gutes Employer Branding, ihr macht unglaublich viele Umsatzsteigerungen und. Und da würde ich gerne rauszoomen, weil das ist doch eigentlich schon falsch. Wenn Purpose zum kapitalistischen Driver wird, ist es dann eigentlich Purpose? Den Overview-Effekt kennt ihr vielleicht? Die von euch, die Astronauten sind, kennen ihn. Wenn man sozusagen auf die Erde schaut, aus dem Weltall heraus, ist sie total klein und verletzlich und die Atmosphäre, die den Planeten schützt, ist so dünn wie ein Papier und auf einmal stellt man fest, wenn man diese Bilder sieht, was das für ein Organismus ist, wie alles zusammenhängt, wie holistisch das Ganze ist und irgendwo auch, wie vulnerabel und wie wichtig dieses Gleichgewicht und diese Balance. Und da setzen wir an, auch wenn wir uns die Purpose-Frage stellen. Und die von euch, die jetzt ihr Purpose-Unternehmen schon lange auf die Straße gebracht haben und voll an ihren Purpose glauben, die haben sich genau diese 3 Fragen gestellt. Was ist denn mit der zukünftigen Generation, wenn ich die mit an den Tisch setze? Was sind denn die marginalisierten Gruppen? Wie kann ich denn wirklich einen Mehrwert schaffen, und zwar ganzheitlich gesehen? Und Purpose kennt keine Konkurrenz, kennt eigentlich nur Kooperation, weil für den Purpose denken wir gar nicht mehr so vereinheitlicht, sondern da geht es darum, wirklich unterschiedliche Bubbles, Unternehmer, PolitikerInnen, alle zusammenzubringen, um gemeinsam für den Purpose eine Wirkung zu erzielen. Und dieses Zitat, finde ich, bringt es so schön auf den Punkt. Denn the success of the intervention really depends on the interior condition of the intervener. Und das ist auch das, was ich euch heute mitgeben will. Und das, was Viva Con Aqua verbindet, ist, dass wir eigentlich die meiste Zeit unterhalb des Eisbergs sind. Überhalb des Eisbergs seht ihr Wasser für alle, unsere Vision, wir sammeln Spenden, wir stehen dafür, dass sich jeder bei uns engagieren kann. Aber das ist eigentlich nur die Spitze des Eisbergs. Und unterhalb des Eisbergs ist eigentlich dieser tiefe Glaube daran, dass wir gemeinschaftlich was bewegen können und dass Wasser die Lebensquelle und die Grundlage von allem ist. Und dafür setzen wir uns ein, aber das bedeutet auch, immer wieder auch das Thema persönliche Entwicklung auch im Unternehmen und im gesamten engagierten Netzwerk auch sich anzuschauen. Als wir mit Viva Con Aqua gestartet haben 2005, ging es irgendwie erstmal so los, dass wir gesagt haben, lasst uns einfach bunte Aktionen machen, denn wenn Menschen das tun, was sie im tiefsten berührt, was sie gerne machen, wo sie gut drin sind, wo sie ihre Stärken sehen, dann empfinden Menschen unglaublich viel Selbstwirksamkeit. Und was ist eigentlich der Garant dafür, dass wir etwas langfristig machen, dass wir Selbstwirksamkeit empfinden, dass wir das Gefühl haben, wir können wirklich was bewegen und wir bringen aber auch das ein, was uns selber Freude macht. 2005 startete das Ganze, Wassermärsche von St. Pauli aus, quer durch die Republik. Es haben sich ganz viele Ehrenamtsgruppen gegründet. In Frankfurt gibt es eine, in München, überall Stuttgart, Kiel, quer durch Deutschland und irgendwann auch international. In der Schweiz, in Österreich, überall haben sich so gemeinnützige Gruppen zusammengefunden mit dem einen Purpose, Wasserprojekte umzusetzen und haben unglaublich viele lustige Aktionen gemacht. Damals, als wir noch kleiner waren und total purpose-getrieben, waren wir aber auch manchmal wirklich nicht so professionell organisiert. Ich habe neulich mit Bela B. von den Ärzten gesprochen und er hat mir erzählt, dass bei einem der ersten Konzerte, das muss 2006 gewesen sein, haben die Ärzte ein großes Konzert gespielt und haben aufgerufen zum Spenden für Viva Con Aqua und haben eigentlich unseren Purpose total verstanden und gesagt, jeder kann sich einsetzen, unterstützt mit euren Spenden Viva Con Aqua, haben dann richtig viele Spenden eingesammelt. Aber irgendwie hatte Viva Con Aqua vergessen, dass dieses Konzert war. Und wir haben dann auch mehrere Wochen die Spenden nicht abgeholt, bis Bela B. dann irgendwann total irritiert bei uns angerufen hat und gesagt hat, Leute, jetzt holt mal hier eure Spenden ab, ihr wollt doch Wasserprojekte umsetzen. Und so chaotisch wie das teilweise zwar war trotzdem irgendwie immer das, wofür wir es tun, total klar. Und das haben wir uns immer wieder in Erinnerung gerufen. Gerade Zugang zu Wasser verändert grundlegend alles, sorgt dafür, dass Frauen beruflichen Tätigkeiten nachgehen können, weil gerade Frauen eigentlich in den Situationen, wenn es keinen Zugang zu Wasser gibt, verantwortlich sind für die gesamte Familie, das Wasser bereitzustellen und viele Kilometer zurücklegen müssen. Kinder gehen häufig dann nicht zur Schule und insgesamt verändert sich das Leben einfach. Entwicklung wird möglich, wenn Zugang zu Wasser da ist und diese Kernwirkung, die schwingt bei uns natürlich immer mit. Ich gucke gerade mal so in die Runde, welche bekannten Gesichter erkennt ihr da? Wer hat von euch schon mal die What is the Human Rights Kampagne irgendwo gesehen? Ein paar. Es ging eben um Political Responsibility. Und das ist eigentlich auch eine schöne Brücke. Und das zeigt auch, dass Aktivismus hier und heute immer Wirkung erzielt. Das zeigt auch, dass ihr mit euren Unternehmen, wenn ihr klare Haltung positioniert und wenn ihr in Kooperationsgesprächen für eure Haltung einsteht, klare Kriterien habt, mit wem machen wir eigentlich Kooperation, wer passt zu uns und wo setzen wir auch Grenzen, weil es nicht passt und wo werden wir auch laut, weil es nicht passt und wo positionieren wir uns, das hat unfassbar viele Wirkungen und Effekte. Die What is the Human Rights Kampagne, die hat zum Beispiel dazu geführt, dass wir jetzt in New York waren und da war die größte Weltwasserkonferenz seit 47 Jahren. 47 Jahre gab es keine Wasserkonferenz, obwohl eigentlich Wasser so das wichtigste Thema der Zukunft ist. Und auf der Konferenz sind auf einmal, apropos Kooperation, sind auf einmal ganz viele verschiedene Stakeholder zusammengekommen und haben eher übergeordnet geguckt. Das Thema Wasser, wenn wir das ernst nehmen, dann gibt es keine Landesgrenzen, weil Wasser kennt auch keine nationalen Grenzen. Und dann gibt es eigentlich auch keine Konkurrenz unter den Unternehmen, sondern eigentlich wirklich die Kernfrage, wie lässt sich das umsetzen für alle und aber irgendwie auch mit einem positiven Ansatz. Also wir haben dort einige Prominente gewinnen können und zum Glück das Glück gehabt, auf dem Times Square einfach mal unsere Message auch spielen zu können, um noch mehr Menschen einfach mit teilhaben zu lassen an dieser Botschaft.
Being in Times Square is one thing, being there for the right reasons is what is more important. To represent the human. You know, the person who walks, the person who talks, the person who doesn't talk. We are here to represent them. We are here to speak for them. It's a good time to have that conversation.
Und ich glaube, was dazu geführt hat, dass einfach auch so viele Menschen mitmachen wollten bei unserer Vision, ist gar nicht, dass es jetzt irgendwie eine starke Marke ist oder es irgendwie Viva Con Aqua ist, sondern es ging eigentlich darum, dass Menschen einfach selbstständig, komplett frei ihre Sachen einbringen konnten und zwar mit dem, was für sie selber auch wichtig war. Wir haben mit unglaublich viel Freude eigentlich die Sachen immer gemacht und es ging eigentlich immer darum, ja, über einen freudvollen Weg Menschen zu erreichen. Und das hat auch dazu geführt, dass über die Zeit so ein paar Sozialunternehmen entstanden sind, zum Beispiel das Goldeimer Klopapier. Und Simon Sinek sagt ja immer so schön, people don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. Und da sind wir wieder bei der Intention, also warum gibt es dieses Unternehmen oder warum wollt ihr ein bestimmtes neues Produkt launchen oder warum wollt ihr eine Reichweite erhöhen? Diese Intention, glaube ich, wird immer stärker hinterfragt und Menschen spüren das auch einfach. People don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. Und als Malte Schremmer mit Viva Con Aqua auf Projektreise war und einen ganz schlimmen Durchfall hatte, musste er von der Projektreise wieder nach Hause fliegen. Und wir sitzen hier alle unglaublich privilegiert. Wenn wir eine Reise machen, uns geht uns schlecht, wir wissen, wir kriegen medizinische Versorgung. Wir können einfach nach Hause fliegen und uns sozusagen versorgen lassen. Und damit geht aber auch irgendwie diese Verantwortung einher. Und für Malte war ganz klar, ich möchte mich dann einbringen, für die Sanitärwende einsetzen und hat das Goldeimer Klopapier gegründet. Goldeimer kennen manche von euch sicherlich auch, manche von euch haben das hoffentlich an ihrer Toilette stehen, weil eigentlich die Klopapier eigentlich ein Produkt ist, was wir alle benutzen und was trotzdem auch einen Mehrwert haben kann, wenn es mit einem tieferen Sinn produziert wird, nämlich damit eine Sanitärwende voranzutreiben und auch vor allem dieses Thema Klos als den größten Luxus noch viel präsenter zu haben, weil ich glaube, es sind so einige Luxusgüter, die wir haben, die wir manchmal einfach auch wieder vergessen, was es für ein krasses Privileg ist, das wir haben. Da nochmal die Brücke auch zu dem, was Katharina gesagt hat und auch generell alles, womit ihr euch beschäftigt. Da geht es ja viel um die SDGs, um Nachhaltigkeit, nachhaltige Entwicklung und ich finde, da wird es manchmal, also ich merke bei mir, ich habe manchmal das Gefühl, wow, so viele große Herausforderungen, Rechtsruck in Europa, Krieg in Europa, Herausforderungen in Deutschland, wo ich mich manchmal frage, so wow, alleine vor der Haustür sind so viele Herausforderungen und die Sustainable Development Goals sind auch jedes für sich super wichtig, super relevant, super dringend. Ich glaube, das Wichtige bei Purpose ist auf der einen Seite Fokus. Was ist der Kernpurpose? Wo könnt ihr wirklich was bewegen, um sich nicht zu verzetteln? Das war für uns manchmal auch echt schmerzhaft, weil wir manchmal das Gefühl hatten, wir würden uns gerne überall einbringen. Für uns war dann irgendwann, okay, es ist SDG 6, aber wir gehen das Ganze auch an mit einem Inner Development, weil wir sind jetzt in 7 Jahren sollen die SDGs schon erreicht sein und es sind aber nur noch 7 Jahre. Und es gibt da den spannenden Ansatz auch der Inner Development Goals. Und ich glaube, das ist auch so für uns als Unternehmer, Unternehmerinnen, als die wirklich wirken mit ihren Organisationen, auch eine zentrale Frage im Bereich People Development, auch das Team ernst zu nehmen und sich zu fragen, wie kann ich auch die Entwicklung von meinen Mitarbeitenden so fördern, dass Menschen sich wirklich auch persönlich weiterentwickeln. Es wurden die Inner Development Goals, haben ganz viele Korrelationen gefunden zwischen diesen 5 Aspekten und wirklich nachhaltigem Wandel. Und Wandel für Nachhaltigkeit. Und das ist auch etwas, wofür ich Mut machen will, weil wir sind alle hier, ich glaube, uns alle verbindet diese große Vision, dass wir im Bereich Nachhaltigkeit ganz viel erreichen wollen und wirklich einen Impact erzielen wollen. Und es zeigt sich, es bewegt sich schon unglaublich viel und wir können auch ganz viel gemeinsam schaffen. Wir alle sind die, auf die es ankommt. Wir sind der Tropfen und wir können gemeinsam ganz viel bewegen.
Honestly speaking, you guys are crazy.
cool, danke euch.
Carolin, du hast Fans, geh noch nicht von der Bühne, man hat es gesehen, vielen, vielen lieben Dank. Sehr inspirierend. Man merkt, dass das, was du machst es mit Leib und Seele, mit deinem ganzen Herzen. Und du meintest, du bist jetzt schon 5 Jahre bei Viva Con Agua. Meine Frage natürlich jetzt an dich, so gibt es eine Sache, worauf du so richtig stolz bist, jetzt rückblickend auf die letzten 5 Jahre?
Okay, ich muss 2 Sachen sagen. Sehr stolz bin ich auf die Schlauchboottour beim Hurricane, wo ich sehr viele Pfandbecher eingesammelt habe, weil alle Menschen ihre Pfandbecher ins Schlauchboot geworfen haben und ich über die Menge fahren konnte. Ich glaube, das war so ein persönliches Highlight. Aber insgesamt bin ich einfach stolz darauf, dass wir im Kern so viele Menschen einfach immer wieder erreichen können, die mitmachen, weil Viva Con Agua lebt von Tausenden Menschen. Und es wäre nicht da, wenn wir nicht ganz viele Menschen immer wieder gewinnen könnten, die Lust haben, ihre Zeit, ihr Geld, ihr Netzwerk zu spenden und irgendwie sich für das Thema Wasser einzusetzen. Und ich glaube, das ist das, was uns eigentlich immer begleitet hat und wo ich immer wieder sehe, wie schön es ist, so viele Menschen auch zu treffen und mich mit denen auszutauschen.
Sehr, sehr cool. Und verrat uns doch noch kurz, wie viele Mitarbeitenden habt ihr bei Viva Con Agua?
Wir sind 40 Personen im Hauptamt. Und vielleicht, um nochmal in Zahlen zu sprechen, auch was wir erreicht haben, jetzt rückblickend in den 18 Jahren, konnten wir mit unserer Projektarbeit 4,2 Millionen Menschen erreichen.
Oh wow, ich finde diese Aussage und generell deine Präsentation ist einen Applaus würdig. Vielen, vielen lieben Dank, Caro, dass du kommst, dass du berichtest und dass du inspirierst. Vielen, vielen lieben Dank. Doppelter Applaus hält besser, dreifacher dann noch mal mehr. Ich freue mich jetzt, dass wir direkt übergehen zu einem nächsten Topic. Ihr seht hinter mir, wird schon fleißig aufgebaut für ein Panel. So we'll be switching to English in case you don't understand any English. Then there are some translation modules that you could freely then get. We're talking about steward ownership. And this morning in a panel discussion, there was one man who said, well, we can't transform all businesses into steward-owned businesses. I thought that was quite interesting because that's what we're going to discuss right now, and Patagonia did it and Wild Plastic also did it. So what is their approach to steward ownership? How do we do it? Why do they do it? And how can we actually implement it? I'm delighted to have 3 speakers with me, 4, that will be sitting here and discussing about steward ownership. Please welcome with me Christian, Sigmund, Daria Urman and Mick Austermühle. All right, I'm delighted to have you here, that you came all the way to just talk about steward ownership. I think you're all experts. But before we start and get into the depth of the topic, I would like to introduce all of you, each person. So Mick, I start with you. You are the boss of Patagonia, Germany and Austria, as you're the country manager. And there's one motto, one mission that your company has. It is, we're in business to save our home planet, and that's what you do. Since 2015, you're responsible for the wholesale business in both countries, and you're driving the company's retail and e-commerce strategy forward. We're delighted to have you here. Applause for Mick, please.
Thanks. Thank you.
Next to you sitting, we have Daria. Daria, you're a board member from Purpose Foundation and Purpose Ventures. The Purpose Group has coined the term steward ownership and is doing field building, but also consulting and investment work for this ownership concept. I'm really delighted to get some insights from you, as I believe that you have a quite holistic picture of the topic. Applause for Daria. And last but not least, and then I promise I will close to almost stop talking, we have you, Chris. You're the CEO of Wild Plastic. You're one of the co-founders, and Wild Plastic is steward-owned. It is a young impact company from Hamburg, founded in 2019, and what you do is to make circular products from white plastic saved from the environment. So, applause for Chris. So before we go into the depth of steward ownership, I would like to get to know you a little bit better. And maybe we start out with you, Chris. So you're a co-founder now. We know that you're impact-driven, you're purpose-driven. But was there one pivotal moment in your career path that made you choose to become a founder and also found an impact startup?
Yeah, cool. Yeah, first of all, I'm delighted to be here, and I imagine, we're all aligned somehow. I think what you do, what we do, we're all going in the right direction, but it wasn't always the case for me. So my story, for example, is I was working for a large video platform until 6 years ago, and our main metric was watch time. So how many videos do people watch? How much time do they spend on our platform? And one day we celebrated that we surpassed TV. People were watching more videos on our platform than they watch TV. And to me, when I listened to Maja today in the morning, I thought, and those were my emotions 6 years ago, that doesn't align with happiness, well-being, or true problems that we have on our planet or as a society. And that was for me a pivotal moment to say, well, I'm not going to continue that, and I will actually, go on a venture and see what are those true problems and how do we solve them sustainably. And I think we're talking about a topic today, ownership, which is not obvious, but which is deeply connected to the problems we have.
So great. So Daria, you're the next one. When looking at your CV, one could clearly see that you were pretty much I wouldn't say finance driven, but you had a quite strong finance career path, from auditing to finance mathematics and so on. So how did you get into the Purpose Economy Group? How did you end up there? Because it's a different trail, right?
Yeah, really different. Well, my studies and my career were pretty classical or normal at the beginning. I gained many insights into how financial world is functioning. I had a lot of focus on pricing and structuring of complex financial derivatives, and I wrote my master thesis on financial crisis 2008. I gathered experiences in many financial sectors and ended up doing a project with the European Central Bank, supporting them on the stress tests of European banks after the financial crisis. And there was a moment I was thinking, oh my God, I have the feeling that nothing is changing and we're kind of moving in a circle from one crisis to another without being able to break this circle. And I felt so sad about my life energy that I was spending on contributing to the world just as it was. And I had a feeling, okay, now this is the moment to kind of radically change that. And then I found my way to purpose, kind of made a big jump.
Yeah, sounds good. Could you maybe also explain in one sentence what the Purpose Group is doing? I said it already in the beginning, but maybe one sentence just so we're all on the same page.
Yeah, sure. We have many areas where we are active. Like, we are doing a lot of non-profit work. We are doing field building in this area. We are researching on corporate ownership structures and producing open source materials for those people who are interested in this topic. We do consulting for those companies who want to transition to steward ownership, and we also provide those companies with financial support, with financing when they need growth money or money to buy out not aligned investors.
Thank you, Daria. Now, I have a quite special question for you. So if you could choose one piece of Patagonia clothing or gear that kind of represents your character traits, which one would you take?
There's many, but if I have to pick one, it's a Storm Racer jacket.
All right.
I tell you why.
Yeah.
It's a waterproof jacket with a PFC-free membrane. It's out of recycled nylon. It's packable. It's light. It's multifunctional. I can use it for everything I do outdoor. Mountain biking, ski touring. I can just walking with the kids. I can use it for everything. So I think that's my favorite piece.
Sounds good. So let's start out with the depth of the topic, steward ownership. What is it? Maybe we start out with the definition. And Daria, maybe you could give us some insights on what exactly is steward ownership.
Yeah, with pleasure. And normally I need like 1 to 2 hours to explain the topic in detail.
Don't have that much.
But I don't have this time, unfortunately, so I'll try to give a kind of outline shortly.
Yes.
I mean, basically the concept is really old. It's not new at all. And the first company that implemented it was Zeiss, the German company Zeiss, and it happened 130 years ago, so pretty much time ago. And many other companies joined this flow and followed the example of Zeiss. And we, at Purpose, we had a look and examined many of those companies to analyze their ownership structure and to figure out what the similarities are. And we kind of coined this term of steward ownership. And we figured out that those companies that are steward-owned, that have this ownership structure, they always based on 2 principles. And these are, like the first one is the self-determination, which says make sure that the control over the company is not a tradable commodity. So the voting rights, the voting power in the company should be held by people who are really, really committed to the mission of the company, who are close to the values of the company. And the second principle is the principle of purpose orientation, meaning that profits serve the purpose and are not a purpose in itself. Mm-hmm. So basically all steward-owned companies do not exist for the sake of making money, but just because they see there is a problem in the world, they want to solve this problem, they want to deliver a value to all of us, and that's why they exist. And of course they do have profits, they're important, but the profits serve the purpose of the company. And what's interesting is that steward-owned companies, they're not just talking about those principles and saying, okay, this is important to us, but they really enshrine those principles into their legal DNA in a legally binding way. And by doing this, they kind of separate power and money within the company. And I'd say this is really fundamental because there is a kind of real shift between a paradigm with shareholders using their voting power to maximize the profits that they can get, towards a paradigm with stewards who are committed to the mission of the company, and a company that remains mission-driven and independent on the long run, over the long time. And that's nice to see that like so many companies are steward-owned, became steward-owned over the last 100 years, like Bosch, like Carlsberg, like Novo Nordisk, you know, Alnatura, the German organic retailer, Ecosia, the search engine, the biggest one in Germany. And I'm so happy to see 2 other companies that are steward-owned here, Wild Plastic and Patagonia. That's just amazing.
Mickey, Chris, anything to add to the definition of steward ownership?
I mean, what could I add if an expert that normally talks about 2 hours about the definition? I can just say that Patagonia has always been a purpose-driven company, and for us, the ownership that we have since last September makes just total sense.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Chris, anything to add from your side?
I mean, not a lot to add. I think maybe Caro also talked about, you know, purpose-driven organizations and companies. I think it is the you know, it embeds the reason of why you work for that company in a certain sense in the legal DNA of that organization. And it sounds so. It sounds so boring when you hear the term legal DNA, you know, okay, well, what is that going to change? It changes a lot. It changes a lot, and some things, you know, we will probably talk about now.
Exactly. And so my first question out to you, Chris, then is, what was the reason for Wild Plastic to become a steward-owned company? I mean, you were established as a steward-owned company. What were the reasons behind it? Maybe what were your experience while doing so?
Okay. So we started Wild Plastic as a steward-owned company. We did not decide to convert it, but this is how we started. It never existed in a different way. And I think, you know, when you heard my reasoning of why I chose to quit a certain career path and on board on a new one, you can imagine that we were, within the founder team, we were having some really important, serious discussions before starting the company. Why do you do it? Why do we do it? What is important to us? And how do we make sure that, you know, the general direction of this organization is the right direction in our way of thinking? And there were too many examples of where, you know, this might have been the starting point, but then it changes after 3, 4, 5, 6 years. And Wild Plastic is not a it's not a VC case. We did not invent technology that radically changes the recycling way, but we are actually, our impact metric is recovered tons of plastic waste from the environment. And it just suits, the purpose ownership suits our business model. And so it all aligned.
Mm-hmm. Mick, how's it for Patagonia? I mean, last year, your company was given away to Planet Earth. First of all, I would like to know from you, how did you react when you found out? And then you could maybe also just give us some insights on why did you transform into steward ownership?
I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say what I really thought at the moment, because I really thought Yvonne, the founder of Patagonia, he's crazy. He's giving the company away. I just couldn't believe it. Yeah. But if you know and follow Yvonne's path over the last years, I think it was just a logical step that he took. Yvonne is now, first of all, Patagonia is celebrating his 50th birthday this year, and Yvonne is in his mid-80s, and he just wanted to make sure what's happening with the company in the next 100 years. Mm-hmm. And I mean, there was really like, they thought when they made up the future plans, there were no no-goes. They thought about everything, probably apart from becoming a public company. I think that was not an option. But selling the company and just raising the money was definitely an option. Mm-hmm. But at the end, they all thought, the family and also the board members thought, to give the company 100% away will make sure that Patagonia, the purpose, everything will also stay for the next 100 years. Mm-hmm. And then to your second part of the question, it was a big secret actually. Nobody did know what's happening on that special day in September. We all got invitations for a town hall, which is nothing special, normally a town hall, but coming closer to the town hall, it got special because there were rumors that there will be a big announcement. And then on the day of the announcement, my team, all teams around the globe were sitting in their offices, showrooms. In Ventura, our headquarters, there was a big stage, the family was there, and you could really feel, wow, something big is happening now. And then Yvonne, in his typical way, he was sitting there like me, and he just said, I decided to give the company away. That's it.
Wow.
Not to his, I mean, probably this one. He has two kids, is probably not the right word anymore, but he has 2 children that are also working or involved in the company, and I thought he will give the company to those guys, but he said that was not enough. Patagonia is, in the past, we gave 1% of our turnover away to NGOs, and he said 1% is not enough anymore, we want to give 100%.
Crazy. And though it was probably shocking news for everyone, you were then probably acclimating to it and saying, okay, all right, we're sticking to the mission, I guess. But why did it then at the end change everything for Patagonia, but also nothing really?
Yeah, I mean, if you hear something like that, first, I was shocked. In a positive way, probably, after a few minutes. Because you think, oh wow, what happens with me? What happens with my job? What happens with my team? I don't know. But at the end, I mean, I'm always saying it changed nothing, because we want to still be a profitable company, and we need to be a profitable company. Otherwise, we are not able to give any money away. And that's definitely not our purpose. So this is definitely, the business side is not changing. What is really changing, and this is not changing since we gave the company away, this probably started already in 2018 when Yvonne changed the mission statement to we are in business to save our home planet. And since then, really everything in the company is questioned. Every product that is produced, every travel, every logistic shipment, everything is really questioned and changed if we can improve something. And this is the reason why everything changed, and nothing changed.
Thanks. Daria, in relation to our stage topic of people and organizations, we often come across terms such as purposeful leadership, ownership at work. Now, how does steward ownership relate to this context?
Well, I would say that there is definitely a link between the modern corporate structures and the modern forms of leadership, and such terms as self-determination, purpose orientation, as I think that all structures that kind of contribute to self-determination and purpose orientation can really unlock human potential within companies, and these words are kind of keywords in the new work as well. And the interesting thing is that these two words, these things, self-determination and purpose orientation, are also the basis of steward ownership. This is something like which is the core of steward ownership as well. So I'd say this is the link.
Now, a question going out to all of you. How does steward ownership really make a difference for your company? Not only talking about the people, but also talking about the stakeholders you're working with. How do you see it really making a difference? Maybe I start with you, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, I already mentioned, I think there's many ways in how it influences the company, and especially in an early stage. I mean, usually in an early stage, you would have to sell a part of your company to raise funds to actually progress to the next level. We can't do that, so that is quite a fundamental change in the way how you have to structure the business. So we had to rethink financing. But also on a people level, I think my colleague Mayu is here, and she joined Wild Plastic, and she made really clear actually before joining Wild Plastic that she wants to know what she's working for. So and we all do. I mean, we have limited time on this planet, limited energy, and you don't want to let it go to waste. But actually be, whether we're successful or not, that you know what the purpose and the intention is of what you're working for.
Mick.
Yeah, I mean, looking back at my past, I'm in the business, in the outdoor business since a long time. Coming from a public company to Patagonia, for me the biggest difference is really the long-term strategy. So we are not thinking in short terms. We are not doing stupid things to reach quarter figures or end-year figures. We are just interested really in a long-term purpose. And I think that's the biggest difference for me. But talking to other people within Patagonia, I think that's the biggest thing for everybody. And also, to be honest, also that people really, every person count. It's about personalities. It's about, I mean, we don't call it, we have a lot of activists. Actually, we are all activists in Patagonia, and I think that's also something special for Patagonia.
Yeah, definitely. As Carolin said, it's not what we do, it's why we do it. And I think as soon as we have people that come together and are united, then there's such a strong power going forward. So Daria, would you also add anything to why it makes a difference having a steward-owned company?
Yeah, I'd like to, because there are really lots of implications for different stakeholders. Like speaking about employees, it's of course this topic of I know what I'm working for, I know what the purpose I'm working on in this company, not just for the pocket of the shareholders, but this could be also a kind of advantage for the employers looking for people on the job market, because it makes you as an employer much stronger, as you know, you can tell people, okay, come to me and you'll really work for a purpose, and it's not just purpose washing, it's true. So you can have kind of advantage on that, especially in sectors where it's difficult to get high qualified people. For instance, IT sector, we often see that. And I think there's also an implication which is important, which concerns the customers, because of course it makes a difference for customers to know, oh wow, when I buy Patagonia products, it's not like a speculation or I'm making someone richer, but all money that I'm paying to Patagonia are gonna cover the costs of Patagonia and gonna be spent on climate protection, and it makes a difference for me as a customer, right? So the confidence towards steward-owned companies is much higher. And what I'd like to mention also is, which is also interesting, the succession question, which is often the case not for startups but for more mature companies, that like people who do not come from rich, like CEOs, employees who do not come from rich companies and have a rich families and do not have a fortune to take over a company, get in easier way access to the corporate ownership. They can easier become stewards and become control over the company than in a normal case. So this is something that can simplify transition to further generations of stewards in the company.
So all in all, sounds like it's the perfect fit and the way to kind of do business, but there's still some misconceptions when talking about steward ownerships, and people sometimes think interesting things, and I would like to discuss those. So Mick, first misconception goes out to you, because many people say, okay, when talking about steward ownership, we're actually talking about giving up profits. What's your opinion?
Part of my job is, let's say, to establish the strategy at retailers like Globetrotter or Bergfreunde. And I mean, they don't have the same ownership like we have, so they want to grow. They want to be profitable. They want to make money with us. And if you tell them we don't want to grow, it's sometimes not a funny chat you have with them. That's, I mean, I would not call it downside, but that's not always an easy talk, to be honest. And the other thing that also, looking at my job, is it's not a downside, but it's not an easy one sometimes.
Challenge,
challenge. Because at Patagonia, it's you are not successful as a salesperson if you only reach your target. That's not enough at Patagonia. You also need, what I just said, you have to convince Globetrotter or Bergfreunde or Bergzeit or Konrad or whoever to do windows, not with products they want to sell, but with enviro campaigns, like, for example, our ocean campaign that we are doing at the moment, or with community energy projects and things like that. And this is also sometimes not an easy job.
So as you said in the beginning, it's more also being an activist and getting in the way of really making a way for saving the environment. Interesting.
But I mean, may I add something? You said a couple of minutes ago that it's still important for Patagonia to make profits, right? So it's not like, because this is something typical that many people would say, steward ownership, this is about non-profit companies. But this is not true at all, because Patagonia is not non-profit, it is a for-profit company.
Absolutely.
But it decided to donate the profits to give the profits to a non-profit organization, right? So this is a completely different thing.
I think the way we work, the way we want to be profitable is a different one. It's a sustainable one. It's a responsible one.
Chris, you're nodding. Goes same for white plastic.
Yeah, I mean, it's down my alley, because I think it is, we are working for profit and we are looking to reinvest those profits into something we want to grow and believe in, which is recovering wild plastic waste. And again, to quote Maja today, she was talking about extraction versus regeneration. And extracting would be to say, okay, well, wild plastic is profitable, and then we extract value from it to put it elsewhere, which I don't want, or we reinvest those profits into what we believe in, into our cause. And that is fundamentally, it has nothing to do with non-profit in that sense, but it has something to do with repurposing those profits, what they're actually meant to be used for. And I think another misconception that I hear quite often is that so steward-owned companies have to serve a certain purpose. So they have to be, it has to be a good cause or a social cause or an environmental cause. And yes, that is quite often the case, but no, that is not the idea of steward ownership. So steward ownership simply means it is an idea of ownership. The company is not for sale. It is not a good of speculation, and profits are meant to be reinvested. That can be used for almost any company with a suitable business model. But it doesn't mean it has to be a socially, ecologically engaged company. I think
but doesn't have to be.
Yeah.
And you could also say, like some people would say, when you work for a mission as a steward-owned company, then you have this fixed mission that can't be changed anymore. And this is also not the case, because that would be really silly and unhealthy, because like, I don't know, you can't produce the same thing over 100 years, the world is changing, so this is more about saying the purpose of the company is not in the profit maximization, but you are still free to choose whatever you are working on and what your purpose is.
Yeah, definitely.
This is the big advantage of a family company that Patagonia used to be, because Yvonne just did it. 2018, he was on a stage like here, and he just said, hey, by the way, we are changing the mission statement. Done. So he didn't ask.
Yeah.
It was like...
Just did it. Yeah. Daria, what are some other misconceptions that you come along? Do you still come up with some that people have?
Yeah, maybe two to add, also regarding the profits and the profitability of the company, which is really important. There is one misunderstanding of the concept, saying that, okay, if you're an investor, you provide steward-owned companies with philanthropic capital because they're kind of not special and non-profit and so on. This is not true, because as investors, it's important that you get a fair return, and this is also the case with steward-owned companies. You cannot maximize your profits without any limitation, but you can get a fair return. And also there is a misconception saying, yeah, you can only get a loan as give a loan as an investor. This is also not true, because there is a variety of instruments, mezzanine instruments, but also equity works for that, non-voting rights, non-voting shares. So there is a choice of instruments how you can participate as an investor. So there are not so many limitations. And also as a founder, which is also important, this idea of, yeah, you give away your company and you get nothing as a founder, and you kind of get no compensation, you know that, yeah? No compensation for your tears and sweat and blood and everything. This is important. I don't know how it's for you. I mean, there are founders who say, I do not need anything, I can just donate my company and I don't get any profits. But for many founders, it's important to get something, and I mean, they can't do the biggest exit ever, but they still can be fairly compensated for the first time, for the first years, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's a question of what's adequate. Like, what is adequate? What is also risk adequate? And I want to just mention on the financing side, OpenAI, which you probably all know, is an amazing example of a company that just recently structured its financing in a similar way, which is capped returns. I think up to 100x or so. I don't know the details, but so the idea of, hey, we need to protect this mission of, you know, it is a globally important mission. We need to protect it. And yes, returns can be made, but no, they're not endless. We cannot endlessly extract as much as we want to. And I mean, that resonates with me also from just a very human understanding of how we work with limited resources, right? I mean, you could also take that example and talk about our natural resources. We can't extract them forever as much as we want to.
I would like to go into another level of taking on a bigger picture, because time is running, and I think it's so important to also highlight why steward ownership is so important for our economy and for the transformation of our economy into a sustainable one. So why do you think, or what is the reason, why should we highlight more on steward ownership in order to really push forward the sustainable transformation of our economy?
I mean, I can. Yeah. Go for it, yeah. So, I believe we talk a lot about what we do, the purpose. You know, while plastics cleaning up plastic waste and bringing it back into the recycling system. But then again, you know, is that really the only purpose of Wild Plastic, or isn't it also the way how we engage in our economy? And to quote Maja for the third time, you see, I'm a fan. She also said, everything we do has an effect. Everything we do, every change has an immediate effect. And the decision to turn Wild Plastic into a steward-owned company has so many effects that are sometimes invisible, but they are shaping a world that I want to see, to be honest. And it also creates a diversity in our economy. There's not only non-profit and VC funded. There's so many shades of gray in between. Companies that are for profit, but that are not necessarily a VC case. How do we make those cases? Where are they? What are the adequate models? And I think steward ownership is one of the answers. It's a complex world, but we need to start finding solutions that are applicable.
Daria, would you add anything to it?
Yeah, I think it's interesting because many people would think, yeah, this is a new legal stuff, a kind of tool that, yeah, complicated and boring that some companies are using. But it's so important to me, and that's why I want to emphasize that with steward ownership, we deal with the question how power is distributed within the companies, and this question is so crucial to so many stakeholders, to founders, to investors, to like stakeholders, to the society in general. And I think if we really want to change the economy, to transform the economy, and to have impact there, then we have to not just look at the symptoms, but really look at the core of the problems. And that means basically look at the corporate structures, at the ownership structures, and at the legal DNA of the companies. And I think that, I think that steward ownership has the potential to be a solution that can change a lot in that, as it deals with those questions of power and money, and could help to rethink corporations and kind of redefine the core of capitalism.
Yeah, I mean, as I already said, I think it's a perfect solution for purpose-driven companies. And I can only give probably one example for what we are able to do within this ownership. And the Fjosa River, I don't know if anybody heard about this river in Albania. Patagonia has no business at all in Albania, so we definitely, there's no economical reason for being engaged in a river in Albania. But Patagonia is definitely interested in protecting wild spaces that we can, or in spaces that we can live our outdoor life. And therefore we started a campaign 7 years ago to protect free-flowing rivers in the Bosnia-Herzegovina area, including Albania. And just probably 3-4 months ago, we signed a contract with we protected NGOs. It's not Patagonia, it's more like we give the voice to NGO, we give them the power, and we signed a contract with the Albanian Premier Minister about the first free-flowing river national park in Europe. And that is one example for me that is possible. I don't know which other owner structure would things like that support.
So coming to...
Thank you.
Yes, it's an applause already. Now coming to the end, the final question, of course, to you all is steward ownership the one way to do business, and would you recommend every company to change into a steward-owned one? I'll give you a few seconds to rethink. And I'll start with you, Nick.
I don't think it's the solution and a fit for any company. I think it's a good... There is companies where it fits, and everybody should probably take examples out of those companies and try it the same way. But I don't think it's an overall solution.
Daria.
Okay, even if I'm daily working on this topic on a daily basis, and I would, from one part of my heart, say, of course, each company should become steward-owned. From my realistical part of the heart, I would say, well, no. Or at least my head would say, no, that's not true. This is not correct. There are companies that can choose another way, and there are solutions for them, and this is totally fine. And steward ownership is not the best solution for them. But I think it's important, like today we live in a kind of monoculture, having like one huge autobahn, you know, like for those who choose one corporate structure and like VC-based capital and so on. And we need a kind of like, permaculture, I would say, like many solutions, a kind of coexistence of different options for those who want to choose something else. This is what is important to us, just to make an offer and make it possible for companies who choose this. And I think that even if people, some founders, some companies do not choose steward ownership, still the question to find your relation to power and money in the company is very, very important, and each entrepreneur should ask him or herself this question and find his position towards money and power, and that means find the position towards ownership. This is really healthy and really helpful. And at the end, I will say, yeah, think ownership, and if you need help, contact us. We will help with that.
Sounds good. Last but not least.
Very short. I think it's up to you, really. Just make up your mind, think about what is adequate, what is right for you, and obviously there is 1,000 ways and you choose yours.
What a great conclusion. Thank you so much for your insights. I really appreciated it, and I bet all the people in the audience did too. Please give them a warm applause. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You might leave now. Thank you. Perfect. What a great panel. I learned a lot, and I'm sure you did too. We will now go right straight into a keynote, and the next keynote speaker really has some topics that he really has on his heart, and those are diversity, equity, and inclusion. He himself works for Brand 1. This is a magazine for economy and is working for it already 17 years. Und ich freue mich, denn wir switchen jetzt wieder auf Deutsch, denn der nächste Speaker spricht auf Deutsch, dass Frank Dahlmann heute hier ist. Er wird jetzt seine Keynote halten. Einen Applaus bitte für Frank. Schön, dass du da bist, Frank.
Hört ihr mich? Wunderbar. Sie haben da einen Mann auf dem Cover. Und dann habe ich mal so durchgeblättert und gezählt. Sie haben mehr als 60 Fotos im Heft, auf denen Männer abgebildet sind. Und nur 15 Fotos mit Frauen. Manchmal sind die auch nur Beiwerk. Das war 2014. Eine Zuschrift über Facebook. Und ich habe damals zugegeben etwas lapidar geantwortet, dass wir das auch sehr schade finden, aber dass das vielleicht auch ein Abbild unserer Gesellschaft ist. Und schon hatte ich einen ausgewachsenen Shitstorm am Hals über viele, viele Tage. Dabei dachten wir damals, dass wir eigentlich schon weiter sind, dass es nicht um Männer oder Frauen geht, sondern um das Machen. Oder wie meine Chefin immer so schön sagt, ich habe den Laden hier ja nicht gegründet, weil ich Brüste habe. Heute, fast 10 Jahre später, stecken wir immer noch in genau dieser Diskussion, mehr denn je. Sie ist sogar größer geworden und diverser, auch bei uns. Denn wir wollen ja nicht nur, dass Brand 1 ein guter Ort ist zum Arbeiten, wo sich alle wohlfühlen. Wir sind auch fest davon überzeugt, dass verschiedene Perspektiven und Blickwinkel ein Unternehmen voranbringen und es besser machen. Das meinen nicht nur wir, das meinen auch unsere Leserinnen. Die haben wir nämlich gefragt, beziehungsweise Holger Volland, Kollege und Geschäftsführer, hat sie gefragt. Und zwar hat er allgemein gefragt nach Nachhaltigkeitszielen, und die Ergebnisse, die möchte ich Ihnen heute kurz vorstellen. Wir haben gefragt, in welchen 3 Nachhaltigkeitsbereichen gibt es die größten Möglichkeiten zur Verbesserung? Platz 1, das, was wir heute so neudeutsch Purpose nennen, also dem Ganzen, was wir hier machen, einen Sinn geben. Viele Firmen, die Sie hier heute hoffentlich treffen werden, sind genau aus diesem Grund überhaupt erst entstanden. Christian zum Beispiel von White Plastic ist so ein Beispiel. Platz 2, für mich wenig überraschend, Klima und Umwelt. Und auf Platz 3 dann schon Diversität, Gleichstellung und Inklusion. Diese Punkte sind unseren Leserinnen wichtig. In diesen Punkten, heißt es aber auch, gibt es noch das größte Verbesserungspotenzial. Also da haben wir noch viel zu tun. Können wir, können Sie alle mitmachen? Wir können. Rund 60% der Befragten haben Einfluss auf die Politik ihres Unternehmens, in kleinen Firmen natürlich deutlich mehr als in großen. In großen Unternehmen ging es eindeutig um Umweltschutz und die Sinnhaftigkeit der Arbeit. Bei den kleinen Unternehmen geht es um Bildung für alle und um Gleichstellung und Diversität. Für eine überwältigend große Mehrheit der Unternehmen ist Nachhaltigkeit ein wesentliches Ziel ihrer Transformation. Aber bitte nicht auf Kosten der Gewinne. Ich finde das nicht verwerflich, ehrlich gesagt. Unternehmen müssen Gewinne machen, sonst sind sie nicht Treiber für Veränderung, sondern Getriebene. Und nur mit Gewinnen können sie uns auch helfen. Dann haben wir darum gebeten, in kurzen Sätzen zu beschreiben, was bisher gut lief in den Unternehmen. Da gab es sehr viele Zuschriften zum Thema Klimaschutz, oft ganz kleine Beispiele, Leitungswasser statt Flaschen, keine Kaffeekapseln, Firmenfahrräder bis hin zum Bau eines Kinderhauses in Nepal als soziales Projekt. Es sollen Bildungschancen erhöht werden, die Mitarbeiterschaft soll diverser aufgestellt werden, schon beim Einstellungsprozess. Bei der Auswahl der Partner soll auf nachhaltige Geschäftsmodelle geachtet werden. Und ja, auch das, sich in Diskussionen verlieren, ob man in der Sprache nun gendern soll oder nicht. Dabei sind alle angehalten, sich zu beteiligen. Nun wissen wir aber, alle heißt oft keiner. Man verlässt sich auf den anderen, der oder die wird schon irgendwie richten. Deswegen ist das richtige Mindset richtig, Leute ständig zu erinnern und zu motivieren, mitzudenken, mitzumachen und vielleicht auch eine eigene Stelle dafür einzurichten, die das Ganze am Leben hält. Das Ganze an die Unternehmensleitung zu koppeln, meine persönliche Meinung, ist der falsche Weg. Denn die sind oft viel zu weit weg von den Prozessen, haben die Details nicht im Blick und Mitarbeiter sind einfach viel näher dran. Hier nochmal eine Einschätzung, wer an der Umfrage beteiligt war. Das sind Leute aus überwiegend mittelständischen Betrieben mit immerhin mehr als 50 Millionen Euro Umsatz. Dann haben wir noch nach weiteren Anmerkungen gefragt. Viele bemängeln, dass man durchaus noch mehr tun könnte. Das sind die Ungeduldigen, die ich durchaus verstehen kann. Manche Prozesse sind einfach lang und schwer. Andere bemängeln eine Kultur der weißen alten Männer. Ich weiß nicht, wie es Ihnen hier im Publikum geht, derjenige oder der, die ins Raster reinpassen, so wie ich. Ich fühle mich sofort in so einer Rechtfertigungssituation, fühle mich mit dieser Kultur überhaupt gar nicht verstanden und vielleicht müssen wir auch da zu einer etwas anderen Sprache kommen. Dann gab es Statements wie wirklich uneigennützig nachhaltig gehandelt wird ja selten, so auch in unserem Unternehmen, leider, das so unter uns. Ups, sorry. Ich finde es auch viel besser, wenn man eigennützig nachhaltig handelt, nur so unter uns. Die wichtigste Antwort aber aus diesen Ergebnissen, die uns immer wieder begegnet, ist folgende. Man muss nicht jedem woken Mainstream hinterherlaufen. Diversität und Inklusion sind aktuell überbelichtete Themen und werden in absehbarer Zeit, wenn uns dann echte Probleme vor den Füßen liegen, kaum noch Beachtung haben. Und das wäre dann auch gut so. Genau das sind die Stimmen, mit denen wir es eigentlich zu tun haben. Es sind nicht die Stimmen, die wir hier hören und die Meinung, denn ich glaube, wir sind uns alle relativ einig, sondern es sind genau diese Vorurteile, denen wir begegnen müssen und mit denen wir irgendwie in Diskussion kommen müssen. Es ist anstrengend, das weiß ich, manchmal auch fruchtlos, aber nötig. Wie kommen wir an solche Leute heran? Das ist die Frage, mit der ich Sie heute in den Nachmittag entlassen möchte. Zu guter Letzt, wenn Sie sich noch mehr über Nachhaltigkeitsziele und Gleichstellung informieren wollen, empfehle ich unsere Podcasts. Ich darf verraten, dass wir gerade einen Podcast zum Thema Diversity planen, der im Oktober erscheinen wird. Wir haben aber auch zum Beispiel Equality von Isabel, die sich mit allen Arten von Ungleichheiten beschäftigt. Und wir haben mit Planetary einen Podcast, wo ich zusammen mit Fridtjof Detzner von Planet A Wirtschaft in planetaren Grenzen unter die Lupe nehme. Unter anderem auch mit Christian von Wild Plastic, der, glaube ich, gerade einen Kaffee holen geht, und Anne von Traceless, wunderbare Frau, die Sie hier auf der Bühne gleich auch noch sehen werden. Vielen Dank und einen schönen Nachmittag.
Vielen, vielen lieben Dank dir, Frank. Bevor du von der Bühne gehst, ganz kurz, bist du noch hier zu sprechen, falls jemand sagt, er möchte noch mit dir sprechen, mit dir schnacken, vielleicht einen Kaffee trinken?
Ja, sehr gerne. Ich stehe hier noch Frage und Antwort zur Verfügung, gar kein Problem, sollen mich die Leute einfach ansprechen.
Perfekt.
Bis 18 Uhr bin ich noch hier, dann geht der Zug irgendwo.
Perfekt, ihr habt es gehört. Vielen, vielen lieben Dank. Frank, einen Applaus.
Danke.
So it's about time for another break. We'll start back here in 30 minutes, and I have a few information for you. So in case you're interested in doing art, outside we have impact art available for everyone who really wants to try out something new and something else. We have free water, we have coffee around, and then we'll start back here on sustainable supply chains in around 30 minutes. See you then. Enjoy your break. Welcome back, everyone.
Hello and welcome back. It took a little bit longer. You know I love coffee, so I took a longer coffee break. Apologies for that. No, but there might have been a technical hiccup. Anyhow, now we're diving into the topic of circular economy and resources. So I'm really looking forward. We're going to have 2 panels where we explore that topic a little bit deeper from different perspectives on robotics and on bio-based materials. But now I can actually lean back because we have another exciting topic coming up.
Exactly, you could actually drink another coffee because I have to moderate, or I am allowed to moderate, and I'm very delighted to be talking about sustainable supply chain, because we all know if we want responsible and sustainable products, we need to look at the whole supply chain from beginning to the end. And I'm very delighted that we have Viola here with us from Greenpeace, and I would assume we would give her a loud round of applause, or? Hi, Viola. It's great that you are here, and most of you have probably had a look into the program and realized that Antje von Dewitz was supposed to be here as well, but as Leo said, we have some technical issues, so we hope she's maybe gonna tune in at some point, but if not, I am definitely sure that you, Viola, will give us great insights on the topic of sustainable supply chain. So before we start off, I will introduce you so everyone knows you. So Viola, you are working for Greenpeace since 2018 as a resource protection expert with a focus on textiles, plastics, and international supply chains. At Greenpeace, you're behind the textile campaign that's called Detox My Fashion for a toxic-free production of clothing and the change from fast fashion to textile services. So whether single-use fashion or plastic, your credo is less is more. Now, of course, I want to know, because I have seen in your CV that you're actually been a pharmacist. How did you end up at Greenpeace and kind of being an activist?
First of all, great to be here. I hope I'm not too loud. Let me know if I speak too loud. Since ever, I think I would say I'm an environmental activist and volunteer, also with Greenpeace. So for me, you ask for motivation, so for me it's, I don't know, if I see something wrong, I have to stand up and try to find a solution and stay as long as possible until the solution is there. So Greenpeace always was my match. But as you said, I'm always also a pharmacist, so I'm a scientist. And during my research on the university, I actually traveled a lot on East Asia, so China, India, Bangladesh, because I was searching for new antibiotics. Or let's say for fungi who potentially could have new antibiotics. And that was actually the first time that I really get in contact with the catastrophical damage textile industry is doing to these countries, to these people. And I think since this time I couldn't look away. So it was a start actually to say, okay, really this is something I can't handle, I have to do something against it. So, and I came to that point that I realized as a scientist, you write a paper and nobody is listening to you. I think environmental scientists can talk a lot about it, but I realize when I'm on stage, when I'm maybe bring the scandals to the public, when I talk about it, or if I stay on a roof for 3 days from H&M or another textile company, they start to listen to us and they start to change. So 5 years ago now, you said, so I went totally to Greenpeace, so my total match. So, you know, you can imagine it. It's just my dream, what I can do. And I learned more about textile industry. I traveled again a lot to Southeast Asia, did a lot of wastewater tests. Lately now also more to African countries. So I'm following the waste, because I think that's my main learning this time. Supply chain is not just from the beginning. It ends up not in our households. It doesn't end in our closets. It ends actually in Kenya, in Tanzania, on a beach, in the water. So that is the way I understand textiles. And I learned when you talk to companies and politicians and you talk about the vision, how things should change, they are laughing, they don't think it's possible. They are complaining that, oh my God, it's not possible. And then some years later, with pressure and public intention, it is possible. So I learned with the detox campaign that a lot of change is possible if we stand together and fight for it. And that's why I think I'm here. And maybe just one impression, I was in Kenya, Tanzania last year, and I was on a dump site and was collecting textile waste. I did some brand audits because I think that is the main thing for me why I love Greenpeace so much. Not just that we are activists, we are scientists, so behind every campaign there are of course scientific researchers. And I was there to find evidence. So is it really like everybody said, those textiles are made from plastic, they have problems? And I was for days on dump site, 30 degrees, and there were people around me. There was a young woman, 10 years younger than me. She was a mother, and she was sitting beside me and warmed up the milk for her baby, actually on a Nestle single-use plastic sachet. And she warmed it up with sustainable textiles that were burning. It was H&M sustainable textiles, Nike's textiles, even textiles from Patagonia. And I realized, you know, I have to stand up and we have to change it because this textile industry never will be sustainable as long as it stays in this linear way. So we really have to change it. It has to become circular. And that means for me, you said textile producers have to become textiles providers. So for me, the vision is 2030, we just 40% of the textiles that hangs in our closet all over the place should be newly produced in a fair and clean way, and 60% have to be, delivered by alternatives like renting, sharing, second-hand. So it's a big vision, a big step, and that's what I'm hoping to reach with all these people to stand up for that.
Sounds good, and I mean, you're traveling around the world to do research about it, so thank you for what you're doing. But maybe, Viola, you could define for us what is a sustainable supply chain in your eyes? I mean, you already said it, you're thinking more in a circular way. It's not just thinking from where do I get my products and they end up in my closet. How would you define a really sustainable supply chain?
Yeah, I think first of all it has to be without hazardous chemicals and transparent. So that means, as Greenpeace at least, we identified 11 hazardous chemical groups. We said they shouldn't be in textiles anymore. And I think the main change should be, it's not just not in my textile here anymore, it shouldn't be any kind in textiles, not in the production, never. It shouldn't be get in contact with any people who are living and working in these areas. So that is the first step, and I think the main thing is it has to be designed for recycling. It has to be, all textiles have to be designed for long-lasting and for reuse, because that's not the case. In the moment we are phasing the time of ultra-fast fashion, so when we think about, most of us think about textiles, we think about fast fashion. Forget about it, we're talking about ultra-fast fashion, you know. If you think about H&M, you have one sub-collection a week. If you talk about Shein, you have 9,000 new designs a day. So we are totally on a different level now. And that means we really have to break, that's my absolutely, it's a base for everything. We have to break this idea of linear models. They have to become circular. And that means it should be just allowed textiles on a market that are fully recyclable by the technologies who are really there. And that's absolutely not the case. In a moment we have 0.1 to 1% of textiles that get recycled, and all the rest land up actually on landfills and become microplastic. So the next step would be to phase out plastic, and that's a very big step.
Definitely. So if we start off saying, okay, a company, what would be the first thing to do? Because I imagine, okay, how about before we tackle this big thing of circularity, how about we start off with just starting with green sourcing? So who are my suppliers? Are those really green and sustainable? Would you say that this is maybe the first step we should take? Or are you saying this is not enough when we're talking about a sustainable supply chain? Just to start off.
Yeah, maybe just to start. And hi, Antje, nice to see you. So I would say the first step, and that's something was VD and others did to join the actually Detox My Fashion campaign from Greenpeace since 2011, it is to be transparent about your supply chain. And that means, first of all, you have to learn where you produce, what you produce, who your producers are, which kind of chemicals are in there. And that, I think, is the absolutely first step you have to do. And that means you also have to be transparent about it, publish those data. You need to have a wastewater data transparency, like we have it on ZDHC, where you can publish it.
There we go.
There we are.
Welcome, Antje.
Hello. And I think, you have to understand that waste is a design mistake. So you just have to change the way you think about textiles in the first place. But
Welcome, Antje. So great to have you here. So sorry for everything that was behind it, but so much better that you're actually here. You're the managing director of VD, and I have actually found out that you took over the company from your dad, and VD were his initials, so that's quite cool, I thought. So maybe you could just give a short introduction of how did you get to your current position, and why is sustainability such a big topic for you before we go into the depth of supply chain.
Okay, hi to everybody. Sorry that technical problems took me so long. I was waiting here for an hour. I had a pretty similar way as Viola described it. I also, as a child, as a young person, I was very engaged with nature, and I was looking for my way how I could do my contribution to save this planet. And honestly, first I thought I would go to Greenpeace, so I thought I would sit in Viola's seat. But then I did several traineeships during my studies, and also in NGOs and in media and so on. And the last traineeship I did in the company of my father, and it really came as a surprise for me, because up to the stage I thought, okay, business is all about figures and not about planet and nature and people. And it was a revelation for me that, okay, if I really want to overtake responsibility, this is the place where I can really start in my position. I can overtake great responsibility for the people that work for me in my company, for the supply chain, for the products in society. So, and I love being outdoors, so I love nature. So this is the reason why I'm there, where I am now.
Mm-hmm. So that was a perfect fit coming all together.
It was a perfect match, yes.
Yeah, sounds good. So we have already heard Viola defining a sustainable supply chain. Antje, how would you personally describe or define a sustainable supply chain?
Very simple, according to the best understanding, and in practice not at all simple. As a producer or as a brand, I know every detail of my product. I know where every detail of my product is produced. I know that it is produced climate friendly, without harmful substances, without over-exploitation of nature, with fair living wages for everybody who is involved, and so that everybody can make a living out of it, out of the whole production process. Mm. So that's the ideal. Mm-hmm. That's where we have to go.
Mm-hmm. Can I add something here?
Yeah.
Yeah, because thank you that you're there. So finally, I just want to add two things, because something I learned in the last years really is that we have to overthink the idea of supply chain, because in our understanding often it just ends, as I said already before, but Antje wasn't there, it ends in the glossaries in Germany, or it ends where you sell them. But I think we really have to understand that you are responsible for the resources you take to produce a product until it's really ends somewhere. And that means for textiles, as microfibers in Kenya, Tanzania, in Ghana, in the water. So that's what we have to understand. And that's how we need an extended producer responsibility really for the whole life. And something we both probably don't agree is that I think we really have to challenge the phase out of plastic, because right now 70% of the textiles on the market, 70% of the textiles you are wearing, everybody's wearing, is made from synthetic fibers. It's not recyclable, and it doesn't matter if it's produced as green and nice as possible. In the end, it lands up in environment, and it lands up as microfiber somewhere. And that means that in a moment already 35% of all microplastic in the ocean that's reaching the oceans now comes from the textile industry. So we have to phase out plastic. And I know it's problematic, I know especially for outdoor brands, but I learned also 10 years ago, everybody told me, PFC, we can't work without PFCs, per polyfluoride alkanes. It is possible, so this is also possible. If you ask me about a sustainable supply chain.
Okay, if you ask me about the supply chain, that's not my definition, but I totally agree about the circularity approach, and I think this is really, really the main one of the. There's so many problems and challenges in the textile industry, and the non-existent circularity is one of the biggest, because up to now only 1% of all textiles is recycled. So this is a big step where we're heavily engaged to first build the landscape of infrastructure, and secondly build the right products in order to make them recyclable once the point of time is there that it can be actually recycled. And yes, we have a differentiate. We don't agree on this point of plastic because the resources are already out there. I don't agree in letting them burn or deposit them. I want them recycled and in a circle. But I guess that this discussion between the two of us is too deep for this stage.
Exactly, and that's why I would like to ask you, Antje, how did you start off with just offering sustainable or more sustainable products in regard to the supply chain? Did you have first the demand of the customers coming in saying, oh, I'm caring so much about your supply chain, or did you say, as the owner, no, we're going to do it no matter what it costs and no matter if people are going to actually buy it or not? Because I could imagine that that's quite a challenge, right?
Yeah, nobody asked for it. So we started, when I overtook the company 15 years ago, in 2009, we started to do it step by step with this very ambitious vision that we will build Paudi like a glass house where everything is clean because everything is transparent and good and social and fair, and went step by step. And here in the headquarter and in the entire supply chain, in the whole responsibility that Viola mentioned. And the first years were especially hard because no customers were asking for it. We always heard, it's nice that you do something like this, but be aware that it can cost anything more because no customer will pay for anything extra because they don't ask for it. Our producers weren't waiting for us because we were only a small light at that point of time. We were a third of the size that we are today, and we heard from many producers, certification standards, not with us, you are too small. Other producers told us, okay, we will do this, I don't know, blue science certification, but you have to pay the audit cost of 20,000 euro per year. Yeah. It was a really a hard road. It's a hard road, but it became easier.
Yeah. And you've just talked about the financial aspect. I mean, how did you really ensure to still be financially sustainable? Because it's one thing to change your whole supply chain or start changing your supply chain to be sustainable, but then it's also the question, how do you actually financially and economically make sure that this will be sustainable and you'll make money out of it?
This is always posed as a question. This is like everybody thinks. It was also in my mind, can you be ecological or sustainable, and can you be economical? And I think you have to just change this way of thinking, because now we have something like the digitalization, and every company has to be more digitalized. They have to go down this road. But nobody's asking the question, oh, how can you do this? True. How can this be economically? You just have, this is the way we thought. We said, we implemented these sustainable goals in our company goals, and we said, okay, let's do it in a good management way. Let's go step by step, and we can only go as far as we can still exist because we're not an NGO. We have to survive, and in order to achieve this, which was not easy and which became easier, we spent less money on marketing, for example, in order to save money. We became much better with our planning processes, because in the textile industry, you spend a lot of money because you have old apparel in the next year, and so you give it out for a low price. And then you earn much less. So with better planning processes, we became more efficient, and we saved money on other parts. So we looked at our whole system and did it strategically, step by step, with the whole management team behind it, to look holistically on everything that we do. Yeah. But I think it just belongs to good management practices.
Can I ask two aspects, because I think these questions are so crucial, and that's something everybody is asking about.
Probably as well, yeah.
And I, all the time, it's nice, sustainable, but who should pay for it, always. But I think that is the main question. So for me, first of all, the first question you said, do you have enough demands? I think we really, as a society and politician and everything, should rethink this question. Do we really wait for this demand? My question is, do we allow that textiles with actually are made with blood, to be honest, destroy environment. Why are they still allowed on a market? And I mean, I don't want to play this Greenpeace card and so on, you know. I really see this is also cost that comes to us as a society, because you know already just the textile industry is responsible for more than 10% of the global gas emission for things. The most stuff we don't really need or get shocked away, you know? Maybe just one example, a typical party top in Germany get burned 1.7 times before it gets shocked away. But a t-shirt needs 2,700 liters of water for production. So this kind of resources we are using for through-away stuff, or if you think about what cost we have as a society, not just in Germany, also internationally, global, if you see the big impact, like we have it right now, the catastrophe in Morocco, if you have seen that, it's all over the place now. Nobody can say it's not there anymore. This is cost we have actually here, so that's why we have to change this idea. Is it demand or is it more we allowed it? And the second part is, I think we really need an equal playing field, because I see a lot of companies who try to change something, who want to make steps, but really have to struggle in this society because, or this environment, because you make so much money with single-use plastic textiles. You make so much money. Think about Shein, just raised 100 million a year. They're bigger than Zara and H&M together in 1 year, you know? Why should they change? So we need legal binding regulations for companies who want to change something, because the main goal is not just to clean the supply chain, the main goal is to produce much less and to become from a textile producer to a textile service provider, so that it can stay in a circle. You know, I mean, the vision would be in 10 years you go to Offenbach or to Frankfurt, you know, to the Zeil, and instead of you have bam, 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 one big single-use plastic provider, you have a renting store, a sharing store, you have textile clothing for parties. They should become the new normal, and that is a fundamental and radical change. And if you want to go there, in this environment, you need protection by binding regulation.
May I add also?
Of course.
I totally agree, because we as a pioneer, we can go this way, and we go this way successfully, because even though we do a lot to make it not so necessary to buy a lot of things from us, because it's high quality and you can repair and so on, there are more and more people who are looking for that. So we grow because more and more people out there are looking for that. But for the mass of the businesses out there, we need a level playing field. So that's why we're also acting very politically for SVD. But I want to bring in also another point. We also have advantages with this way that we are going, because the way we are acting is we have this understanding that we have responsibility, that we're part of a problem. We are part of a problem. We are causing problems, so we have to find solutions. So this is our understanding. We are one of the most problematic industries that is out there, and by giving all this responsibility on our shoulders, at the first stage we were really depressed because there was so much complexity and so many conflicting targets, so many costs, so many efforts, and a lot of fight. But meanwhile, it has made the company very agile and innovative, because we are an expert in solution finding. We already have many answers to what now questions being raised by NGOs or legal laws are coming. So it's a very future-orientated way for a company to take this struggling hard way.
And Antje, I would like to know from you, what would be some low-hanging fruits for companies? Because you've just talked about all the responsibility that you're carrying, that it creates you to be more agile. But for companies that are here saying, yes, I really want to tackle a sustainable supply chain from beginning to the end, what would be some fruits they could pick off? Where to start off to really start simple but actually get going?
That's a tough question, because it's not so simple. I don't want anybody to back off, but the supply chain is highly complex. We are a middle-sized company, but still we have 45 producers and 150 material suppliers. So it's not so easy to find lower-hanging fruit, because first of all you need to know what you're doing. You need to care for transparency, and this is the step that needs work. So I thought about what is low-hanging, and when we started out, the first 2 years we had to spend a lot of effort to convince our own team to go this path because they had to find trust in us. They had to believe in this vision. And I think a low-hanging fruit today is to communicate to your team that you want to go this way, because then I think you open up a lot of energy, because now there's so many people out there that really want to be engaged, that feel psychological torn because they want to save the world on the one foot, and on the other foot they work for companies where they in the daily work recognize that they do everything to destroy this planet. So I think an easy hanging fruit is to talk to your team and serve a little bit of this energy that comes back from the people in your team.
Mm-hmm. Viola, what would you say to companies that are saying, yes, I'm willing, but I don't know where to start? Is it the communication part, or what is the part that you would highlight?
Yeah, I mean, Antje said already what you have to do internal. Of course, I can't say anything about that. I think start is transparency. Because as we learned years ago, nobody did know anything about their own textile supply chain. So first of all, find out where you produce, what you produce, how you produce, and learn from those who have done that already, like VD or others who are on the detox map, where you can see how you can upload your data and so on. But the second step is really mainly what I said, you know, if you want to stay in the planetary boundaries, if you want to reach the goals we also set in the European Union as with the Green Deal, we have to reduce the amount of resources we are using, and we have to do it drastically, and we have to do it soon. So that really means think about how you can become from a producer to a provider. Think about how you can use your specific region, or how your structure is. Do you have a lot of shops? Are you more online? What is your target group? Is it Gen Z? Is it whatever? Think about how you can become a provider, and that means, is it renting? Is it sharing? Is it second hand? So the goal should be produce less and become part of this alternatives, become part of the future. Because I think it's not just something a Greenpeace campaigner says who's sitting here. These changes we are facing are drastically, and we have to start to change now. And I think if a company is not doing it right now, they will become the Kodak way, you know, they will be gone, because we are living in a digital world. So that is the thing, they have to start now, and they have to find the right way. And if you are then a front runner, the idea and the wish for sustainability is a very big thing also for consumers. I mean, in a moment you still can get a lot of greenwashing there, so that's something we are looking, of course, on it, but the wish is there, and there will be a lot of regulations right now on the European level, on the German level, of the UN level, who will change so much. Be aware you have to start now, and the best thing is to reduce less resources, be transparent.
Thank you, Viola. You have pretty much answered already the last question that I was about to ask to you, but maybe you have something you could then add to what you've just said. So Antje, I'll start out to you. So what would you advise companies that are here, that are listening, that are maybe also listening online, if they say, okay, I want to become a more sustainable company, especially with a view on the sustainable supply chain? What would you advise to them?
First step is the commitment. So really go into deep. So why do you want to do it? What do you want to achieve? What is the vision? It has to hold, because this is the source from which you get the energy for all the steps that are coming, and you need a lot of energy. Get the people on board that you are joined on this path. You need your entire team. You need all the divisions, and then in the certain branch that you are there. Take a look also what is already there, what standards, certifications, organizations like in the social part, Fairware are there, what can you board on, what certification systems like EMAS, like target systems, like the science-based targets, what is out there, what are the best standards, and which can help you to guide you through this high complexity. You don't have to don't invent your way. Let yourself be helped and let yourself be guided by the very good certifications and standards and organizations that are out there.
Sounds great. Thank you, Antje. Viola.
Yeah, you heard already a lot, I said also before, so still I think about how you became part of the new vision, how you can become a service provider, and I think if you want to do investing, if you want to change something and learn, find a way to get rid of synthetic fibers, and you will be the winner of everything. So that is the way you have to do, how you can keep it circular, how you really can recycle it. And I think the challenges are there. There are a lot of political stuff happening right out. It's a plastic treaty on UN level. It's so much about now the eco-design system. So, oh my God, there will be a lot of changes also on a European level about the textile strategy. We really have to be circular. If you start there, you can be the winner tomorrow. So now is the time to change.
Now is the time to change. And with this said, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Antje, for tuning in and just giving us your insights from VD. And of course, thank you, Viola, for being here on stage and also sharing your experience. Please give them a loud round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Viola. I will now directly hand over to my dear colleague, Leo. Leo, what's next?
What's next? So we're diving deeper into the field of circular economy. It's about addressing the white spots, automated disassembly as a key enabler for a circular economy. So think about the robots doing all this stuff now in the future. How does that really look like? This is something that we are going to discuss.
Great.
We probably have to rearrange, disassemble the stage.
Yeah.
And then we get going in a second. All right.
Yep.
Thank you. And there's some reassembling here in the audience. So, big pleasure now to introduce my speakers and welcome them here on stage. First of all, we have Susanne Kadner. She's the co-founder of Circular Republic, a new initiative founded in the context of the Technical University Munich. So, Susanne, great to have you with us here. Warm welcome and big applause. Welcome on stage. While another one is coming, you might take this one. Dr. Ulrike Tagscherer, you're Chief Innovation Officer at KUKA, so you are in charge of the smart, intelligent robots that might do the work for us when it comes to circular economy. Warm welcome, big applause, and welcome on stage. Last but not least, we have Dr. Klaas Oehlmann. Klaas, you are the Executive Director. All right, yeah. Executive Director of the BDI, Circular Economy Initiative, right? This is basically the federation of German industry, so you know what's happening in the field, and very much looking forward to our discussions here. And I would say, first of all, are you ready for a difficult question to get started? There's a little bit of skepticism. Are you in the audience ready for a difficult question to get started? Because I'll also ask that to you. We heard about leveling the playing field, so not only difficult questions for us here. So my biggest question really when we talk about now the circular economy transformation, where are we actually in this transformation? And think of it on a scale from 0 to 10. 0 means we're still fully linear. 10 means we're fully circular, the job is done, panel is over, nothing to discuss anymore. That would be the two worlds, right? So that's the question for the three of us, for the three of you and the four of us to think about a number. You have something in mind already? You in the audience have something in mind as well, where we are in that circular transformation? Yeah? No? Skepticism? I see that. I want to do a test, and we want to hear this from you. And we do this. I'll count until 3, and then you have to shout that number. It's collective intelligence. Let's see. You don't shout yet, right? Only the audience. 1, 2, 3. Wait, there was silent. 1, 2, 3. Okay. do you agree with that? No. First of all, I want to hear your numbers. Just the numbers, not the explanation yet. Susanne, where are we? What's the number?
I'm with the 2 people, unfortunately.
We heard a few 2s.
I'm with the 2.
That's group pressure. Class, where are we?
I would say 4.
4. Was anybody else with a 4? Like sharing a little bit more optimism? Okay, perfect. So you got a little bit of support. Okay, now of course want to hear why do you think is it a 2? Susanne, you want to get started?
I think it's the point of looking at the actual facts, the statistics that we have. When we look at circular economy in Germany, it's still a focus on waste management and not a true circular economy as we will be discussing here. So, you know, we have, if we look at the number of actual material that's being brought back into the cycle that's replacing primary materials, it's 13%. That's not much. And that's despite the fact that we have 30 years of experience in collecting stuff and recycling it. But we looked at input. Now we have to look at the output of these processes as well, and that's why I think we are on 2. But there's hope.
But there's hope, that's good. So 2 with a little bit potential upwards. Ulrike, do you agree with that?
I do. I looked at it from the company perspective, and I also think we are not at 0 or 1 because people are aware, we have first initiatives, but there's a lot of room to get better.
A lot of room to get better. Klaas, you were a little bit more optimistic and progressive. Why is it a 4 for you?
Yeah, it's just because of one thing, as Susanne mentioned already, we have solutions for good waste management collection. We have good solutions for some materials, very good ones for metals, for steel, aluminium, to bring them back into the cycle, of course, and that works for decades. So there is something in place. We have difficulties with some materials, but there are solutions on the market. And second thing is, we have experience with kind of repairability and repair, not so much in the consumer goods section, but in some industry installations, there's repair is a normal thing because of costs. And so there's hope, I would say. We are at a 4, I would say. What's missing are really business models for difficult questions and the circularity.
So the business models for my difficult question. No, I think it's quite interesting to open up again, because sometimes it sounds a lot like we're already full swing into the circular economy, right? Things just get back into the loop. The idea sounds great, reality a little bit more difficult. And Klaas, you mentioned there are a few industries where we have good examples. Susanne, also from your point of view, what industries are making some good progress already? Because there might be things that are easier than in other industries. What would you point out?
I mean, in the automotive sector, for example, closing the loop for components, remanufacturing has been fully established for years. Because here we know this is valuable material, you want to have it back, you have the after sales, you know, you remanufacture it, you can sell it again within a guarantee almost as new. So here the business models have been established. Also for, you know, high value medical equipment, for example, reuse models have been established for years, but it's not broadly common sense to do that. So I think we can take the learnings out of these sectors, out of these industries, what does work, what doesn't work, how do we have to change the incentives, and then this can be more broadly rolled out, I think.
Yeah, so maybe Ulrike, is that one differentiator to really look into higher value components, I would just say, not just the products, but components. These are driving circular ambitions more than, of course, low value components?
Yeah. First of all, I want to add, we have that for years without having the name circular economy, that we refurbish and remanufacture our robots, because it's just a normal thing to do. But that business didn't grow. And now we see with some materials becoming more valuable, we are driving that. So it's really, it matters. And for the future, I really see that only if we see what we throw away today as a really, having a value, we will get the materials back. Otherwise, people will throw it away. I heard incentives in the US for iPhones, and even if they pay people $50, if they bring back the iPhone, they still don't do it. So I think that's a little bit the relation.
So the value is one part, but maybe, Klaas, also the resource scarcity that will come into play, right? Maybe automotive could be a good sector because we're all now experiencing resource scarcity happening, whether that's for batteries, for other components. Is that then also a driving force that you need to think about, how do I get the resources that I need in a different way?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Within the last years, it was a really strong argument to say we have to take care of our resource supply security. But that's not always the case. I mean, we had in the past crises with problems with resources and as a supply. But when we had afterwards years without that problems in supply and demand, then prices were falling again, and no one was thinking in recycling and reuse and remanufacturing again, because the market prices were down for raw materials. And that we are now on a really, really critical point after and within deep crises worldwide to say, okay, if circular value creation really should be a really important pillar of our raw material supply, of our business cases for resilience, then we have to take, I think, new actions than we had before, because otherwise maybe in 2 or 3 years we would say, okay, the raw material prices are down at the moment, then we can buy on the spot market cheap primary raw materials, and we think again on circular solutions in 2040, maybe then it's really too late, because then we have really huger problems with our supply side than we have now. So we have now the time to act and to rethink how do we want to put circular solutions in our business strategies and our political strategies, and that's not just an environmental topic. It's of course for us it has to be in the industrial strategies and the strategies of the countries, of the European Union and the companies as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's interesting also, we have some other industries to look into. Think of plastic, PET bottles, where we have some experience. And now you think of all these recycled plastics coming in. There was also a high volatility on prices, right? Of like virgin plastic and then recycled plastic. Also a little bit disrupting the industries on both ends. So do we also see challenges there then, that price volatility can be really difficult?
I would want to add on to exactly what Klaas has just said. I mean, we had these challenges in the past, supply chain security, but the frequency of the crises that we've seen in recent years, somebody calculated every 1.5 years in the past years we've seen some other crises. Was it starting with Corona, then we had the Suez Canal accident, then we have, of course, the attack on Ukraine. So circular economy, or the question, why do I need to do this, has sort of changed a little bit. We came from this ecological argument, and by now we see resilience is a term that's playing very strong into the circular economy narrative. I find this very interesting. And on top of that, of course, this was mentioned in the previous panel as well, they have the changes in regulation. We have quotas coming for different materials, batteries is something. We have quotas for recycled content in plastics. So that's another dimension why demand will increase, and why it's a strategy that needs to be taken serious by businesses, because they have to comply with this, and so the need to change is there.
It's interesting because...
Can I add?
Yeah, of course, yes, please.
And I think that on the other hand side, that helps the companies. If there is regulation, if they are forced to comply, then they do. And then you suddenly create a momentum inside the company as well. So for me, it's also both. It's part is the market and the demand, but the other side is regulation. It really helps drive progress in circular economy.
But maybe let's dive a little bit deeper, because also in the first panel we've been talking about regulation, and sometimes there's this pushback immediately from companies who don't like regulation because they associate it with bureaucracy, right, and restrictions. Then it sometimes feels a little bit fuzzy. And I was thinking about, we see a lot of good regulation, whether that's the smoking ban. Most people would agree that's a good thing, like in restaurants and everywhere. Everybody's pretty happy about this, I would say. Let's make it more concrete. You said quotas, and also Viola Wohlgemuth said before, there will be a lot of things coming. So what will be these things? Quotas for secondary materials within your products as one thing,
yeah.
The right to repair out there. Maybe you can share a little bit of insights, what will come. Klaas, you want to go first? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what's really new, if you talk about regulation in a circular economy, is that we need circular regulation. We had before waste legislation, we had chemical law, we had product law, more or less in closed shop discussions. What we now need is regulation which has rules for circularity, and that's not easy, and that's completely new to legislation makers for us. Yeah, so we need regulation which fits for circularity and for circular business models. That's a really huge challenge. European Union tries to do it, and coming to your question, we see a lot of regulation, new approaches from the European Union within the Green Deal. One is, of course, the minimal recycled content in different products. That's one approach to have the demand side for recycled material. From my point of view, that's one important thing, but you have to do it in an intelligent way that markets will take it and not lead to really market failure. Because, I mean, if you put for certain products with a plastic quota for recycled content, all recycled material on the market will then go in this product, and there's nothing left maybe for other products, but in total, there's nothing in progress for the whole market of recycled material. So you have to find intelligent regulation for the whole market. That's really a challenge, but we need, of course, a mix of instruments. Quotas can be for some plastic types really good. Maybe you do not need them for aluminium, but you have to, and you need producer responsibility, that you have a good circular product system. So we need an intelligent mix and cross-industrial, because plastic is in different industries, products, metals. So that's really a huge challenge, and we face it and we try to find solutions at the moment, I would say.
But that's maybe also the dilemma of regulations. Regulations is always a little bit more pushy towards something. So companies, markets might not be able to fulfill, but then get moving within 2, 3, 4 years. But in that meantime, everybody's complaining. Is that something that we might see more often also in the circular economy?
I think it's interesting what you see with in the battery context right now. Yeah, we have the battery regulation. Well, it came into force this August and has to be sort of like successively adopted now with quotas. So the recycled content aspect is one, but the other aspects are also introducing this true circularity perspective more and more. So it's about performance, is the transparency in the supply chain, it's about repairability, things like that. And just because the regulation tries to push this, of course there's a huge discussion amongst battery manufacturers, how can we comply with this? And the battery passport, of course, that's some work we did, is trying to fulfill this transparency across all these different demands. And so many OEMs, many suppliers are now engaging in exactly this discussion to see how can this be completed. And I think this is a very exciting change that's taking place. You know, it's trying to find the solutions together. Again, this sort of like, I love this aspect of cooperation, because if we look at the entire life cycle, and if we look at this question of, you know, how do we manage this, the different actors of this life cycle need to come together. And here in the battery path, or for a digital product path, you have these different perspectives, and it's a joint learning curve that we are seeing right now, and I think that's perfect.
And let's dive a little bit deeper into that life cycle, because we had supply chain at the beginning, but then of course we want to talk about disassembly. Two things later on in the value chain is, number one, the reverse logistics, right, and then the reproduction, something that we want to talk about. Reverse logistics really means, how do we bring back the products, right, whether that's the fashion item, the smartphone, Apple or whoever, the car. Is that still the big challenge we need to tackle and find good solutions? Where are we? How do the raw materials and the products actually get back? Who wants to take that question?
So I mean, there are established companies that, you know, like I said before, you know, with the remanufacturing established in the automotive business, we have reverse logistics companies who are already doing this business. But at the moment, we are in an economy who looks at these forward cycles. So the forward logistics is well established. The production of building products is fully established. But these bringing it back, returning it, reusing it, this is where we actually have to take our expertise from this forward cycle and apply these now to these reverse cycles. And as I said, you know, in some areas it's fully established. But the point is, to make it successful, we have to think largely about economies of scale. So it might not be as a manufacturer who is fulfilling these successfully. May I have to partner with somebody else with a similar product, or with a partner who is in a similar region like me? So be open, think across, über den Tellerrand schauen. I'm missing the English word now.
Yeah, because I mean, one thing that we still see, to be honest, everybody can also reflect, just when we think about the electronic devices, how many electronic devices do you still have somewhere in the apartment, in the basement, wherever, that have not been returned, that are not used? You don't need to shout out the numbers for GDPR reasons, but maybe on us, I'll probably have more than 10. For sure, most people will have more than 10. So how do these things get back? Maybe you said it, maybe we team up with different items similar way. And Ulrike, we talked before, like, why don't you bring back the t-shirt with like the puppets, with something else, not with the washing machine, but similar items that have similar requirements could be a way to go.
Yeah, we discussed it before. It's like when I think about what would we do with automation once something has been brought back, then for us, you could dump everything together and you have then an intelligent system that sorts it at the place. So for me, the way of the collection doesn't matter. I would then rather distinguish the materials where they are, and for the robot, it wouldn't even matter, you know, which material. It would probably for the process, but not for the robot itself. But I have another story that I want to share, because we looked into wooden EU pallets. You know, they are usually standard sized. And there's obviously a great system established that I give you mine, and then it's like a coin system or something, and then you use mine and something like that. So companies usually don't throw them away. Now we need special sizes of these pallets for our robots. They are bigger usually. We have to get them manufactured for us, and we found a company that is a startup that is having a material that binds CO2 in the material, and we could build a pallet out of it. So I went to our inside the company, and we checked whether or not we could substitute that. And everybody was like in favor of it. But then just the calculation, it doesn't make sense if we as a single company do that and nobody would take them over or keep them or do anything with them. And then if we get them back and they are broken, we wouldn't be the ones recycling them. So it's a complex system. It's just not so easy.
And maybe to add, because everybody can resonate with this product, we're talking about a complex system, but the product is like very basic and very simple, right? It can't get...
The wooden pallet is simple.
It's quite simple, and even there it's quite difficult to get the system up and running. Yeah. But when we, maybe there also, Klaus, your perspective on the reverse logistic part, like still the big thing, standardization that might be lacking, that big fundamental changes which are not so trivial?
I mean, the last one was really a perfect example how difficult it can be if we want to scale up for individualized products. That's really the hardest problem we have, I would say, with an individual responsibility of products. That's really not easy. But from my point of view, I mean, we face two big problems. We have to take action that products come back to a point where they can be reused or prepared for reuse, or then go to a recycled system. And that has to be established, and that we do not have at the moment. I mean, it's nice that we can bring our small electronic appliances in theory to supermarkets if they let us do this, or we can bring them to this nice system of Wertstoffhöfe in Germany. What's really not easy, because the opening hours are not that friendly to people who work, but we have to then have a really system where we can bring back easy our products and repair them if we can do that on our own or someone who's doing us, but we have to check if it's repairable or not, and if not, then they go to a recycling process. So, and this we have to establish a system. Maybe we can discuss deposit schemes, other schemes, I don't know, and we have to ensure that then we have standardized more or less, but we will need some standardization of the products, that we can disassemble them, that we can maybe take out some parts that are ready for reuse, and there we have a good quality, and we have to be it has to be possible that we get back materials which we do not back at the moment, and that are really this high valuable metals we do not get back at the moment, like the rare earths or indium. There at the moment they are shredded at the end most of the times, and there we have to find solutions if we want to really talk about the resilience for critical or strategic raw materials.
And maybe what's interesting, just on the electronic example, just one anecdote. I, to be honest, didn't even realize for a long time that it was possible to give them back in the supermarket right around the corner. It was just not visible, like really in the eye for ordinary people. But Susanne, you wanted to add something?
No, it's super important what we are discussing here, because I think it shows the difference of you look at the product And it's this incentive, you know, we have the, I mean, I think we're all concerned about this topic, and still, you know, we say, okay, we have this number of iPhones or iPads or phones or laptops in our drawers. These are the products. We need to think about circular business models as well. If we move, for example, and rent these products in the future, and if I want to have a new phone, I just don't get it before I return my old one, and we're working in these contracts, we're working out of this service perspective, then I think we are changing these incentives as well to returning stuff because it comes normal, or because you are just being forced to do it if you want to change it in. So that's why, you know, products, one point, business models is the other one that we need to look at.
Yeah, and just maybe to add, it's just not the incentive, but the convenience.
Exactly.
You mentioned it, the Wertstoffhof. I was last week at the Wertstoffhof that was closed. I had to drive another 10 kilometers. That's not the core idea, right?
Exactly.
So the convenience needs to be super incorporated.
Yeah.
Then let's assume we have fixed all that. Reverse logistic, the teddy bear is going back, the iPhones are going back, the other smartphones are going back. Then we have these sites where the intelligent robots come into play to do the, first of all, kind of sorting, right? You need to assess, you get different items, different quality. What happens then? How could that look like?
Actually, I think that's much harder than most people imagine. We just had a project looking into reverse logistics. So let's take the big warehouses where you get everything that we send return. They get that. And a part of that is already automated, so you don't need robots for that. And then at a certain moment, there are still humans there, and especially for clothes, they need to pick them up, look at them, figure out whether they are ripped, broken, have been damaged. They even have to smell at the clothes whether or not they can now be repacked and resold, or if they have to go through any other process, or if they are going to be dumped. And you can imagine that if the clothes are so cheap and you need to spend half an hour or 20 minutes for a human being, a worker, looking at one piece of clothes and then even doing something with it, it's not worth it. Yet a robot is per se not intelligent, and it sounds easy to say they are intelligent, but for them to smell is not so easy. I saw a video clip from a competitor today, and they said that robot can taste 9 different egg and tomato recipes and prepare it to your needs. But that's only demonstration. That's not ready to sell. We are not that far. And imagine we pick up a piece, we use our hands, we pick up a T-shirt. What does the robot do? He picks it up and everything hangs like that. So you would then already need 2 arms, more expensive. At the same time, if it's electronics, electronics are not so difficult because they are smaller. You can have a stationary robot, you have a vision system, you have small screws. They are usually not damaged, and that's a little bit easier. Then we have cars. We looked into cars. Car disassembly sounds easy, and a high-level manager in our company said, Ulrike, we build cars. Why can't we dismantle it? We just run the whole process in reverse. Mm-hmm. Now, the difference is we are at the very beginning of the car production. So when your body and white structure is built, and then we weld and form and do, and then all the interior comes in, and then finally it's a cool product with all the electronics and stuff. Now, we learned that a BMW, for example, is returned, I think, 25 years after it was sold. And it never looks the same way than it was built. By the way, the screws that our robots screwed into the car are now completely out of sight. They are blocked by the interior, by a seat, by whatever. So you just can't have a robot and say, do the same thing as a human. You need to teach the robot. And so we need to work a lot on making the robots more intelligent in order to be able probably to have like speech, tell the robot, now remove the wheels. So that's a big difference. Then if we build cars, we build one model in a line, and we've built thousands for 7 years at least. Now, if you think about the places that collect used cars, you have all the different models from all over the world, and that variety is really huge. So without a proper intelligence in the robot, we will not be able to do that. So that's really, we are in our infant shoes. We're looking at it. We also looked at battery recycling, and then the resonance was, yeah, but the volume of batteries, car batteries returned is far too small for us to even look at the business, because they will become storages probably for the next 5-7 years. So it's not so easy. It sounds like, yeah, then have a robot dismantle everything. So unless we really redesign a lot of products so that they can automatically be disassembled and the materials be separated, it will be a difficult task to do.
And I mean, it's not just the complexity of the car, but the variety. Like everybody who drives back later on, just keep an eye open. How often do you see the same model twice? I mean, with the phones, also complex, but we have more patterns there to see things. So that will make a fundamental difference. But you mentioned one important point on the design part. Maybe we quickly dive into this also. Design of products needs to be different. And hypotheses, my hypothesis now, 99% of the products out there are not designed in a circular way. Even you say even more, it's like 99.9.
Fine with the number.
How do we change that, Klaas? Or is that changing also within the industries? Completely different approach to design.
It's completely different, and we have to, that's the thing. If you think in a circular value creation, it starts with a design phase, and that's completely different than we did it the last decades, thinking, what's coming up within my waste stream, let's do something valuable out of it, and if not, we burn it. That we have a completely different approach now, and we should have it, we have to have it, but it's that as complex as Ulrike said and described it. But what's happening on the regulatory side at the moment, on the European level, we will get a completely new act for product regulation, eco-design regulation, and there we will focus then product groups for criteria for different products for design for circularity. That's really broad, but we have to go then into the detail for different product groups. What is designed for circularity? I mean, it can be repairability, durability, maybe recyclability, recycled content that have to assessed, and that's a problem that takes time. And we have then conflicts with other important goals like energy efficiency and so on and so on. But we have to do it. We have to do it from the company side to think about it in the design. And then if the company has, for example, good reason to say, okay, I design my product that I can disassemble or let it disassemble by another actor later on and get back my material, then maybe it makes sense that I do it. That was the idea 20 years ago when we talked about a producer responsibility, but it never happened because we have this collective systems of producer responsibility with 1,000 different car models, and they paid all a fee for the disposal of the waste, but they had never an idea of getting back their material. I mean, and that's changing, I think, and there we have to strongly think about design, and from the regulatory side, it's coming. But let me, last point, be clear on this. For example, the textiles, we had it on the panel, on the last panel. I think with the circular economy in a perfect world, we will never be able to say we have a sustainable ultra-fast fashion industry. It's impossible. I mean, that's something to be very clear.
Very for sure for the next decades, something that will not happen. Maybe eco-design also very interesting to keep an eye, because we're coming to a concluding remark. I think that's important. With all these challenges, and we are at 2 out of 10, 4 out of 10, sounds negative, but there's a lot of opportunities, right? I mean, this should be the message also. There will be a lot of change driven by these regulations where you go into design. So anything you would like to add on this one, Susanne?
It's exactly that, opening with the 2, but then, of course, coming from Circular Republic, working at Unternehmertum, working with all these amazing startups, seeing the startups here. There's tons of innovation, tons of new ideas that's driving us forward, and so that's why I would raise it, closing with 4.
You changed your closing with 4. You want to revise your number to the 2? It's fair to keep it like that. And Klaas, you were 4, you have to step it up now to 5 probably. No, at this point I would say thank you very much to this panel for sharing the insights, going a little bit more deeper into the circular economy. Big applause to the 3 of you, and thanks a lot again. Yeah. So we're going back to back. Circular economy, talking about the robots. One really important topic in the field of circular economy is, of course, materials, right? We heard a little bit from Viola, whether that's in textile, plastics, big topic out there, packaging, big topic. So this is now our next panel discussion. Very happy to welcome Anne Lamp. Anne, she's the CEO and co-founder of Traceless. You might have seen Traceless over there. Anne, warm welcome on stage. And Carla Jabben, Sustainability Manager at Otto. Big applause, warm welcome. Good to have you here. All right, we're getting deeper into the circular economy now, from talking about the supply chain, end of life. I mentioned it, packaging, plastics, big problem. Let's also start there with the big picture. What's happening in this field right now? Maybe, Anna, you want to get started.
Yes, I mean, a lot of corporates are, or many, I think all of the corporates or brand owners are talking about packaging and redesigning their packaging in a way that it doesn't annoy their customers anymore. I think the demand really comes from the end customers, and maybe that we can say in the very beginning that also our customers, they approach us because they say the end consumers, they hate plastic and we need to change something. So I think everyone is looking for solutions. I think we can conclude that. I mean, we talked with, I think, every big brand in this world who is polluting the oceans and the environment at the moment. So, yeah, everyone is searching for solutions, but it's not easy to find solutions.
Everyone is searching for solutions. I think that's good word, because there are a lot of different solutions out there, right? Whether that comes to replacing plastics, other packaging solutions. Carla, how do you perceive this then? Solutions out there, what's happening in the field?
Yeah, there are very many solutions in the field. At Otto, we are looking in this field for solutions, and the topic packaging is one of our focus topics in our strategy, in our sustainability strategy. And we want to change something, and this is why we look up in the market. There are very cool startups, and this is why we have corporations like with Traceless and also with the startup White Plastic. I think Chris is sitting there. And
So a lot of things happening. Anna, you basically take an approach from the lab and working on something for quite some time. Then you came up with Traceless. You say it's not a bioplastic. It's not a bio-based plastic, it's just traceless. Maybe you need to get us into this world. I had chemistry in school, but that's a long time ago. I'm trying to get into, maybe not everybody's in that field, but what are the differences out there? Because also consumers, you said, are asking for it, but we as consumers are sometimes also confused what solutions are.
And yeah, that's totally understandable, because it is also really confusing and complicated. I mean, maybe I can make it, explain it a little bit. So what we did was, or maybe where I come from, maybe I start with that. Where I come from is the design principle of cradle to cradle. I don't know if that was here on topic on stage today yet, but according to the cradle to cradle principles, it's not that complicated anymore. According to cradle, you have products that are designed either for the technical or the biological cycle. So you look at the use case. If the product is used in a closed loop system, you can use the technical cycle, design a product that is made from monomaterials that can be really recycled for 100%, and the closed loop is closed. If the material might end up in nature, or if it is consumed, or if it cannot be designed for recycling, then you need the biological cycle, where you use bio-based resources, produce a product, and afterwards it can be reintegrated into nature's biological cycle. After spending many years in the cradle-to-cradle NGO and having this mindset, this circular mindset in my brain, I discovered a technology for the biological cycle, a biomaterial that is made from agricultural byproducts, and that is basically just consists of natural polymers, so no synthetic man-made artificial polymers that nature doesn't know. This is basically what we do different to bioplastics. Bioplastics are synthetically produced, also sometimes useful, but for use cases where they end up in the environment, nature doesn't know them, and they cause a trace. So that's what we do differently. Our material is traceless in nature because it's made from natural polymers, and thus we have a solution for the biological cycle of things. So for products that easily end up in the environment or just cannot be recycled, I think we had the topic of lightweight films in small size. They don't get recycled at all in Germany. Packagings, multi-layer packagings are not recyclable, or of course all these I think it's 2 truckloads per minute of plastic waste that ends in the environment every minute. For these applications, we need materials for the biological cycle, and this we do.
Because it's really interesting, right? The plastics is everywhere. I mean, it has a lot of benefits, but it's not just replacing it in some parts of our daily life, but we see it all over, and that's why we need to find these solutions that are then traceless and go back to that biological cycle. So you've been working together on, basically you with Traceless have been working on many different applications, but then with Otto together on a specific solution. I think it's also good to show it because it makes it tangible. It's this packaging solution.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit more about this.
So I think we started the cooperation 4 years ago, so even before we founded the company, and it's maybe to start with that, it's very important for startups, for new solutions to have the support from corporates to test their solutions, and corporates also need to be brave and just start working together with new solutions. We developed this, or it was from the very beginning unclear that Otto wanted to have a delivery bag, because that's a pain for Otto to have like basically plastic, or in the very beginning virgin plastic, now recycled plastic, but still the consumers perceive it as negative. So we developed a first prototype for this delivery bag. We had the issue that our material is translucent, so you can see through. So that's why we combined it with grass paper, with a thin layer of grass paper, and developed this delivery bag together with Otto as a prototype. So that we did last year, and of course it was a long learning as well, so what the corporate needs and how the customer perceives that it's a new product, it's yellow. So we did some market tests as well to see if basically consumers are ready to also have a little difference in the product. For example, a yellow product instead of a white product. So, and we're continuing this development at the moment to also get rid of the residual paper inside, because that's even more sustainable to have it just out of this traceless material, because the footprint of our material is very, very good. So it's over 90% less CO2 emissions compared to plastics, for example. And that's why we want to make now a fully traceless delivery bag. This is what we are working on at the moment.
Your applause. Carla, the both of us, we now take the consumer perspective. So we get the bag, what do we do then? We throw it in the garden, what happens?
The perfect way is that you can throw this bag into your own compost, but not every person has a compost in their garden. But the goal is that this bag goes into the waste management of bio waste, but this is still a big topic, because the waste management is not, have a fear about biodegradable materials, new innovative materials, and this is why we have to talk with the waste management, the politicals, about new materials, about a new waste management, so this, bags can throw into a biological circle. Mm-hmm.
And we're talking a lot about partnerships here, and there's like consensus, we need partnerships in the circular economy with competitors and so on. What I like about these collaboration here, and Anna, you mentioned it, that even started before you already founded Traceless.
Yeah. With a very small piece of material. Anna came to us with a very small piece of Traceless. And
you were convinced.
Yes.
You're like, let's go for it.
Yeah.
I mean, exactly, that's what's needed, right? Because the solutions, I mean, if they were ready, then everyone would use them at the moment. So, and when we first met, as Carla just said, I had a little piece of sample in my hand and I still was a scientist, not an entrepreneur. So I said, okay, Otto, I have something here, but I don't know if it's going to work out, and maybe it's not going to work out, but still, you said, well, but let's try together. And that was basically also kind of the kickstart to think about founding the company, right? So imagine that wouldn't have happened, that you would have said, well, just come back when you're ready. Then maybe it wouldn't I wouldn't have had the idea to start the company. It's so important for the corporates to look for solutions, to also try out new things, to be brave. I mean, it costs time, it costs money to try out and search for these new solutions, but we cannot lay back and say, yeah, come to us when the solutions are ready, because that's not going to work out.
And maybe just to tweak it a little bit, not just to look for solutions, but the difference is to look for potential solutions. That's maybe also a big misconception out there, that we're looking for ready solutions, right? It's out there, the new packaging solution, the new car, startup is fixing it. But in your case also, it's a potential solution. And that's something we probably need to change more within the corporate world.
Yeah.
Maybe the corporate world then first. Carl is like, yeah.
I think it's so important that the companies try new solutions. It's not always a ready solution that we can produce and all is fine. I think it's so important that we talk with the startup to develop a common solution for our problem in this field, the packaging. Yeah, and it's okay to make failures. It's okay to that we have big issues in the development, but yeah, that's the way.
Which is unfortunately not always the case, right? It's okay to make failures. Maybe that's still a corporate mindset, but maybe Anna, you want to add?
Yeah, I mean, and the difference is that companies like Otto, I mean, still family owned, they started decades ago to decide we want to have a sustainable business. We want to choose our business model and our vision for our business to be sustainable, and wrote it into their DNA. And this is so important. And we also realize that with partners and customers who are not family owned and rather maybe run by short-term visions, that it's completely different, that it needs to be really anchored in the DNA, that they have the vision of a completely sustainable, regenerative business model, and then these collaborations can start as we have them here.
However, what's still also difficult is to acknowledge in your field, like everything on materials, circular materials, is a different approach. It needs a lot of resources, time, expertise that goes in there, right? You spend a lot of time in the lab environment developing something. Is that also something that corporates and other players need to understand, a different approach towards developing solutions that just take longer?
Exactly. I mean, that is for most of our customers unusual to not have ready solutions, but they have such a high demand and pain that, I mean, we're not the only ones, right? So there are many startups at the moment, for example, working with biomaterials, this novel generation of materials, but they are still at our stage, more or less. So the corporates are, they more and more get to these new concepts to work together with startups in that form. But I mean, what's happening, what we can see in the news these days, for example, what's happening is that some industries just shout to the government and ask them for, I don't know, subsidies, and ask them for solutions, and lean back to say, do something, otherwise we can't change. And I think this is the wrong mindset. Everyone, we had this before as well on the stage here. So CEOs of this country, they need to start at their own company and start finding solutions themselves, rather than just saying, okay, there's no solution out there, we can't change anything.
Or then give it over to, regulation should fix it. Sometimes it's also to sit back and relax and give the responsibility to somebody else. Maybe there's also a different perspective on the funding part, because money is always interesting in that context, right? Everybody's curious about funding. Also here, we had a good discussion, and Anna and I, we've been a part of the Respond program of BMW Foundation, and we had a talk 2 days ago with the Respond crew, where we have been talking about different approaches to funding, because we see a lot of also venture capital going into impact startups. Is that the right approach? Because you have taken also a different approach, because you might need different capital that gives you a little bit more air to breathe.
Yeah, I mean, this is another tool. One tool for increasing solutions, regenerative solutions, is to demand them and to ask for them and to work with these companies. But the other tool is money, of course. I mean, startups like us, we need money. And that is especially in the growth phase, and especially for hardware companies as us. I mean, we are building plants. We are producing this material ourselves in our plants. So we need a huge amount of money, and this is especially in the VC and investor world we see at the moment, especially in Germany, quite difficult because it's still favored to invest in software, and also governmental and federal vehicles to support these growth stages of startups like us, like hardware startups like us, are not enough to overcome this valley of death, how it's called. So it's a huge problem, of course. Yeah.
And you mentioned you need a lot of money. I think that's interesting. Without going in the numbers, everybody would be curious how much money would you need. But in the end, you're also competing a lot, of course, with the traditional petrochemical industries that are producing plastics. And I found stunning numbers when you look at how much they actually invest into their facilities. So they are building huge facilities. Saudi Aramco, for example, in India, $44 billion going into that facility. I think you're still a little bit far away from that in terms of funding, but it's also interesting to put this into perspective, right? Because you want to get this big, not to create the next unicorn, but to create really big impact. So how do you make that happen then?
I mean, yeah, we are using the tools that are available, and of course, I mean, we last year received the German Founders Award, and that gave us a huge push, and I think we are in a quite privileged position that we achieved it to receive that funding. But there are many startups left and right from us, also with great hardware solutions, who didn't receive the funding, because especially now, I mean, the financial market is not the best for startups at the moment. So, and yeah, on the other hand, we have these huge oil companies who have billions that they could invest, and they are investing in technologies at the moment. So at the moment, it's a really crucial time, because these companies, and especially the chemical industry, is like reinvesting at the moment in their facilities, in their plants, and it's now the question for which technology they will decide. So what is the picture we have for our future, for solving the problems of climate crisis and resource circularity? So what are the technologies to solve it? And the decisions that these companies will make, and also the government and everyone else involved, in the next 2 to 5 years, they decide for investments in plants that will then last for the next 50 years. It's such a crucial time at the moment.
Yeah, fundamental time. But also when we, Carla, you want
I wanted to add that it's more and more important that companies break up the old structures and try out something new, because we have the old big industries that doesn't move at this time, maybe in the future, but this is why the big companies have to try out something new, innovative materials. Then if not, we have the big industries, the old industries like the chemistry industry, that doesn't move, and we don't solve the problem.
And maybe to add there, it's quite interesting, because that is a good example that makes it quite easy to understand. When Otto now shifts away from virgin plastics to our material, wild plastic, reuse, whatever system, there's no plastic required or demanded anymore from company Otto in that case. So if we want to have a functioning circular economy where we keep our existing materials in cycle, we need less, and this our colleague from Greenpeace just said in the panel before, we need less virgin materials. So what's the future of these companies then that produce virgin materials? They need to completely change their business model. We don't need so many virgin materials anymore. So as we said, has been said as before on this panel, they need to become more of a service provider. They need to become part of, for example, mechanical recycling or design for recycling. They need to reinvent themselves, reinvent their whole business model. Otherwise, it will not work. If we grow as we plan to grow 1 million tons in 2030, that is already really ambitious, but we want to grow fast and build more plants, 1 million tons in 2030. The plastics industry also wants to grow in this speed globally. So the plan is to triple the amount of virgin plastic produced until 2060 to over 1 billion tons per year. These numbers, they do not match. So at the same time, when we are here in this bubble, when we want to call it that way, because there's another huge fossil industry, if we are creating solutions for a functioning circular economy, and at the same time this virgin material industry is producing more and more virgin material, that doesn't work.
It's interesting because also that links back to what Maja Göpel said this morning. She had one word, acceleration. So of course you want to accelerate the impactful solutions, but the world around is also probably accelerating with more harmful solutions and doing business as normal. When we then think about the role of companies also, just to distinguish, Otto, like a different role than the petrochemical companies. I mean, you can support these partnerships, which is, I would say, vital. In the end, this led to Traceless. Also, it's a funding role and the financing role in the end, right? Because you think of funding not just in terms of you get cash, equity, whatever, but revenues. You want to make revenues at some point in time. So that's also a tremendous role of companies. How do you see that? How do you see your role from an Otto point of view to facilitate more change in that direction?
Yeah, I see the role, as you said. We are a huge player. We can support startups, innovative materials to grow, to finance the idea, and we can work together to create a solution that fits to especially to the companies. And I think it's a very good matchmaking to have this big company together with the small company to work together on the solution, to have the innovative perspective and the and the maybe a little bit old perspective, the old structures, to mix it together.
And yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, maybe to give it a little bit more positive perspective, not to what I just said. I mean, how can we change it? Let's look at the automotive industry. I mean, for decades, they stick to the like old technology, but then when two things happened. One is regulation, but second is also demand from end consumers for electrical cars. Then the shift started. So I think, and that's needed. I mean, and competition, 3 things. So competition, demand from end consumers. In this case also, I mean, the corporates, like the brand owners are the customers for these chemical industries.
Yeah.
And regulation is so important.
Yeah. Yeah, so on the customer side, but then let's look also on the other players, because when we talked, you mentioned that this transformation would not work without the chemical industry, the petrochemical industry. So how do we get them to move? What are the big triggers there? What
Good question.
Good question.
The $1 trillion question, do you have the $1 trillion answer on that? Because it's fundamental, right? I mean, that became clear now even.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, I think it starts in the heads of the people and who have the power. Because if they think only in Q4, then they will stick to the old technology. But I think, yeah, regulation is one point. We need to have a vision for Europe, for 2040 Europe circular economy. What is the part, the role of the chemical industry, for example, in this vision in 2040, like a realistic role? We need to draw that together, and we also need to include these companies in our bubble. It needs to be one joint vision.
But that's interesting, right? Because if we would ask everybody here, how would that vision look like 2040 when it comes to these industries, we would probably have a similar picture. Now this kind of work is also happening. You talked about regulation. Maybe that's also something, Anna, where you can give a little bit insight, because at the ministry level, EU level, a lot of things are happening. But we have also all these different forces who somehow need to develop a joint vision, which sometimes is a contradiction and a dilemma, isn't it?
Exactly. I mean, I don't want to be a politician in these times.
Who wants to be a politician in these times? Hands up. One question.
Yeah, I mean, times are getting tougher and tougher, and I mean, we heard Maja Göpel in the morning that we want to keep our wealth, which we worked so hard for in the past decades. But we also heard her to say, okay, what is that wealth worth when we don't have food anymore? And so continuing the business as usual from the big industry, fossil industries, will lead to a lot lower wealth in the future. So yeah, I think it's a lot going on at the moment, and this you are seeing the news that a lot of subsidies are demanded from the fossil industry. And I think that needs to be now very closely connected to demands for transition, demands for real transition towards a realistic future scenario for that industry.
Okay, that's a good point, and certainly good examples, impactful examples help a lot. So maybe Carla, also there to you, you are now creating these examples. How can you maybe leverage your work and also influence other companies, competitors or other industries by showing good solutions that people also get fascinated about, right? We want to tell also a different narrative. How do you see that? Any plans that you do, any things that you do in that direction?
Yeah, that's necessary. We have to talk with other companies. We have to make collaboration to make a big impact in the industry, and we have to talk with the government. We have to talk with our producing industries, and then we can make a big picture, a big solution that we change. Yeah.
It will be really interesting to observe what will happen on the national level, right? When we think about the regulation, what's driving, especially in Germany, a lot of things happening right now.
Yes, exactly. I mean, it is happening at the moment that there are a lot of talks in that direction with politics and industries, and short-term solution will be found, long-term solution especially as well. But I just want to emphasize here that, I mean, and we are also as a startup involved in the political discussion, because they also want to hear the perspective of the regenerative, like new ideas and startup ideas. But what is very important for me to say is that we don't go there alone as a startup with a crazy idea, but I mean, we have the backing of business models that are here in this room, in this fair, which are great examples that circular economy and cradle-to-cradle design and all these great initiatives and ideas you have here are the answer, are the alternative to just producing more virgin material. So this is what we will also take in these discussions when we are involved in the talks with politics and industry, the backing of these great ideas and examples we see here.
And I think it's great to hear that you are then involved and that we find voice in these discussions. I think fundamentally important, and as I said before, really important to have these positive showcase examples. So I would say at this point in time, thank you very much to both of you for taking us into alternative solutions. I think we have a better idea of what your goals are for 2030 for traceless. We have that numbers. We have a little bit of an idea that we need to work on 2040 vision for the petrochemical industry, not only, but beyond, right? How does that look like? Interesting question for all of us to think about. And with this, I would say thank you very much, Anne and Carla, and big applause for this great discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. Tatiana, I need support. Do you want to join me? That was Moderation Marathon.
I'm coming.
Hello, good to have you back. What's next?
So we have approximately 3 minutes until the next block starts. We're going to talk about agriculture. So I would suggest letting them just fly off, get something to drink, and then come back in 3 minutes. What do you think?
Let's do it.
Sounds good.
Sounds
then
good.
See you in 3 minutes, and then here on topic of agriculture.
See you in a bit. Thank you very much.
Willkommen zurück hier auf der Impact Stage. Ich freue mich immer sehr, wenn der Raum so gefüllt ist. Schön, dass ihr da seid. Und damit wir die Energie ein bisschen hochbekommen, würde ich euch einmal bitten, laut zu klatschen und zu jubeln. Also so, als würdet ihr euch freuen, hier zu sein. 3, 2, 1, now! Sehr gut. Das klingt doch richtig gut und macht Spaß und ich freue mich, dass wir jetzt wirklich einen Top-Speaker hier mit uns haben. Er ist bekannt dafür, dass er den Ernährungsmarkt in Deutschland disruptiert, vor allen Dingen Fleisch und Wurst. In der Rügenwalder Mühle hat er nämlich den ganzen Laden auf den Kopf gestellt und hat das Unternehmen transformiert zu einem Anbieter, der auch vegetarische und vegane Produkte anbietet und jetzt natürlich Marktführer ist. Ich freue mich sehr auf den Experten zur Ernährungswende, Godo Röben. Einen lauten Applaus.
Moin, das ist nicht mein Buch, das hat Willi mir gerade noch in die Hand gedrückt, der mit mir nachher ein bisschen schnacken wird, wie er das als Bauer sieht, was wir da ja gerade alles gemacht haben. Ich werde 3, 4 Worte zu mir sagen, damit ihr ein Gefühl habt, was der da vorne bis jetzt gemacht hat und was er jetzt gerade macht und dann ein bisschen auf den Rügenwalder Weg eingehen und hoffe, dass ich das alles in 15 Minuten auch hinbekomme. Vorstellung, also ich kann eigentlich nichts außer Wurst verkaufen. Ich bin direkt nach dem Studium, ich habe nur eine Lehre gemacht bei Coca-Cola und das, was da sonst noch steht, ist nur ein Praktikum gewesen, aber sah besser aus. Und dann war ich 96 sofort bei der Rügenwalder Mühle. Und das war nicht die Rügenwalder Mühle, das war eine Karl-Müller Fleischerei. Das waren 24 Filialen, die wir da im Nordwesten hatten und wir hatten 400 Artikel, Blutbein, Hackgrütze und so weiter. Und haben diese Produkte produziert und mein Chef sagte, Godo, ich würde so gerne Marke machen und ich so, das wäre ja klasse, würde ich auch gerne und lange Rede, kurzer Sinn, 14 Jahre später waren wir eine der erfolgreichsten und sympathischsten und begehrenswertesten Lebensmittelmarken in Deutschland, konnten uns messen mit Müllermilch, mit Dr. Oetker, also da waren wir sehr zufrieden. Die Umsätze sind nach oben gegangen, alles war gut und dann habe ich meinem Chef gesagt, wir müssen raus aus diesem tierischen Markt, weil wir da riesige Probleme bekommen für die nächste Generation. Da gehen wir gleich drauf ein, dann haben wir nämlich die nächsten 10 Jahre, 10 bis 20, die Rügenwalder Mühle zum europäischen Marktführer im Veggie-Bereich gemacht, obwohl wir 200 Jahre lang Fleisch und Wurst gemacht haben. Und seit 2020 bin ich nicht mehr bei der Rügenwalder Mühle. Ihr könnt jetzt denken, was ist da passiert? Familienunternehmen. Der Opa hat mich eingestellt, mit dem Sohn habe ich 25 Jahre zusammengearbeitet und mit dem Enkel kam ich einfach nicht klar. Wir beide haben es 2 Jahre miteinander versucht, ging nicht und dann musste halt einer gehen und das war ich und jetzt bin ich erst todtraurig, weil ich sagte, können mich doch nicht aus meiner Firma rausschmeißen, habe dann gedacht, das wäre meine Firma, habe aber gemerkt, das war gar nicht meine Firma und nachdem ich dann meine Traurigkeit überwunden hatte, musste ich merken, es gibt nichts Schöneres, als jetzt in diesem Bereich der alternativen Proteine zu arbeiten, weil alle Unternehmen, die tierische Produkte gerade haben, brauchen Ratschläge von irgendjemand, der das schon mal gemacht hat. Und jetzt arbeite ich dafür in ganz, ganz vielen, denn meine Alternative oder meine Idee ist, alle tierischen Produkte, die es überhaupt gibt, sollen eine pflanzliche Alternative haben. Ich bin kein Aktivist, dass ich sage, alle müssen vegan werden, aber ich möchte, dass jeder selbst entscheiden kann, dass er auch vegan sich oder pflanzlich ernähren kann. Und daher bin ich im Fleisch- und Wurstbereich wieder eingestiegen bei Family Foods. Das ist der zweitgrößte Fleisch- und Wursthersteller in Deutschland, nach Tönnies. Baue mit denen gerade eine Marke auf. Billy Green heißt die ist ohne Zusatzstoffe, läuft wie Dull. Wir haben jetzt gerade 12 Monate hinter uns und machen im ersten Jahr jetzt knapp 15 Millionen, was unglaublich viel ist für ein Startup im ersten Jahr. Sind da super zufrieden mit. In Family Foods gibt heute bekannt, dass sie das erste Unternehmen weltweit sind, das jetzt auch in das zellbasierte Fleisch einsteigt, geht zur EFSA, also wir versuchen das in Europa durchzubekommen. Das ist ein weiterer Zweig, damit wir irgendwann auf Tiere nicht mehr so zurückgreifen müssen, wie wir es jetzt machen. Molkereibranche bin ich bei der Privatmolkerei Bauer im Aufsichtsrat, bin aber auch in einem Start-up für vegane Käse, bin bei Landgut Tierfutter, super spannend. Im Februar bringen wir eine Hundefuttermarke vegan auf den Markt. Auch wieder eine Nummer, muss nicht jeder machen, aber es soll das Angebot geben. Politik und Verbände, ich bin Vorstand der alternativen Proteine, um das voranzubringen. Da sind alle Unternehmen, die man sich vorstellen kann, die im Lebensmittelbereich irgendwas zu sagen haben, von Nestle bis Wiesenhof, aber auch die kleinen Start-ups, Fraunhofer, Evonik, ganz, ganz viele sind da. Bin sehr viel in der Politik, bin aber auch in Startups engagiert, wie Perfect mit veganem Ei, Project Eden, vegane Garnelen oder Happy Ocean Food Project Eden, vegane Maschinentechnologie und Happy Ocean, da machen wir vegane Garnelen, veganen Thunfisch und so weiter. Das alles, weil ich das gemacht habe. Disruption im Wurstregal, das ist die Umsatzentwicklung der Rügenwalder Mühle von 96 bis 2013. Es ging also nur nach oben, war alles gut. Und die Rügenwalder Mühle war, wie ich gerade gesagt habe, eine starke Marke. Normalerweise ist Magnetismus, das heißt, du willst ganz weit rechts stehen, das sind starke Marken. Fleisch und Wurst ist nicht so anerkannt als Marke. Das war damals 25%, kein großer Magnetismus. Lebensmittelmarken wie Knorr, Müllermilch und so weiter, die waren bei 50-60%. Und dann gab es diese Markenikonen wie BMW und Ikea, die bei 90 und so weiter sind. Und wir haben es 2013 geschafft, die Rügenwalder Mühle mit 74% ganz nach rechts, also sehr begehrenswert und für ein Lebensmittelunternehmen unglaublich, so weit dazustehen, also für ein Unternehmen, was schlachtet. Ihr seht, es war alles in Ordnung. Und das sage ich auch allen Unternehmen. Ändert euch, wenn alles gut ist. Fangt nicht damit an, wenn es schlecht ist. Weil ich berate jetzt viele Unternehmen, wo es auch nicht so gut läuft. Und jetzt das Geld zusammenzunehmen, die Mitarbeiter hinter den Ball zu kriegen, ist viel, viel schwerer als in einer Phase, wo es gut läuft. Aber in einer Phase, wo es gut läuft, die Leute hinter den Ball zu kriegen, ist auch schwer, weil dann alle sehr träge sind. Aber das haben wir gemacht, weil ich meinem Chef gesagt habe, wir haben 3 unlösbare Probleme im Sortiment. Man muss dann auch ein bisschen mit Angst arbeiten, was aber auch voll in Ordnung ist, weil diese Probleme sind tatsächlich ja da gewesen. Wir sind ein Unternehmen, was töten musste. Keine andere Marke, weder Mercedes noch Nivea noch irgendjemand muss töten. Unser Geschäftsmodell war, dass wir töten müssen. Außerdem die Massentierhaltung, laufe ich hier ja offene Türen ein, kennt ihr alles, Klimawandel, Gesundheit der Gesellschaft, riesige Probleme. Warum brauchen wir alle so jetzt gerade neue Lösungen? Weil ich war im Marketingverband, da saß ich mit den Jungs aus der Automobilwirtschaft, mit den Zigarettenjungs, mit denen aus der Molkereibranche und jeder sagte, so schlimm wie jetzt war es noch nie. Wir müssen uns von Grund auf ändern. Und dann habe ich überlegt, woran liegt das? Und das liegt eben an der Bevölkerungsexplosion. Wenn man sich das Ganze mal anguckt, 13,8 Milliarden Jahre gibt es die Erde, da gehen wir mal flotter durch, bis zum Jahre 1800. Uns Menschen gibt es seit 200.000, 300.000 Jahren und fast die gesamte Zeit hat es ja gedauert, bis wir es 1 Milliarde Menschen waren. Das war 1800, das ist gerade mal 200 Jahre her. Und dann sind wir irgendwie durchgedreht, weil durch die industrielle Revolution konnten wir uns das leisten bis 1960 3 Milliarden. Das ist gerade so in dem Jahrzehnt, wo ich geboren wurde. Und innerhalb von kürzester Zeit sind jetzt 5 Milliarden Menschen dazugekommen. Jetzt muss man alles effektiver machen. Das ist bei Automobilen und Medikamenten gut. In der tierischen Branche ist es unethisch, was wir da dann vorantreiben müssen. Wenn man sich das als Grafik anguckt, sieht man, dass hier gerade vollkommen was aus dem Ruder läuft. Und das ist was uns alle angeht, wo wir sagen, das wird ja jetzt so schnell nicht stoppen. Und wenn man das hinkriegen will und alle Menschen ernähren will, brauchen wir neue Lösungen. Wie geht es weiter? Alle Studien sagen, bis 2050 werden wir ungefähr 9 bis 10 Milliarden Menschen sein. Allein diese Menschen zu ernähren ist schwer. Diese Menschen aber mit so viel tierischen Produkten zu ernähren, wie wir in Europa essen, ist absolut unmöglich. Da kommt der Planet an alle Grenzen, die es gibt. Und deswegen ist vegetarische Wurst keine Ideologie für Aktivisten, sondern eine verdammt gute Lösung. Denn der Megamarkt Food ist in Bewegung geraten, auch in Deutschland. Die Zahlen habe ich mir einmal angeguckt und habe gesagt, 1,3 Millionen Veganer, die brauche ich nicht, als Rügenwalder jetzt. 8 Millionen Vegetarier, habe ich ja immer noch 70 Millionen, die Wurst essen. Um eben auch die Leute davon zu überzeugen, die bei Rügenwalder sitzen und sagen, 70 Millionen sind immer noch genug, lass mir die doch weg. Da habe ich gelesen, 46 Millionen Flexitarier. Wird überall, in jeder Familie sind Menschen, die sagen, ich will weniger tierische Produkte essen. Und wenn man dann tierische Produkte als Geschäftsmodell hat, hat man grundsätzlich ein Problem. Prominente Beispiele können wir so durchklicken. Albert Einstein finde ich immer sehr schön, dass der das schon von Anfang an gesagt hat, die Welt oder die Menschheit wird nur überleben, wenn wir uns vegetarisch irgendwann ernähren oder so vegan wie möglich. Ein paar Tiere, da schnacke ich gleich mit Willi ja drüber, sind gar nicht schlecht für den Planeten, aber nicht 150 Milliarden, die wir derzeit jedes Jahr töten. Prominente Beispiele weltweit und dann sage ich immer, wenn die Menschheit sich radikal ändert und das, was wir gerade gesehen haben, diese Bevölkerungsexplosion, das ist eine radikale Veränderung, da müssen die Unternehmen folgen. Und viele Unternehmen, die das nicht begreifen und zu spät folgen, die sind irgendwann weg. Der Stefan Koller hat das leider, der verstorben ist, gesagt, die Epoche, in der wir leben, ist in einem extremen Wandel. 30% der Unternehmen, die jetzt groß sind, wird es in 10 Jahren nicht mehr geben. Und wenn man jetzt jeden Tag in der Zeitung guckt, welche Unternehmen gerade aus dem Karussell fliegen, Selbst die deutsche Automobilbranche, wo wir gesagt haben, die wird immer überleben und wir werden weltweit die besten Autos machen. In China waren wir Marktführer und jetzt sind wir unter ferner Liefen mit unserer Elektromobilität, weil die deutsche Industrie viel zu lange daran festgehalten hat, gesagt hat, nein, wir verteidigen Benzin und Diesel, auch die Verkehrsminister. Und da muss ich sagen, da müssen die Unternehmen viel flexibler und viel früher aufstehen, damit uns das nicht passiert. Viele Unternehmen brauchen gerade ein neues Geschäftsmodell, weil uns viele Wenden begleiten, die Energiewende, Mobilitätswende, Agrarwende. Und das Normalste ist immer, dass man verteidigt und sagt, nein, ich will mich nicht verändern, weil das kostet Geld, jeder mag das nicht, dass sich Veränderungen vorangreifen, aber wenn wir uns hier nicht verändern, die Welt wird sich verändern. Energie haben wir gerade gesehen, Kohle, Gas, Atom, gehen wir raus, Wasser und Sonnen und so weiter geht. Eine Wende. Die zweite Wende, Mobilitätswende, mal gucken, ob die deutschen Automobilunternehmen das durchhalten. Und die Agrarwende, links die Unternehmen, die tierische Produkte haben, rechts schon alles die Unternehmen, die pflanzliche Produkte dann nutzen. Und auch im Wurstbereich, die alten Traditionalisten, die jetzt Fleisch und Wurst machen, aber immer mehr machen jetzt auch Veggie-Produkte und rechts dann eben die den Markt dann nach und nach übernehmen. Jetzt gibt es immer die Frage, warum muss es diese Alternativen geben? Ich kann doch Gemüse essen, ich kann Nudeln essen. Und das ist ein Punkt, den haben wir uns mit Vegetariern und Veganern mal angeguckt. Und wir sehen, 80% der Menschen, die kein Fleisch essen, mögen aber Fleisch. Die hören nur auf aus altruistischen Gründen, weil sie eben diese Dinge nicht mehr dahinter stehen können. Und dann sage ich immer, wenn ich jetzt auch mit den grünen Politikern spreche in Berlin, es muss nicht immer Verzicht sein. Lass uns doch bessere Lösungen finden und da braucht man nur bei den anderen Branchen abgucken. Verzicht hat nämlich nie funktioniert. Energiewende, Licht aus, sind die Leute nicht so schnell zu begeistern. Wenn du sagst, du kriegst Ökostrom, dann mache ich mit, weil ich will im Winter nicht nur im Dunkeln sitzen. Mobilitätswende, autofreie Sonntage oder den Leuten sagen, fahrt Bus und Bahn. Viele sagen sich, oh, morgens Bus und Bahn, da haben die Leute zu viel Parfüm drauf oder die Leute haben zu wenig Parfüm drauf. Ich will da nicht sitzen, ich will mobil sein mit meinem Auto. Und diese Mobilitätswende ist eben genauso Elektro- und Wasserstoff ergänzen Diesel und Benzin. Und genauso wollen wir es jetzt bei der Agrarwende machen, dass wir sagen, pflanzliche Proteine ergänzen die tierischen. Und dann kann jeder auswählen und sagen, wie er sein Fleisch essen will. Und das Schöne, und das ist immer das Allerwichtigste, weil Schnacken und Machen ist immer ein Riesenunterschied, das sind die Ergebnisse, wenn man früh aufgestanden ist. Die Rügenwalder Mühle war damals bei 50%, Veggie ist jetzt bei fast 70%, wie ich in der letzten Meldung sehen konnte, im vegan-vegetarischen Bereich. Und das Allerschönste ist, du hast, wenn du früh aufstehst, 40% Marktanteil. Und Unilever und Nestle, die beide unbedingt in den Markt rein wollen, weil das der Zukunftsmarkt ist, sitzen da mit 2 und 6% Marktanteil und beißen sich an den Marktführer die Zähne aus. Also es lohnt sich, wenn man früh aufsteht. Beispiele erfolgreicher Produkte. Es wird auch immer gesagt, seid doch mal kreativer. Ich so, nein, die 1:1 Kopie ist gewollt, genau das soll es sein und das sind dann auch die erfolgreichsten Produkte. Eine ganz normale Frikadelle, eine ganz normale Mortadella soll genauso schmecken, genauso heißen und soll ich genauso mit umgehen. Auf einmal gibt es eine ganz neue Kategorie in jedem Lebensmittelgeschäft, von Aldi bis Lidl. Das hat, glaube ich, auch selten ein Unternehmen hingekriegt, dass in jedem Supermarkt in Deutschland auf einmal eine neue Wand ist, die Veggie-Wand. Und wie geht es jetzt weiter? Dann komme ich so langsam zum Schluss und bin auch, glaube ich, in der Zeit, Willi. Der Wurstmarkt vegan. Fleisch und Wurst, es werden pro Jahr 1200 Milliarden ausgegeben Dollar für tierische Produkte im Fleisch- und Wurstbereich. Also es ist ein riesiger Markt, so groß fast wie der Automarkt. Und derzeit werden erst 2 Milliarden für pflanzliche Alternativen ausgegeben. Und jegliche Studien zeigen, dass dieser Markt sich jetzt von 50 bis 200-fachen werden. Es wird mal so ein bisschen, derzeit haben wir ja so eine leichte Stagnation. Plus 5% ist in dem Markt schon eine Stagnation. Und das liegt daran, dass die Inflation gerade hoch ist und dass die Leute ein bisschen sparsamer sind. Alles, was Bio angeht, vegan angeht, Marken angeht, hat ein bisschen zu leiden aktuell. Das wird Ende des Jahres wieder anders aussehen. Aber da kommt ein riesiger Markt auf uns zu. Was passiert da gerade? Food-Startups wie Beyond Meat, Impossible, aber auch deutsche wie NextGen oder Greenforce gehen in den Markt rein und das funktioniert da immer gleich. Da gehen große Kapitalgeber wie Tyson, Google und so weiter, plus irgendwelche Prominente, die das ganze Thema anfeuern, um eben ganz viel Unterstützung zu bekommen und deswegen kommen die ganz gut klar. Das sind die zum Beispiel im Bereich pflanzlich, gibt es aber etliche mehr. Das gibt es auch im Bereich zellbasierte, Mosa Meat, Upside, Supermeat und wie gerade gesagt, in Family Foods jetzt als einer der ersten weltweit, die diese Produkte auch in den Markt bringen wollen. Konzerne, die in Pflanzenfleisch investieren, Unilever, Nestle hat alles verkauft, was sie im tierischen Bereich hatten. Also Beefy ist weg, Bezell ist weg, Hertha wurde verkauft, weil die gesagt haben, diese Produkte haben keine Zukunft. Wir wollen in den pflanzlichen Bereich mit Vegetarian Butcher oder Garden Gourmet. Danone, muss man auch mal gucken, hat Alpro gekauft für 11,3 Milliarden, weil sie den Markt verpennt haben. Oder JBS hat eben auch einen wahnsinnigen Kaufpreis für Vivera hingelegt. Prognose, Geschmack. Wir müssen besser werden, die Produkte sind alle noch nicht da, wo sie hin sollen, deswegen leiden manche auch noch an Nichtumsatz. Aber jetzt wird so viel Geld in die F&E reingeballert, dass ich jeden Tag sehe, dass die Produkte besser werden. Wir werden in 5 Jahren da sein, dass die Produkte alle 1:1 schmecken. Clean Label ist wahnsinnig wichtig, weil die größten Widerstände sind ja, diese Chemiebaukästen will ich nicht essen. Ich habe keinen Bock auf diese ganzen Zusatzstoffe. Achte darauf, Like Meat, Billy Green, schon andere Marken kommen ohne Zusatzstoffe aus. Die kleinen Milchfirmen wie Fly und Berief, das muss nicht immer Alpro sein, die viel Zusatzstoffe drin haben, sondern achtet selbst drauf, kommt aber immer mehr. Vielfalt, es wird alles geben an tierischen Produkten als Alternative im veganen Bereich. Ubiquität, es wird überall alle Produkte im veganen Bereich geben. Und als letztes Chart, das hat damals Eric Schmidt, damals noch Chef von Google, gesagt. Der hat gesagt, was sind die 6 Gamechanger, die unsere Generation 30, 40 Jahre lang begleiten werden. Und da sagte er, das fahrerloses Fahren, 3D-Druck und so weiter. Und er sagte aber, und das ist der vom innovativsten Unternehmen der Welt, der Chef, der revolutionärste Trend ist Fleisch aus Pflanzen, weil so können wir den Klimawandel stoppen und so kriegen wir die Ernährung für 10 Milliarden Menschen hin. Und ich kann euch sagen, es gibt nichts Schöneres, als in diesem Markt zu arbeiten. Vielen Dank.
Vielen, vielen herzlichen Dank, Godo. Wenn man sich so deine Präsentation anschaut, denkt man sich, Ernährungswende, das klappt ja, ist ja auf dem besten Weg. Aber tatsächlich werden wir jetzt darüber diskutieren, nicht nur mit dir, sondern auch mit einer weiteren Person. Setzt du dich gerne schon einmal hin. Ich freue mich, dass wir nämlich auch die Perspektive der Landwirtschaft heute hier vertreten haben. Und zwar freue ich mich auf Dr. Willi Kremer-Schillings, auch bekannt als Autor und Bauer Willi. Applaus. Schön, dass ihr da seid, dass ihr angereist seid. Von dir, Godo, haben wir ja gerade schon ein bisschen was gehört, aber von dir, Willi, noch nicht. Deshalb nehme ich mir kurz die Zeit, um dich vorzustellen. Habe ja ein bisschen Recherche betrieben und herausgefunden, dass du auf einem generationsübergreifenden Hof lebst und da auch Landwirtschaft betreibst mit dem Schwerpunkt Pflanzenbau, beziehungsweise das hattest du studiert, hast dann für ein Pflanzenunternehmen ganz lange gearbeitet und anschließend dann 25 Jahre für ein Zuckerunternehmen, parallel aber immer wieder auf dem Hof aktiv. Mit dem Ruhestand begann dann sozusagen deine Karriere für die Öffentlichkeit, hast Bücher geschrieben und hast ganz viele Artikel, Kommentare und so weiter geschrieben. So, ich freue mich, dass du da bist und
ich habe da einen Blog, der heißt bauerwilli.com. Darf man nicht vergessen. Und bei Facebook bin ich auch vertreten, bei Twitter auch.
Warte, ich stelle das hin, Willi.
Ja, genau. Das war jetzt der Werbeblock.
Perfekt, super. Godo, bevor wir direkt starten mit der Ernährungswende, kurze Rückfrage zu deinem Vortrag. Wie hattest du denn die Blitzidee bekommen, zu sagen, komm, wir transformieren jetzt mal und packen irgendwie aus mit veganen und vegetarischen Produkten. War das eine Blitzidee oder ist es irgendwie entstanden?
Nee, das wäre wie Wiki. Klick, klick, klick und dann so. Nee, ich glaube, das sind einfach viele Dinge. Also ich habe mich mit meinen Kindern unterhalten. Ich habe gesehen, dass wir tatsächlich Probleme haben. Ich war in Schlachthäusern, auf Bauernhöfen, habe gesehen, wie viele Tiere wir brauchen und habe gesehen, dass es irgendwie ans Ende kommt, das Ganze. Und dann habe ich gesagt, wir müssen raus und habe meinem Chef gesagt, lass uns ein Bier, eine kleine Brauerei machen, lass uns Brot verkaufen. Und dann haben wir waren kurz davor und dann haben wir gesagt, nee, wir bleiben in dem Markt und versuchen, den Markt zu verändern.
Ja, spannend. Und darüber möchten wir jetzt ja sprechen, über die Ernährungswende und wie sie gelingt. Vielleicht fangen wir erstmal an. Ernährungswende, was versteht ihr darunter? Willi.
Also unter Ernährungswende kann ich relativ wenig anfangen. Ich bin Landwirt, ich produziere meine Produkte, Zuckerrüben, Kartoffel, Raps. Das sind alles vegane und vegetarische Produkte. Und ich habe, das habe ich auch so festgestellt, da ist jetzt Hall drin, überhaupt keinen Kontakt mehr mit dem Endkunden. Mhm. Alles das, was ich produziere, wird noch weiterverarbeitet, ob jetzt Zuckerrüben oder ob das Raps ist. Und von daher, mir als Ackerbauer ist eigentlich die Ernährungswende weit weg. Mhm. Mit Agrarwende kann ich dann wieder was anfangen, aber da kommen wir vielleicht auch zu.
Ja, vielleicht ganz kurz gleich anschließend. Was wäre denn für dich die Agrarwende?
Ich sehe es ein bisschen anders als Godo. An einer Stelle müssen wir ja auch unterschiedlicher Meinung sein. Agrarwende wird mir gesagt, unsere Landwirtschaft muss ökologischer werden. Am liebsten 100% Bio. Und da habe ich so meine Meinung zu, weil 100% Bio wird nicht gehen. Und da bin ich auch einer Meinung mit Urs Nigli. Das ist der Biopapst schlechthin in Europa. Der war 30 Jahre lang Chef des Forschungsinstituts für biologische Landwirtschaft. Wir haben ein Gespräch geführt mit dem Handelsblatt und er sagte, weltweit können wir 20% Bio realisieren, aber wir brauchen einfach die Kalorien und dazu brauchen wir auch die konventionelle Landwirtschaft.
Da bin ich gespannt und auf Bio werden wir auf jeden Fall noch zurückkommen. Aber vielleicht an dich, Godo, was verstehst du unter dem Begriff Ernährungswende?
Ernährungswende wäre für mich, wenn wir 50% erstmal im ersten Schritt weniger tierische Produkte essen und die dann durch pflanzliche ersetzen. Es können ja die gleichen Produkte sein, weil vielen Menschen fällt es schwer, auf die ganzen tierischen Produkte zu verzichten. Und deswegen glaube ich an diese pflanzlichen Alternativen. Und das ist schon Wende genug erstmal. Aber es sind ja immer noch, wenn wir bedenken, 150 Milliarden Tiere töten wir jedes Jahr. Wir brauchen 2050 300 Milliarden. Wenn wir jetzt also 50% weniger essen, brauchen wir 2050 ja immer noch 150 Milliarden. Also die Wende müsste noch schneller vorangehen, als wir es gerade hinkriegen, aber das wäre die Wende. Dass wir also zusehen, dass wir ganz schnell weniger tierische Produkte essen. Und da haben wir auch schon mal drüber gesprochen, Willi und ich. Da sind wir auch gar nicht so weit auseinander. Und mir ist es auch wahnsinnig wichtig, dass wir wegkommen von diesem Gegeneinander, sondern wir brauchen die Landwirtschaft für die Lebensmittel. Wir brauchen alle, auch die dagegen sind, die müssen wir einfach überzeugen. Wenn sie nicht zu überzeugen sind, wird es ja tierische Produkte noch lange Zeit geben. Aber dieses Gegeneinander, aber es flacht auch Gott sei Dank ab.
Was vielleicht auch ganz wichtig ist, wir brauchen die Tiere. Unser Landwirtschaftsminister Cem Özdemir, Vegetarier, sagt selber, wenn ich vegetarische Produkte habe, brauche ich Dünger. Und ich brauche organischen Dünger und den produzieren halt eben Kühe und Schweine und was nicht alles. Ich sag mal, ich brauche die Scheiße, auf gut Deutsch gesagt. Und deshalb brauchen wir zwingend die Tierhaltung. Zweiter Grund, ich gucke ja auch ein bisschen über den Tellerrand und weltweit haben wir von den 100% landwirtschaftlicher Nutzfläche 70% Grünland. Und wir können selber Grünland nicht verwerten. Das kann nur das Tier. Das kann das Schaf, das kann die Kuh. Die hat den Magen dazu, also die Wiederkäuer, wie wir Landwirte dazu sagen. Und deshalb brauchen wir zwingend die Tierhaltung, um diese Quelle von Kalorien auch zu verwerten. Deshalb kommen wir, also ist eine Utopie zu glauben, dass wir die Tierhaltung weltweit abschaffen.
Und ich meine, Godo, hast ja gerade gesagt, so weit voneinander entfernt seid ihr ja nicht. Es braucht keine komplette Abkehr vielleicht, sondern irgendwie so ein Ding zwischendrin.
Ja, also ich glaube auch, wir brauchen Tiere. Meines Erachtens würden 20% der Tiere ausreichen, auch Grünland. Grünland, da hatten wir auch schon mal drüber gesprochen. Es gibt jetzt bei uns in der Wesermarsch, kommt ganz oben aus dem Norden, der Bauer heißt nicht Willi, der heißt mit Nachnamen Geil, was auch geil ist. Und der verwertet gerade Grünland für Proteine, für Schnitzel und so weiter. Also wir sind mit dem Deutschen Institut für Lebensmitteltechnik gerade dabei, dass wir auch Gras zu Schnitzeln umbauen können. Aber nichtsdestotrotz brauchen wir, glaube ich, ein paar Tiere. Das wird nicht wie bei der Energiewende, Mobilitätswende bei 0 irgendwann sein, sondern vielleicht bei 20% und dann haben wir aber auch noch genügend Tiere.
Aber wir haben Urlaub im Allgäu gemacht. Wenn man ins Allgäu fährt, da ist nur Grünland. Da sind vor allen Dingen auch viele kleine Familienbetriebe. Und da sage ich ganz ehrlich, wenn ich mit denen rede, denen ist auch ein wenig Angst vor dem, was da gerade passiert. Und ich glaube, Godo kann das auch nachvollziehen, weil das sind ja Betriebe, also ich bin die 18. Generation, unser Sohn David ist die 19. Generation, die Landwirtschaft betreiben, da hängen ja auch Historien dran und da hängen auch Existenzen dran. Und wenn einer in der Wesermarsch nichts anderes mit dem Gras machen kann, als Tierhaltung zu betreiben, wenn dann jetzt noch von Moorvernässung die Rede ist, ja, der kriegt einfach auch Sorgen, wie die nächste Generation das überhaupt noch weitermachen will. Das wird bei der ganzen Geschichte so rein staatlich gesehen immer ein bisschen auch vergessen, dass da ja auch Menschen und Familien dahinter stecken, die Generationen von dieser Tierproduktion dann eben auch gelebt haben.
Godo hat jetzt von 20% Tieren im Kreislaufsystem gesprochen. Willi, die Zahl lassen wir mal so stehen, aber warum ist es so relevant, dass wir die Tiere noch mit drin haben? Also du hattest jetzt gesagt, für irgendwie das Gras, damit es abgegrast wird, aber ich glaube, vielleicht hilft es für uns auch so ein bisschen ein Verständnis zu bekommen, warum brauchen wir die Tiere trotzdem und können nicht irgendwie komplett sagen, alle werden jetzt vegetarisch und vegan?
Ich habe es schon mal gesagt, also wenn das käme, dass man das Gras verwertet, ist das vielleicht eine Lösung hier für Westeuropa. Gehen wir nach Brasilien, nach Südamerika, überhaupt Argentinien, wo auf riesig großen Flächen Grünland eben die Tierhaltung betrieben wird. Ja, dann müsste man solche Umwandlungs-Transformationsfabriken dahin bauen. Glaube ich erstmal nicht dran. Ich glaube auch nicht die Zahl 20%. Er wünscht sich das, weil er diese Produkte ja auch vermarktet. Ich sprach vom Dünger, den wir brauchen, vom organischen Dünger, weil Kunstdünger wollen die Leute auch nicht. Ja, und weil wir schlicht und ergreifend die Kalorien brauchen, um die Weltbevölkerung, und er hat es wunderbar gesagt, 8 Milliarden, als ich geboren wurde, waren wir 2,7, um die wachsende Bevölkerung auch tatsächlich zu ernähren. Wir können auf die Quelle der tierischen Produkte im Augenblick nicht verzichten. Sonst kriegen wir die Leute nicht satt.
Ja. Aber wenn wir dann Tiere haben, dann können wir theoretisch sagen, nur Bio ist die Lösung. Also die Tiere, die wir dann haben, die 20% laut Godo, die können dann nur Bio sein, oder?
Wenn man sich die Zahlen anguckt, auch die Tiere, also man könnte ohne Tiere die Leute satt kriegen, weil wir brauchen 10-mal mehr Fläche, wenn wir Tiere ernähren mit Weizen, Soja und so weiter, als wenn wir das gleich direkt essen. Deswegen hätte man viel mehr Platz dann für uns, aber wir sind ja nicht dabei zu sagen, gar keine Tiere mehr oder nicht. Bio, sehr schön. Finde ich auch super, und wenn ich auch mit den Grünen darüber rede, was wir auch regelmäßig machen, aber diese Bullabü-Welt für 8 Milliarden Menschen werden wir nicht hinkriegen. Da kann man gerne in Deutschland sagen, wir brauchen 20-30%. Deutschland wird das machbar sein, aber wenn man weltweit sagt, wir wollen nur Bio, wird es gar nicht gehen. Weltweit 30% halte ich auch für, als Fläche wird es aus Kapazitätsgründen nicht geben. Und deswegen glaube ich, weniger erstmal und dann die Tiere, die wir haben, dann in Bio, wunderbar.
Sind wir 100% einer Meinung. Ich weiß nicht, wer von Ihnen hier Urs Negli kennt. Urs Negli ist der Biopapst in Europa, war 30 Jahre lang Leiter des Forschungsinstituts für biologische Landwirtschaft. Wir haben mal ein Gespräch geführt, ähnlich wie hier auch, mit dem Handelsblatt. Und er sagt auch in seinem Buch, was er jetzt geschrieben hat, weltweit werden wir uns 20% Bio leisten können. Der Rest muss aus der konventionellen Landwirtschaft kommen. Wieder die nackte Zahl der Kalorien. Also wir können an der Stelle auch um Nuancen und um Prozente auch gerne streiten. Mir geht es um die grobe Richtung, was geht und was geht nicht. Und Bio ist nun mal uneffektiver als konventionelle Landwirtschaft. Ich will ein praktisches Beispiel nennen.
Gerne.
Unser Nachbar hat vor 3 Jahren umgestellt auf Biolandwirtschaft. Wir haben mit ihm eine Maschinengemeinschaft. Er hat vor 5 Tagen seine Ackerboden alle abgemulcht, weil da 1,50 Meter hoch das Unkraut drin stand, und er hat es einfach in diesem Frühjahr, obwohl es ein sehr, sehr guter Ackerbau ist, er hat es nicht geschafft, die Ackerbohnen so unkrautfrei zu halten, dass er sie ernten konnte. Das heißt, es war ein Totalausfall. Keine einzige Ackerbohne geerntet. Das Zweite, was er gemacht hat, weil die 3 Jahre Umstellung vorbei waren, er hat mit Kartoffeln angefangen, weil Bio-Kartoffeln ein wirklich gutes Geschäft ist. In diesem Jahr ein unglaublich nasses Jahr. Phytophthora, also Kraut- und Knollenfäule, hat zugeschlagen. An den Kartoffeln ist kein einzig grünes Blatt mehr. Das wird das zweite Problem für seinen Betrieb sein, wo er deutlich weniger erntet, als er es vorher erwartet hatte. Das ist einfach nur eine Feststellung. Das ist nichts gegen Bio, sondern ich habe, wenn ich Biolandwirtschaft betreibe, nicht die Möglichkeiten, diesen Krankheiten oder den Unkräutern so zu begegnen, wie ich das als konventioneller Landwirt nun mal machen kann. Da kann einer sagen, finde ich nicht gut oder nicht, habe ich Verständnis für, aber ändern kann man es nicht. Das sind einfach die Fakten, und das ist das, was ich als Bauer-Willi einfach gerne mache, den Leuten meine Meinung dazu sagen. Die kann man teilen, muss man aber nicht.
Sehr gut, danke. Und Sie habt auf jeden Fall noch die Möglichkeit, ich tue es euch jetzt mal, dann auch noch Fragen zu stellen, weil wir eure Stimmung und eure Fragen gerne hören möchten. Also so kurz vorm Ende des Panels machen wir die Runde auf. Das heißt, merkt euch gerne eure Fragen. Dann kommt das Mikrofon zu euch, dann dürft ihr gerne an Godo, aber auch an Willi eure Fragen loswerden, denn auch eure Stimme hier ist auf dem Panel wichtig. So. Ich möchte nun über ein anderes wichtiges Thema sprechen, das hattest du ja schon angesprochen, Willi, über die Macht der Verbraucherin. Und zwar hattest du nämlich gesagt, irgendwie so Kontakt zu deinen Endkundinnen hast du gar nicht mehr. Und dabei sind wir ja als Endkundinnen die an der irgendwie längeren Strippe hängen. Du hast auch ein Buch geschrieben, und das möchte ich jetzt hier natürlich auch nochmal erwähnen, nicht nur das Buch, sondern auch ein anderes Buch. Das nennt sich Über billiges Essen und die Macht der Verbraucherin. Das ist schon in der 5. Auflage erschienen. Wie viel Macht haben denn wirklich die Verbraucherinnen und Verbraucher? Ich habe nämlich manchmal das Gefühl, so macht das jetzt wirklich so einen enormen Impact, wenn ich mich jetzt hierfür entscheide und nicht dafür.
Dazu ein ganz einfacher Satz. Jeder Kauf ist der Auftrag, das gleiche Produkt in der genau gleichen Weise noch einmal herzustellen. Wenn ich also bei Kick ein T-Shirt kaufe für 4,99, gebe ich damit den Auftrag, dass in Bangladesch für 4,99 nochmal ein T-Shirt genäht wird, obwohl wir alle wissen, unter welchen Bedingungen das passiert. Wenn ein anderer Satz von mir heißt, wer ein Hähnchen für 2,49 kauft, gibt an der Supermarktkasse das Recht ab, sich über Massentierhaltung aufzuregen. Damit den Leuten einfach klar wird, jawohl, der Kassenzettel ist der Stimmzettel.
Ja.
Und wer sagt, ein anderes schönes Beispiel, Universität Osnabrück, Studenten haben eine Umfrage gemacht vor einem Supermarkt und haben die Kunden gefragt, wie kaufen sie ein? Und die Leute haben sozial erwartet geantwortet, bio, fair, regional, was man alles so hört. Was man nicht wusste, hinter der Kasse standen die Studenten wieder und haben jetzt in den Warenkorb geguckt von den Leuten, die sie vorher befragt haben. Mit dem Ergebnis, 15% der Leute haben so eingekauft, wie sie es vorher gesagt haben. 85% hatten das billige Hähnchen, die billigen Eier, die billige Ware im Warenkorb. Das ist kein Vorwurf. Es ist lediglich eine Feststellung. Ich sage immer, Bürger und Konsument sind schizophren. Darf ich nicht sagen, weil meine Frau sagt, das wäre eine Krankheit. Ich sage Doppelmoral. Das ist auch das Dilemma der Essensmacher. Mein zweites Buch heißt ja auch Dilemma der Essensmacher. Einfach, weil, wenn man uns den Auftrag gibt, Bio zu produzieren, kauft es dann nicht. Ja, dann...
ärgerlich.
Ärgerlich. Ja, mehr als ärgerlich. Daran hängt unsere Existenz.
Ja, absolut. Godo, deine Perspektive zur Macht der Verbraucherinnen und Verbraucher?
Das ist die 100%ige Macht. Also das hat ja nicht nur die Macht der Hersteller, sondern die Verbraucher haben die 100%ige Macht. Aber ich kann auch jeden verstehen. Wir haben auch uns viel mit Leuten unterhalten, die sagen, ich möchte gerne Bio kaufen. Und wenn die dann am Ende des Monats merken, dass es nicht mehr reicht für Bio, dann geht es halt nicht. Und dann sagt man vielleicht, ich will Bio kaufen oder lässt das Will dann weg, ich kaufe Bio. Aber merkt, manchmal geht es halt nicht, wenn ich jetzt noch in Urlaub will oder ich möchte gerne das und das oder meine Kinder wollen irgendwo hin, dann muss man auf Dinge manchmal verzichten, die nicht machbar sind. Aber jeder hätte, glaube ich, das gerne. Und deswegen sage ich, ich finde den Satz so schön, den Willi da gesagt hat, jeder Kauf ist immer der Auftrag. Wenn du mal was Falsches gekauft hast für 2,99 ein Hähnchen oder ein T-Shirt für 4,99, beim nächsten Mal eben dran denken, vielleicht geht es dann auch noch mal. Aber ich kann auch jeden verstehen, wenn die Kohle nicht reicht, dann geht es halt nicht.
Ist kein Copyright drauf, darfst du gerne weiterverwenden.
Und was braucht es vielleicht auch von der Politik, wenn wir über Ernährungswende sprechen? Und ich denke mir gerade, also ich habe Bekannte, die sind Schweinebauern und Bäuerinnen und die sagen, ich habe ja gar keinen Spaß dran, das Fleisch günstig zu verkaufen, aber wenn mir das nicht für mehr abgenommen wird, dann kann ich das ja nicht teurer verkaufen. Und die Frage ist so ein bisschen, was brauchen wir von der Politik, um vielleicht auch Landwirte und Landwirtinnen zu unterstützen und sie zu fördern, damit sie vielleicht auch gar nicht in Masse produzieren müssen, sondern sagen können, ich kann mich vielleicht ein bisschen zurücklehnen und verkaufe das, was ich habe, für einfach ein bisschen mehr.
Darf ich direkt was dazu sagen? Es gab einmal die ZKL, die Zukunftskommission Landwirtschaft. Die ist vor ungefähr 3 Jahren ist die kreiert worden, die kennst du auch. Da waren 30 Organisationen dabei. Verbraucherschützer, Umweltschützer, Naturschützer, Tierschützer und Landwirte. Das war ein wunderbares Forum, wo sich die Leute 1,5 Jahre unterhalten haben und haben sich gestritten um ein Endpapier, ein Vorschlagspapier an die Politik zu erarbeiten. Ich habe das für unmöglich gehalten, dass das geht, 30 Organisationen ein Papier zu entwickeln und sich darauf einigen. Also das ist, jetzt weiß ich, wie die G20, in dem Falle G30 für Landwirtschaft und Ernährung. Die haben das geschafft. Und die haben ein Papier, das waren ursprünglich mal 500 Seiten, so eingedampft, dass es 110 Seiten sind, wo alle Vorschläge an die Politik, wie man die Transformation der Landwirtschaft schaffen kann, beschrieben sind. Und man hat sich darauf geeinigt. Man sagt so schön, der Gesellschaftsvertrag. Dieses Papier ist letztendlich der Gesellschaftsvertrag, wo alle unterschiedlichen Organisationen zusammen mit den Landwirten an Papier erarbeitet haben. Und jetzt liegt es auf dem Tisch von Cem Özdemir.
Dann schauen wir mal.
Und da liegt
es. Dass was passiert.
Ja. Und da sage ich mal, es ist alles beschrieben. Es braucht dann nicht nochmal ein drittes Gremium oder noch eine Kommission zu geben. Borchert-Kommission, Tierwohl hat sich aufgelöst aus Enttäuschung darüber, dass die Politik nichts draus gemacht hat. Also nur einfach das umsetzen, was die Zukunftskommission Landwirtschaft beschrieben hat. 110 Seiten, die kann man ja an einem Wochenende lesen. Und machen. Machen. Eben, das ist der Punkt.
Godo, was für ein Studio von der Politik?
Das, was Sie jetzt so langsam auch machen, dass Sie preisregulierend eingreifen. Also sie muss regulierend eingreifen, sie kann sich das nicht nur angucken, weil der Boulevard geht jedes Mal richtig steil, wenn sich da was verändert. Aber zum Beispiel, was konkret jetzt gerade verändert wird, die denken darüber nach, die Mehrwertsteuer der pflanzlichen Milchprodukte von 19 auf 7% runterzunehmen, was die normalen Milchprodukte schon lange haben. Und das ist sind kleine Schritte, aber die müssen jetzt gemacht werden und vielleicht irgendwann auch mal die echten Preise. Die werden wir nicht durchbekommen, aber was die Rewe und Penny jetzt gemacht hat, einfach mal da dran schreiben, dieses Steak oder dieses Stück Fleisch würde jetzt nicht 2,99 kosten, sondern mit echten Preisen 8,99, dass die Verbraucher das mal ein bisschen mehr auf der Uhr haben.
Einfach dafür sensibilisiert werden, erstmal im ersten Schritt. Ja. So, jetzt natürlich die Frage in die Runde. Wer hat eine Frage? Wer möchte ganz viele Fragen? Klasse, dann machen wir jetzt hier mal ein bisschen Tempo, damit wir viele Fragen fragen können. Gerade mal die Dame in dem weißen Shirt mit den Punkten. Gerne kurz aufstehen. Die Dame da drüben einmal. Sie streiten sich. Okay, dann die Dame. Gar kein Thema. Kurz Name und dann die Frage bitte kurz und knapp, damit wir schnell durchkommen. Einfach reinsprechen. Einmal ein bisschen höher, wir hören Sie noch nicht ganz. Einfach so. Jetzt. Perfekt.
Und ich habe eben die Aussagen bezüglich Bio versus konventionell gehört. Jetzt ist es ja so, dass bei der konventionellen Landwirtschaft und auch bei viel Biolandwirtschaft die Böden immer schlechter werden. Ja? Also bei der konventionellen Landwirtschaft haben wir auch so Abviehzeit, bis wir endlich Staub sind und nicht mehr wirklich was hergeben, auch mit Lochwerte und noch mehr Übergewicht. Und es gibt ja noch Alternativen. Da gibt es Agroforst, subtropische Landwirtschaft, Permakultur. Warum wird darüber nie gesprochen? Finde ich sehr schade. Und was machen wir denn, wenn die Böden endgültig nichts mehr hergeben?
Danke. Willi, als
Antwort,
Landwirt.
Sie müssen mein Buch lesen.
Fertig.
Weil ich gehe auf Permakultur ein, auf all das gehe ich ein. Was nicht stimmt, ist, dass die Böden immer schlechter werden. Im Gegensatz, wir haben in den letzten, also seit ich den Betrieb innehabe, den Humusgehalt bei uns im Betrieb von 1,7 auf 2,4% erhöht. Hört sich wenig an, ist aber im Verhältnis von 1,7 zu 2,4 30%. Das heißt, die Böden, wir fahren Erträge ein in den letzten 20 Jahren. Das ist unglaublich, also das ist einfach nicht die Realität. Aber wie gesagt, ich gehe auf die anderen Dinge auch gerne ein, würde aber hier den Rahmen absolut sprengen.
Hinweis aufs Buch, finde ich gut. Dann die Dame direkt daneben. Perfekt, gerne aufstehen, kurz den Namen und dann die Frage. Gerne noch ein bisschen näher.
Ja.
Genau, meine Frage geht in eine ähnliche Richtung. Es wird viel über Innovation im Lebensmittelmarkt gesprochen, aber das ist ein Ausdruck für Innovation in der Landwirtschaft. Und wie kommen wir dahin, dass wir halt nicht nur beim Bevölkerungswachstum innerhalb der Grenzen bleiben, sondern des Planeten insgesamt, also beispielsweise Biodiversität. Was brauchst du für Anreize oder was kann die Landwirtschaft da auch leisten?
Biodiversität ist ein schönes Thema. Landwirtschaft ist eigentlich vom Prinzip her, ich sage das mal so krass, gegen Biodiversität. Wenn ich auf einen Rübenacker habe, möchte ich auf diesem Rübenacker Rüben stehen haben. Und keine Melde und keine Kamille oder sonst irgendwas. Hört sich jetzt im Moment hart an, ist aber die Wahrheit. Landwirtschaft ist, mein Professor, bei dem ich promoviert habe, hat den schlimmen Satz geprägt, der aber trotzdem stimmt. Landwirtschaft ist der ständige Kampf des Menschen gegen die Natur. Wenn ich vor Landwirten referiere, dann fallen die immer tot um und sagen, Willi, wie kannst du sowas sagen? Selbst der Jäger und Sammler hat in die Biodiversität eingegriffen. Wir hätten heute in Offenbach noch Mammuts rumlaufen, wenn unsere Vorfahren diese Mammuts nicht nur, weil sie satt werden wollten, erlegt hätten. Das einfach mal reflektieren. Das Problem der Ernährung ist nicht die Landwirtschaft, sondern sind wir. Unsere bloße Existenz von 8 Milliarden. Ich habe neulich eine schöne Zahl gelesen, wie heißt die, irgendeine Internetseite, die hat mal ausgearbeitet, welche Erfindungen, welche Konsequenz bei der Bevölkerung hatten. Dazu gehörte Impfung, dazu gehörte die Entdeckung der Blutklassen, also Blutgruppen. Denkt man gar nicht drüber nach, dass es wichtig war, dass man die Blutgruppen erfunden hatte, weil man hätte ja keine Bluttransfusion machen können. Aber der Haupttreiber dieser Bevölkerungsexplosion waren 2 Herren aus Deutschland. Die hießen Haber und Bosch. Und das Haber-Bosch-Verfahren war das Verfahren, was es geschafft hat, den Luftstickstoff als Mineraldünger quasi herzustellen. Das Haber-Bosch-Verfahren, sagt man heute, ist verantwortlich für die Existenz von 2,5 Milliarden Menschen. Ohne diesen Kunstdünger wären es keine 2,5 Milliarden Menschen geworden. Kann man wieder sagen, finde ich nicht gut. Wenn wir es sein lassen, müssen die 2,5 Milliarden weg. Hier sitzen also 3 Leute, einer von uns ist zu viel. Wahrscheinlich falle ich durchs Raster, weil ich der Älteste bin.
So, wir haben Zeit für genau noch eine Frage und am besten eine Frage, die an Godo gestellt ist, weil wir hatten jetzt ja Willi schon.
Oh, ich höre Willi so gerne zu.
Nicht nur du, aber wir hören dir auch gerne zu, Godo.
Hallo Godo, ja, die Frage ist für dich.
Perfekt.
Das freut mich, dass ich noch drankomme. Du bist der Wurstexperte. Wir haben ja gerade zum 1.10. eine Änderung bei IKEA. Nämlich IKEA hat ja den veganen Hotdog eingeführt und subventioniert den jetzt auch zum 1.10. preislich, sodass er günstiger ist als die fleischliche Alternative. Ich bin der klaren Überzeugung, dass Unternehmen in die Verantwortung gehen müssen, wenn sie Käuferströme auch beeinflussen wollen, ja, um also der transformatorischen Kraft wahr zu werden. Gehst du damit, also diesem Auftrag, hallo Unternehmen, tut was dafür, dass sich die Änderung schneller durchsetzt? Denn wir haben ja gerade gehört, der Endkunde ist träge oder hat eine Doppelmoral und die Politik braucht auch viel zu lange.
Ja, finde ich super, was IKEA macht, das zu subventionieren. Ich bin in einigen Unternehmen und da sehe ich ja, was da überbleibt. Und in der normalen Lebensmittelwirtschaft, der Mittelstand in Deutschland, der fährt nicht wie die großen Konzerne 10-20% EBIT nach Hause, sondern die kommen mal gerade mit 1-2% klar. Und jetzt, wo gerade die Schweinepreise oder im letzten Jahr die Milchpreise so angestiegen sind, machen die Millionen miese. Und die haben gar nicht die Kohle, sowas zu subventionieren. Also die freuen sich, wenn sie dann mal was Vegetarisches machen und das läuft. Und du verdienst am Anfang da auch noch nicht gleich Geld mit, außer wenn du bei Rügenwalder diese wahnsinnigen Mengen, die wir da hingekriegt haben, gleich aus dem Stand. Normalerweise geht das langsam los und du musst erst viel Geld in F&E stecken, in Werbung stecken und so weiter. Das ist wahnsinnig schwer für diese Unternehmen, das dann zu unterstützen. Wenn ein sehr gesundes Unternehmen wie Nestle oder Unilever sowas machen würde, picobello, weil dann wird es ja auch den Preiskampf, dann würde Garden Gourmet, Vegetarian Butcher mit den Preisen runtergehen, dann müssten die anderen folgen, aber das ist bei den großen Konzernen halt nicht gegeben, die wollen ihre 15% Umsatzrendite haben und deswegen wird das nicht so sein. Aber ja, finde ich toll, wenn so ein Unternehmen wie IKEA das macht. Der deutsche Mittelstand kann sich es aktuell, glaube ich, nicht leisten.
Vielen Dank für die Beantwortung der Frage. Wir kommen schon zum Ende und die Frage in die Runde an euch beide. Wie sieht denn Ernährung in 2050 aus? Vielleicht habt ihr ja da eine Glaskugel und könnt ein bisschen vorhersagen, wie es aussieht. Godo.
Bei Veränderungen ist es immer so, gerade Transformation, Energiewende, Mobilitätswende, Ernährungswende, die kurzfristigen Veränderungen werden immer überschätzt, deswegen ist man so enttäuscht, dass es nicht schneller vorangeht und die langfristigen Veränderungen werden unterschätzt, deswegen sagt man, so viel wird da nicht passieren. Deswegen bin ich ganz klar der Überzeugung, dass wir 2050, was ja langfristig ist, bei 80-20 sein werden. Da werden wir 80% pflanzlich und zellbasiert Fleisch und Wurst essen und 20% noch echte Tiere, weil die Politik in der Zeit eingegriffen hat, weil die Preisparitäten auf einmal anders waren, weil die Geschmäcker besser wurden von diesen Produkten. Also 80-20, glaube ich ganz fest dran.
Sehr gut. Willi, zum Abschluss ein kurzes Statement.
Also erstmal bin ich dann 96, aber da meine Mutter gerade 100 geworden ist, habe ich also gute Gene. Das mag zutreffend für Deutschland. In Europa weiß ich noch nicht, ob das die richtige Zahl ist. Weltweit sehe ich das nicht so. Also Gott sei Dank etwas, wo wir unterschiedlicher Meinung sind, weil die Länder, die gerade, sag mal, zu Wohlstand kommen, die fangen mit dem Fleischessen gerade erst richtig an. Und ob das gut ist oder nicht gut ist, müssen wir hier nicht diskutieren. Aber wenn du fragst, wie sieht das 2050 aus, könnte es sein, dass die Zahl für Deutschland stimmt. Weltweit glaube ich da nicht dran. Oder Rügenwalder wird richtig, richtig reich.
Na, dann bin ich gespannt auf 2050 und feiere mit dir dann vielleicht auch, Willi, deinen 96. Geburtstag.
Gut, wir treffen uns dann wieder, ne?
Machen wir so, vielleicht dann nochmal in der Konstellation. Also vielen, vielen herzlichen Dank. Ein Applaus bitte an die beiden. Tolles Panel, danke. Dankeschön. Danke. Ja. Danke. So, we'll now be switching back to English and we will have a keynote now about the topic why biodiversity matters for your company. And as I researched for that company that will be speaking now, I found out that they are analyzing beehives in order to regenerate biodiversity. Something that sounded quite smart, but I'm very delighted to hear now from Loic van Cutsem. I hope I said it right. One loud applause for him. Welcome, Lee.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Delighted to be here. I've been told this was the last presentation today, so that's always a challenge. So my name is Loic van Cutsem, and indeed I work for Biodiversity. We help companies and cities to monitor and to regenerate biodiversity. And we use for that indeed bees, technology and satellite imagery so that we can, and our own biological and ecological expertise to provide data, insights, information so that people can understand the impacts they're having on the environment, how the environment is impacting them, and we provide them then recommendations for action. Okay? We exist since 10 years and we're active across lots of different sectors in 20 countries. And you can imagine when we started 11 years ago, going to companies and to cities and telling them, well, okay, now you need to monitor your impacts on biodiversity was quite a hard sell. It still is actually today. But at the time they were getting started with carbon and they told us, I mean, it's hard enough with carbon. We don't need to manage nature or biodiversity. And so I would like to try to help you make the case, perhaps within your organization, convince your leadership why it's absolutely strategic to manage biodiversity and nature. Now I realize there's been a lot of talks already on nature, so just as a small experiment, and I'll ask you to do the same at the end of my pitch, can you just raise your hands if you feel you already have the arguments to convince your organization, your boss, to consider biodiversity as strategically as climate? Just show of hands. I know I've discussed with some of you are much more experts than I am, so I know there are some. Great, but not all of you. So I do hope that after my presentation there'll be a couple more hands. All right. So when we talk about biodiversity or nature, and some of you are familiar probably with this slide, right? We often understand plants, animals, perhaps genes, ecosystems, but what we take for granted often is all the amazing services that biodiversity or nature offers us. Think of, our food, our medicine, clean air, fresh water, carbon sequestration, security against natural disaster, but also the amazing well-being and leisure offers that nature provides. And these are all services, so I would say nature underpins really our society, our economies, and our existence. And we take this for granted. It's been estimated by I think this was by the OECD, that all these services that nature provides for free are actually worth $125 trillion per year. That's 1.5 times GDP and we still, probably because we've disconnected ourselves a bit from nature over the last 50 years, a lot of us take this for granted, and a lot of businesses take this for granted, although they depend on it. So nature provides a free lunch, but only if we control our appetites. And I would argue that we as humans are not very good at controlling our appetites, and certainly we're not getting better. Now, we know, and you've heard a lot about this already probably today, but we're depleting our natural resources and really putting ourselves, our well-being, our humanity, but also our economy at risk. There are many frightening figures, some of you are on the slides. You've heard this before, probably. We've lost 70% of our species since 1970. I mean, that means look at your neighbor left, your neighbor on the right. That means one of you three is still there, the others disappeared, and we happen to be one of those species, by the way. There's over 1 million species at risk of extinction. 60% or more of our soils, relating perhaps slightly to the previous conversation, of our soils in Europe are unhealthy and degraded. So the situation is bad. As a matter of fact, the World Economic Forum listed biodiversity as one of the top risks for the coming, economic risks for the coming 10 years. All the other ones in green are, by the way, climate-related risks, so we're in a pretty terrifying situation, as you know. Now, what are the causes of biodiversity decline? There are 5 main causes, as a reminder. The first one, and still the biggest driver of biodiversity loss, is land and sea use change. So we're building much more. Intensive agriculture is, of course, destroying forests, so we're losing a lot of land, which means a lot of habitat and food for species. We're exploiting our resources, overfishing, overhunting, etc. Pollution is the third reason. Air pollution is, by the way, the biggest environmental health risk in Europe. Over 90% of the global population lives in polluted areas, according to the World Health Organization. And we're dumping huge amounts of chemical substances and pesticides every day, which poison animals and species, but also poison us. And as you probably know, almost 50% of the food we eat contains pesticides. And lastly, and that's not often spoken of, but invasive species. So we're more and more introducing non-native species into our environments, and this has a huge cost. Recent study from last week from the IPES, which is kind of the equivalent of GIEC, but for nature, estimates the yearly cost at above 400 billion euros. A client we work with spends over 200 million euros per year to eradicate invasive species. So that's the fifth reason. The fifth reason is obviously climate change. I almost forget it, but I think we know that when we've discussed it. It's of course one of the key drivers of biodiversity loss, but it's a bit, interdependent, of course, because biodiversity is also a great ally to reach climate goals. So yeah, we're not good at controlling our appetite, but we are pretty good at putting our head in the sand and not acknowledging the situation. And certainly in the business sector, many actors are still not understanding that they completely depend on nature, right? So before I move on to I just wanted to make the link again with climate change. So for those of you, and I've been there, I used to work in a previous life as sustainability manager for a large company. This was now 15 years ago, actually. And I remember doing first carbon, trying to sell the carbon agenda to the leadership team. And I came to them with figures like these, a narrative which I thought was very convincing. They told me, okay, well, this is nice, but it's not a business priority. So I had to do my homework and come up with a plan in euros of, we're going to save so many 100 million euro of energy, we're going to find business opportunities. That did work. They accepted it. To complete the story, side story, but so it was completely accepted, the whole plan with all the measures, but the CEO after the meeting came to me and said, hey, it's great, but that thing on putting a limit on the CO2 of cars, just make sure it doesn't apply to my car. Now that was 15 years ago, I hope it has evolved. But just to say, lots of you are probably putting a lot of effort in defining net zero goals or your carbon goals, and that's great. but I'm sorry to say that it's only the beginning, and it's only one dimension of the real issue. And this is a study from last year, I think mostly focused on large companies in the US. While the majority have climate goals, climate targets, only 3% today have biodiversity targets, and we need to bridge this gap. Okay, so this is probably not enough to convince, right, your boss or your leaders. We need to probably talk a bit more about euros, money, risks, opportunities, and that's what I'm going to do. This figure has been circulated a lot. It was updated a couple months ago by PricewaterhouseCoopers. Over half of our GDP, our global domestic product, is highly or moderately dependent on nature. So over half of our value creation of our economy depends on nature. And of course, the study goes further. If some of you are interested, it's really a nice study. It details the same per sector. Now, it's obvious that some sectors are completely dependent on nature, meaning their business is at risk if ecosystems continue to degrade. Think of agriculture, fishery, construction, and others. But all other industries are somehow affected and dependent on nature as well. So actually, without taking care of nature, we're actually putting our business at risk. And the same relates for investors, and there's more and more awareness among investors that nature should be considered as a priority and offers some risks and some opportunities. The study also quantifies for the different stock exchanges what's the percentage of the companies or the market value of these stock exchanges that depends on nature. The Deutsche Börse, for example, it's 70% of the companies listed on the Deutsche Börse are heavily, or at least moderately, dependent on nature. So this presents also for investors a risk and an opportunity that they need to look into. And as a matter of fact, they are increasing to look into this. Now, so this all means businesses are facing risks. Physical risks, so continuity and resilience of their business, of their supply chain, of their communities. Increasingly regulatory risks. There are now more and more regulations that are in the building. The Global Biodiversity Framework was finally approved in Montreal last year. This is now being translated into national policies. We've heard about it today, the CSRD, so the mandatory sustainability disclosure requirements. There's a lot coming on that will put pressure on companies to consider biodiversity more strategically from that perspective. So regulatory risk, there's a market risk. Consumer patterns are changing. More and more people are aware of these nature risks and are demanding their companies to adapt, and reputational risks. So that's the risk agenda. It's a boring one, but it's one that works with business, and there's one thing that business usually know, the earlier you anticipate risk, the less costly it is in the long run. Now, more exciting is the opportunity agenda. Obviously, we've mentioned it before, but the biodiversity is a key ally to reach our climate goals. As a matter of fact, without protecting and regenerating biodiversity, we will never reach the climate goals, not even to speak about the Paris Agreement, but even other less ambitious goals. So that's one. It can be linked to the existing climate agenda. Access to finance, as mentioned, will be more and more influenced by your capacity to understand and manage your nature impacts. And value creation, right? This is really an opportunity, and there are some great examples emerging to rethink your business models, your products, your services, and to make them more nature positive, right? I mean, circular economy to some extent fits into this. Regenerative agriculture, when it's well done, also goes in this direction, but new types of products, and there are some great startups here using biochar or other ways to produce cement. So there's a huge opportunity to innovate and generate business through this as well. So companies need to act. It's urgent. And what does act mean? Well, first of all, assess their risks and their dependencies and their impacts on nature and the related opportunities. So understand, how does my business interdepend with nature? Which impacts am I having? How do I depend on nature? And how does this translate into risks and opportunities? Start gathering data. and this is going to be a very complex exercise for biodiversity. I'll come back to that in a minute. The earlier companies start collecting data, the better it will be. And set goals, set ambitions, and rethink your business model accordingly, keeping in mind, and this is true, of course, for the climate agenda, but even more for the biodiversity agenda, which is by definition a more local one, involve your local stakeholders, your local communities, and collaborate. Now, the good news for companies is that there are more and more tools that are emerging, to help them do that. There's some, won't go into details here because it's quite boring, but there are some exciting new developments, frameworks like the TNFD, the Task Force for Nature-Related Financial Disclosure, or the SBTN, Science-Based Targets for Nature, are frameworks that are, the TNFD is being launched next week, which really define in details how organizations should manage their nature risks and opportunities, how they should and how they should report on this. So this will create a lot of momentum, and there are a lot of tools that are appearing that can help organizations understand their nature risks. I've listed some here in the slide, but I won't go into details there. As opposed to carbon, where 1 ton of carbon emitted in Germany is equivalent, let's say, to a ton of carbon emitted in France or even in Sri Lanka, biodiversity is much more complex, right? First of all, you cannot limit it to 1 unit. It will require different types of metrics to measure. But second, it's local by definition. The ecosystem or the biodiversity here is not the same as in another country or another ecosystem. So you need to address this locally and to find local data, which is one of the big challenges in this field for the time being. There are different solutions appearing. Some of them are exhibiting here, using satellite imagery, drones, acoustics to analyze the sounds of the different birds or species, for instance, in a specific location, environmental DNA analyses, and we combine those and use bees to do that. Now, how does this work? So as you know, bees, we use bees as natural drones, actually. Bees visit billions of flowers on a rather large surface, 1.5 kilometer radius from the beehive. So they cover 700 hectares and visit billions of flowers. I'm talking about honeybees here. Visit billions of flowers to bring back pollen and nectar, food, to the beehive. So we work with beekeepers all over the world who send us very small samples of the pollen. We analyze this pollen in our labs. Now, why is pollen exciting? Because it contains the DNA of all the plants that were visited by the bees on this large surface. It fixes industrial pollutants and agricultural pollutants. So we can find above 600 pesticides, heavy metals, nitrates. So it's full of information, right? So that's what we do. We analyze the pollen, interpret this data, and provide it back to our clients with metrics and recommendations. And they use this to steer decisions and to monitor the impact of the projects they are taking. So a couple examples maybe, or one example, because I'm out of time actually. A German example is Siemens in Berlin. As some of you may know, that they have this large development project called Siemensstadt, kind of building this huge campus. Won't discuss that in details, but they also foresee to replant and rewild and ensure that what they're doing does not impact biodiversity negatively, but has a positive impact. So we've been monitoring what they're doing in the area now since 2 years, every 3 months, to make sure that what they're doing, what they're planting, their construction work is indeed having a positive impact on plant diversity, and other metrics, and advise them accordingly, for instance, in this case, on what should be planted when we see that there is a specific lack of biodiversity in June, for example. I'll stop there with a quote I heard recently from Dr. Frauke Fischer, which some of you might know. I heard this in a podcast and I find it so powerful. Climate change is about how we live. Biodiversity loss is about whether we live. I'll leave you with this very strong quote, and thank you very much for your attention, and yeah, have a nice evening.
Thanks a lot, Loic.
Thank you very much.
That was your applause. I'm so fascinated by that innovation and technology, but you will have to explain me later on maybe a little bit more.
Absolutely, thank you.
So we've come a long way today, first day of Impact Festival. We started with the question, how do we shift paradigms? And then we've been talking about circular economy, the role of robots. We took that personal perspective, mental health, coffee is important for mental health, but also how do we stay resilient in times of multiple transformations? All the way now to these fundamentally important topics, how do we feed a growing planet and the role of biodiversity? So a lot of topics. Tomorrow we'll dive into mobility, into finance, into energy, pollution, water. So we have more topics to come. But what's next tonight?
Exactly. We're not over yet. So first of all, we'll have a great party tonight going on here. So that's good.
Who likes parties?
Oh, not so many.
Okay, so we skip that. So yeah, back to work.
But at 6 p.m. right here on stage, we'll have the Impact Awards with startups and companies just really being honored. So you stick around to see what awards gets to what person and what company.
And really to celebrate impactful solutions. So we'll see you back here in a few minutes, 6 p.m. for the Impact Award. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Welcome, welcome everyone. So good to see you back here. I know that some of you were just staying seated, but that's okay too. Thank you for everyone who joined. We're now coming to the Impact Award ceremony. Exactly, that's the right spirit. Very, very good. I'm very delighted to hear from startups, see startups and companies that have really an impact in mind, a purpose in their head, and actually implementing it to create a better world. But the Impact Award ceremony wouldn't be completed if I wouldn't ask another person onto the stage. He's the founder and the CEO of Neosphere. One loud applause for Matthias Leis, please.
Hey. Hi.
Matthias, so great to have you here. I think every one of us loves the Impact Festival, but in fact, the Impact Festival wouldn't exist if we wouldn't have Neosphere.
That's true.
So maybe tell us a little bit about Neosphere and what do you actually do?
What are we doing?
And
yes,
what
are
do
we
you do?
doing? Cool, yeah, sure. First of all, great to have you all here. I mean, impressive festival, good to have you here, so very happy. And what we do, we are a subsidiary of a big German bank, very boring, but we are working as the innovation and early stage VC unit of the Commerzbank. And 3 years ago, we said, okay, digital transformation is a very core part and we have to tackle that. But beside that, there's also sustainable transformation. And we have to take care of that. And then we said, okay, how can we kickstart it? And how can we bring startups and corporates together, which is the DNA of Neosphere for all the years that we exist. And then that was the initial idea, actually coming out of our team to set up an event like this. And so that was a starting point to start Impact Festival, which then grew bigger than we expected actually. And now it's the third time here with such a big and wonderful crowd, and we are more than proud of what we achieved here.
And you can definitely be, yes. Looking at all these people and so many companies that are actually represented here. But the Impact Festival wouldn't be the Impact Festival without the Impact Award ceremony. Exactly. So tell us a little bit about the Impact Award.
What is the idea?
Exactly.
What is the idea? Yes. I mean, we had the Impact Award for the last 2 years as well, together with I Know. So for us, it's important to not only have that place here where you can present your solutions, we can come together, but we will also want to have an award for those who are standing out, who are doing something very special. And so as I Know said, okay, we might not do the award anymore this year, then we said, okay, we have to take that over and have to, let's say, continue the award. So we shaped it a little bit, so it's 3 categories. 2 categories for startups, for very seed startups and for growth startups. So you see 2 awards here. And then we have a third one, because startups can or are developing a lot of solutions, very disruptive ideas coming up to the market. But nevertheless, we still also need, let's say, the old economy, the SME, the German Mittelstand, which has to transform itself as well, because only then we can, well, have a real sustainable transformation. And that was the reason why we said, okay, we have to have a third category, which is an award for exactly those customers or corporates. And so there's the third one, the Transformation Award, awarding a, let's say, long-established company on their way of sustainable transformation. So that's the 3 categories that we have in our award.
That sounds very good, Matthias. And I'm usually always in it to win it. So what are the prizes and what can the companies actually win?
Yes. So what is it? I mean, first of all, it's the trophies. You see it here. And to give you a little bit of an idea, what is it really? Actually, it's the waste of last year's Impact Festival. So it's the material that was over last year. We have an artist, she is called Verena Kandler, and you can also see her on the Impact Art exhibition out there. And she took what was over last year and made 3 perfect trophies. So it's also in there, the recycling and the circular idea. So, and as you see on the right or left-hand side from your side, it's the seed. So obviously that's the seed trophy. Then it's growth and the transformation. So it's also growing from the left side to the right side. And so that's what represented these trophies in the different categories. And beside that, it's not only the trophies. I mean, it's honor to have at least won that prize. I mean, I think that's the biggest thing. Nevertheless, For the 2 startup categories, we have, in addition, a branding package together with our partner, Brighter Future. So there's workshops for development of brand strategy, storytelling, visual identity. So also bringing the startups together much further. And also for the transformation winner, there is a workshop with our partner, which is the Gemeinwohlökonomie, also helping those winners to, let's say, continue their sustainable transformation. So it's not only the trophies, it's also some work to do, but some work that needs to be done, and I think it's valuable prizes for them.
Sounds good to me, and I would suggest let's get started.
Yes.
Matthias, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Yes, a lot of talks, but now let's go into it. And with no other words, let's start with the seed category. And actually, I'm here on stage, but I would love to have the very, very famous jury that we had, and those were the guys and the ladies who decided in the end. And for the seed category, it's first of all Christine Braun. She is head of network work and circular economy at the Bundesverband for Nachhaltiges Wirtschaften, and Tim Schumacher, partner at World Fund. Tim, Christine, up on stage.
Hello, everyone. So, as a seed fund, very happy to have the category seed, and I would like to start with the 3 nominees. And if you hear your name as the nominated ones, then please just stand up and say hi, so that later, whether you win or you don't win, people can come up to you and talk to you about your business. So the 3 nominees in the category seed is, number 1 is Hey Nanny. Where's Hey Nanny? Is Hey Nanny there? Where is someone? Ooh. Oh, she was on the other stage. Maybe someone can get her in case she wins the prize. So Hey Nanny is an employer benefit platform, making it easy to book both parental but also elderly care through a provider that is provided to the employer. That's kind of the twist to things, and making it this way very affordable but also very easy. Nominee number 2 is Zählerfreunde. Where is the Zählerfreund? An independent energy management platform for users of smart electricity meters and other smart energy products, basically visualizing the invisible, namely energy usage in everyone's home. A fascinating topic for everyone who has ever installed a solar plant like me and then constantly checking that app, but that one obviously a lot more holistically. So Zählerfreunde, number 2. Number 3, Revive Energy. Where is, here we go. Revive Energy. Also super interesting topic. We had the chance to talk a lot more earlier today. Regenerates used lead acid batteries, and thank you for correcting me with also my wrong perception. I was like, is lead batteries dead? No, it's absolutely not. It's still the biggest part, bigger than lithium. And you're able to basically regenerate those batteries to 95% of the original capacity. Obviously helping reduce the burden on resources, reusing the batteries, and storing more energy, kind of this way, helping the transition to renewable energy resources and a decentralized grid. So that is Revive Energy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim, for introducing those super interesting nominees. It was not an easy decision we were having in the jury, and having actually founded an impact startup myself several years ago, before I came to the now BNW, Bundesverband Nachhaltige Wirtschaft, I'm especially happy also to announce this year's winner of the Impact Award in the Seed category. And before opening this envelope, I'd like to say how much I appreciated actually the diverse perspectives in the diverse jury. discussing on impact, innovation, impact measurement, which, is not always so easy to actually define. And I think the solution we now elected for this year's award, I'm especially happy that we have the social innovation also here on stage. Because I think it's a solution which most of you or many of you will be able to relate on, and that's why I would say congratulations to Hey Nanny. I hope we have big applause.
That's cool.
I was just in a panel on the other side, and I didn't know that I should be here today, but very, very cool. I'm super impressed about this, and it's really about what we love to do. We want to change and have a very big impact, especially on both to have kids and also to have a job that you love, and you can do both, and that's what we stand for. And that care is a topic that everyone can handle, and we want to change everything for everyone in this regards, and I'm very, very happy to be here and to have this award. Thank you.
Perfect. So no worries, we will make some pictures later, so all good. Next one, coming to the growth category. And we had to do some slightly changes in our, let's say, presenting jury, but nevertheless, very, very good. So, I would like to welcome on stage, first of all, Mandy Pastor, who is department head at the Hessian Ministry of Economic Affairs, Energy, Transport and Housing, actually also being jury member last year. And also jury member last year was Xavi Xaras, Impact VC investor, 4P Capital partner, and experienced economy expert. Xavier, Mandy, come on stage. Welcome here.
Well, the nominees in the category growth are Eden. Eden, where are you? Are you here?
There he is.
Well, this startup developed an efficient chemical upcycling technology to reuse end-of-life textiles. The second nominee is Lemon. Where are you? Somebody here from Lemon? No? It's a startup that disrupts the printing and packaging market by offering bio-based and biodegradable paper laminating films and clear packaging foils. And the third nominee is Biodiversity. Are you here?
There he is.
This startup supports companies and cities to enhance biodiversity and reduce pollution with monitoring tools, advice, and nature-based solutions. And now it's your part.
Cool. So I must say, as an impact VC, I love to see impactful solutions scale. And we tend to invest into biodiversity, carbon offsetting, and also into the circular economy. So I was really, really happy to see these three finalists on the list, and it was super tough to come up with a decision. But the winner that actually is taking this award is producing a solution that affects all of you. It's an industry that produces 13 kilos of waste per person every year. If you put that into a landfill, that's the size of France. What industry do you think it is? What's that? Fashion. He wrote the statistics, so he knows. It's fashion. And therefore, it shouldn't come as a surprise if you listened correctly. I'm not going to open this because I know what's inside. That the winner is Eden.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you from the whole team. They're gonna love it. It's made from waste. That's what we do, transform waste into value. So let's do that further and enable the circular economy in the textile industry. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Perfect. So one more to go, leaving the startup scene and going into the transformation category. And for those, I want to welcome on stage Bettina Stork, who is Head of Group Sustainability Management at Commerzbank, and Stefan Hankammer, who is Professor of Sustainable Management at the Alanos University. Bettina, Stefan, come on stage. All right, yeah, our last category, and we've got, again, 3 wonderful nominees from very different sectors. The first one is Follow Food, a German company in organic food, in the organic food sector, probably known by most of you with the brands Follow Fish and Follow Food. Where are you? Yeah. The second one is Gemeinhard Services, leading experts in special scaffolding. And maybe for the German audience, I need to explain what scaffolding means. It means Gerüstbau, right? Perfect. And the third nominee, again, an entirely different sector, is the now I say it in English, no? Raiffeisenbank Lech am Arlberg. So many German words here. An independent bank from Austria, which was the first one to certify with the common good balance. And I know that they could not make it to the award, but also a warm applause for Raiffeisenbank Lech am Arlberg. And I'm happy to hand over.
Yeah, I have the honor to tell you who's the winner. But maybe I start first with the arguments why we chose this one. And as I'm working for that boring big German bank you mentioned, which is the Mittelstandsbank, I'm really happy that I represent this transformation category. And we chose this company for 3 reasons. Actually, because there is a very big need for transformation in the German Mittelstand. That's clear. So we wanted to reward someone who is already in the way of transforming itself. Second, it transforms or it contributes to the common good. And it wants to help the well-being of its employees, which is really rewardable, we think. And then third, of course, the German Mittelstand needs new employees, so we wanted to kind of promote SMEs as a very big or a very attractive employer. At least this one is, and the winner is Gemeinhard Services. Sorry, we didn't make it easy for you. Congratulations.
Can I hand it over?
Thank you very much. I speak in German, my English is not good. Wir bedanken uns recht herzlich für diesen Preis, gerade weil das ja in dieser Baubranche ist und ich sage mal, eine Gemeinwohlbilanz in der Baubranche ist sehr selten. Wir haben es geschafft, wir sind zum 2. Mal Gemeinwohl zertifiziert wurden und wir freuen uns riesig über diesen wunderschönen Preis. Dankeschön.
Sehr gerne. Congratulations.
And now, up to you for the final words. Thanks a lot.
Yay.
So,
That was nice. I'm very delighted about you. Congrats from us. And of course, you use the chance and opportunity to, of course, connect with them. And an important note, everything you have seen today, something that has inspired you, can freely be shared on social media. Just tag Impact23 or Impact Festival so we can all profit from it, and also maybe your colleagues that couldn't be here today.
And yeah, as we said before, we've come a long way, a lot of topics. So tomorrow we're going to start here at the Impact stage at 10 o'clock in the morning. So don't party too long tonight. We have great topics coming up. Again, as I said before, we're going to talk about mobility, about finance. We're going to talk about energy, pollution, water. We just heard about one of the winners in the field of construction. So we have the Minister for Housing with us tomorrow. We have John Schellenhuber, like one of the leading climate impact researchers in the world. Super interesting. We have Dr. Eckart von Hirschhausen in the morning. So a lot of things coming up. This is just day one. It's 2 days of Impact Festival.
That's true, but the good thing is a little party never killed nobody. So we're definitely going to have a party tonight. So stick around. It will be the same venues, same location right here. We'll just have a little resetting, but stay, grab a glass of wine, drink a beer, and connect with each other, because the party will be quite good, I heard.
See, like before I asked the question, do you like parties? And that question was not good, but I have to ask it
By
again.
now.
That's in the script. Do you like parties? Yeah? Or
mediocre. So.
well, the party builds up as well, right? Somebody has to start. So we talked about automatic disassembly, so that's something that we will do. Party needs a little bit more space for dancing, so we'll do that, and you'll hear once the DJ starts, come back here, let's dance, have some fun, celebrate Impact, and I'll see you on stage tomorrow. We see you on stage tomorrow.
See you
Thank
tomorrow.
you very much, everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
Define what it means to believe and not to believe. Define what it means to be you and what it means to be someone else who recognizes